All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to a brand new series that we're doing here. This is going to be episode 1 of our Hutan Pantai, hopefully I'm saying that correctly, series. And yeah, we're in the eastern part of Asia, and we've decided to go and do some farming over here. Now, if you are following us still, maybe if you're new to this channel, welcome. If you're following us from our last gameplay series of No Man's Land and FS22, this is going to kind of be a continuation of that a little bit, just slightly. But this is going to be a new series where we try to build a farm. And what I'm going to try and do, honestly, in this series is make it a two-part series. And I'll kind of explain that in a little bit as we go. But we are here at a farm in Hutan Pantai. Now, from our last series of No Man's Land, we built up our farm there from complete scratch in really hard economic times. It was super difficult. And at the end of it, what we decided to do is we decided to give our farm to Thomas, Wyatt, and Sarah. Those were our main helpers that helped us out and did a lot of work for us on the farm, and we decided to turn everything over to them. And if you, like, again, if you weren't there, but Thomas had a farm that neighbored us. And after it was all said and done, what he said is, we were talking, and he felt like he just couldn't let me just give everything to him. Because we gave him like probably $10 million worth of equipment and farm, because we're such nice people, right? Um, but what he did is he ended up selling all of his farm, like everything on his side. He sold all his equipment since he didn't really need it anymore. He kept most of ours, but he found out that I was coming out here, and he said what he really wanted to do is he wanted to spend a bunch of that money and get us set up out here with a farm. And things out here are a bit better priced than back in the States, and so he was able to, get us set up with a pretty good little farm from what I've looked at so far. He's got us set up with just about everything that we need. It was super nice of him. I scraped together the last cash that I basically could out of the bank and everything. So I'm out here with 250 grand, and we've got a little bit of a farm set up here. We've got some land. We've got a bit of a bit of pieces of equipment. And he did say though that he got something to me as a joke and left it by one of the greenhouses. So I don't know. I haven't really toured around too much since I just got here, got off the plane, got here, and met the caretaker here, Walter. Walt, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, okay. Crazy thing is, me and Walter are kind of dressed the same, so hopefully he doesn't take offense to that. And then there's the neighbor Ben over there. He's just mean mugging us. Probably wondering who we are, but no big deal. But this is it. This is our new farm. We're gonna go through. We'll kind of check everything out. I'll go through just kind of the different setup of this gameplay series, what we're gonna do, and kind of our plans. Let's go through the game settings real quick here, just so you can see how we're going to be playing, and I'll kind of explain a few things as we go through. So, time scales and all that doesn't really matter too much, but the economic difficulty is on easy. Part of the reason I decided to come out to Asia and farm was we heard the times out here were really good. We heard the grain prices were good, cattle prices and all that stuff were really good out here. And that's kind of why we made the trip across the pond to farm out here, is we heard things are really good. And from the prices and stuff I've looked at, it is really good. Now, part of this series, what I'm going to plan on doing is make it a two-part series. So our goal out here is to try and make as much money as we possibly can, try and make as much money as we possibly can. And once we've kind of hit that point, I don't know exactly what that point will be. I think we'll kind of just know it together. It'll be roughly, I'm thinking, like 6, maybe 7 years of game time. Um, that will be out here. So like 6 or 7 seasons, and we're gonna try to make as much money as we can, and then head back to the States and start a big operation there. Is kind of our goal. So first part of the series will be out in Asia, and then once we've kind of made our mark out here and saved up enough cash, we're gonna head back to the States and try and get like a good head start with some money on a big operation. So with that, let's keep going on these settings here. I got seasonal growth is on. 1 day months. I might change this to two. I don't know. I haven't really. I'll kind of play with that. If I think I should go to 2 day months, I will. But we're out in Asia and there ain't no snow out here, which is nice because if you did follow me from No Man's Land, we've learned that I'm not too good at plowing snow. So it's good there's no snow on. We've got crop destruction on. We've got periodic plowing on. I decided to turn field stones off. I don't know. In FS22, this didn't do anything except put a little bit of damage on the equipment. But even you could run the equipment damaged and it didn't really change. I don't know. It just kind of seems like an unnecessary setting. I just felt like I was going to turn it off on this series. And I also turned off lime, but I decided I was going to put one of these on, whether it be lime or weeds. I decided we'll go with weeds on for now. I'm just going to keep lime off. I might change this though. I don't know. I just like I said, this one isn't really set in stone, but I definitely want to play with weeds on. And I figured field stones didn't really matter, so the dirt is set to normal. Automatic engine start I always have off just because that's the way I like to do it. Fuel usage I put to normal. I think is fine. If it doesn't seem like we're burning fuel, it all kind of depends on the game. Maybe I'll set this to high. You know what? I'll put it to high anyways. Let's put it to high. And the rest of this stuff is all off. We don't want the workers or anything to buy anything for us. Now I'll go into our finances real quick here. So we've done nothing and we have 250,000 in the bank. I haven't taken any loan. So my kind of one of the like caveats to this series is I'm only going to take a maximum. I can only give myself a maximum of 250,000 at a time. So if I take a full 250 out, I have to pay that back before I can take any more. I don't know, I might just kind of play with that a little bit because there might come a time when I need like 50 grand or something like that just to get a certain piece of equipment, but I can never go past. I'll just make it whatever the loan I have to take because this is going to be kind of the second part. I can't take more than 250. Whatever loan I decide to take at that time, I have to pay fully back before I can take another loan. Again, which will be a max of that 250. And any time that I have a loan taken out, I'm not going to allow myself to hire any AI workers. So currently, right now, we don't have any loans taken out. So I could potentially hire someone to do something around this farm for us. As soon as I take a loan, I'm going to kind of lose that ability. And because I don't want our finances to be going to pay someone else, it's got to go to pay that loan back. It'll kind of just be one of the rules that I set for myself just to kind of make it a little bit more challenging, so to speak. Another kind of rule that I'm going to set for myself is I'm not going to do anything with grass silage or grass silage bales. Unless I don't exactly know where our farm will go on this series. So say we do have animals and we need to make some grass silage to like feed them, I would do that. But for as a main source of income, I'm not going to do any type of silage bale. I haven't fully tested it in this game yet, but with FS22 doing silage bales is it's like a really kind of easy way to make a bunch of money in the beginning. Since Thomas was nice enough to get us set up with a farm out here and the economic times are easy, I don't want to use silage bales, then to kind of double down on all that, if that makes sense. And I kind of think that's it for right now, as long as I haven't forgotten anything. We'll kind of go through it if something pops up, but I want to go search around. I want to go find out he said he left me surprised by the greenhouse, so I don't really know what that is, but so we got to go find out. But let's take a look at what Thomas has got set up for us. So he's got a grain truck here sitting for us. Now some of this equipment, it's got 256 hours on it, so it's got some miles, but this will be good for us. I don't exactly know how much it holds. I don't know if it tells us in our vehicle list. Maybe we could go in and just check real quick here. Actually, we'll go through the equipment. They'll go through that list after. But he's got it set up with this combine here and some headers. This old Massey Ferguson one. I think this thing will hold 8,000 liters in the hopper, which is nice. And like I said, he's got a header trailer there for us. Let's see what Ben's doing. Ben? What's up, Ben? Maybe we'll call him Uncle Ben. That means I'm Spider-Man. Yeah, we'll work on that. So we've got ourselves a little house here. And old Walt's going to be staying with us to help look after things and take care of some stuff. And maybe give me some tips along the way since we don't really know our way out here. But we got a place to stay at. I think Ben's got a swing set over there. Oh yeah, Ben's got a swing set. Just in case we get bored. But one thing that's neat out here, and we're really gonna have to get used to doing, because we've done a lot of different farming in no man's land and back in the States, but we know nothing about rice. And Thomas has got us set up with, this is a rice planter. Is that the Project 8 Japan? Okay. This is a rice planter. I've never run one of these things before, so this is going to be a learning curve for sure. But we'll do it together. We'll figure it out. Is that just corn? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm going to pull up here a little bit. Is that a set of corn husk nunchucks? Shut this thing down. It's probably loud in your guys' ear. Okay. Alright, well, we got those there just in case we need, but and this will be our rice harvester. Wonder how many hours are on this thing. Ooh, 226. Okay, she's been in the field. That's no problem though. Nice. So we got this thing again. I've never run one of these before. It's probably pretty simple or pretty similar to the other combines that we've run, but we got a few learning curves with that stuff. Maybe let's park this a little bit better. The tires on this thing, unreal. Shut her down. There we go. So we got like a little wood shed here, which is locked, which leads me to believe that maybe Walter's growing weed in there or something. Who knows? I don't know. We got a planter, cedar here. Again, it looks like it needs a pressure washer. We're gonna have to buy a pressure washer. That'll be one of our things that we get. We've got kind of another shed here. Got a set of cultivators, and we got a tractor. Decent little tractor. I think this is about a medium-sized tractor, but we'll go check the horsepower and everything. Check the oil in this thing. Not looking too shabby. What else do we got here? We got a couple of these little sheds. I don't really know what these are for. I don't even know what we could put in here. Can't drive anything in here. I don't know. Well, we'll close these doors for now. Now, just before we head down to those, because there's greenhouses here, some type of greenhouses, but I don't see anything. I don't know what Tom's got me. Whatever. We'll go check those other greenhouses. It's got to be down there. But in here, from what it looks like, we have a little mushroom growing operation. So we just got to add water from the looks of things, and we can grow mushrooms, which we've never done before. I've definitely never grown mushrooms before. I have no idea how much money we can make from them. I don't know. I'm sure the local restaurants around here probably want them. Is that what I'm thinking? We're definitely going to have to tour around and figure everything out. Close that door for now. Okay, well, there's nothing funny or anything here. I don't know. Maybe he got us a dog. No. Imagine Freckles was here. Okay, if anyone's here from No Man's Land, FS22, we had a dog named Freckles who was, well, he was a beauty. Freckles was an absolute beauty. Looks like we got another set of greenhouses here. Yeah, Freckles was a beauty. There won't be another dog like him. Okay, so what do we grow in here? Oh, rice saplings. Oh, okay, so this is must go obviously in our planter that we were up on there by the corn nunchucks. Okay, interesting. So we can grow our own saplings to grow. That's kind of neat. That'll save us money on buying seed then. Yeah, maybe. Interesting. Okay, cool. Well, what do we got? Oh my god. Look at this thing. Unbelievable. Nice. It's like a scooter with a cab. That's unbelievable. Wonder how fast this thing goes. I'll listen to it. Oh, we're gonna be cruising around with pallets of mushrooms. Unreal. Oh, this is our going to town unit for sure. Okay, let's bring this up here. Oh, nice. This I, Thomas just knew I would love this thing. Unreal. This thing actually rips. How many hours are on it? 271. Nice. This thing is deadly. Okay, let's shut her down. Not too bad. Wow. That's awesome. I can't wait to cruise around in that more. Okay, now let's go into well, this is the store. There doesn't seem to be anything too awesome in the store, but let's go through and check out our farmland. So this is what we own so far right here. We've got this plot of land here, these plots back here. So this is where our greenhouse was, and it looks like there's a rice field there, and then these are also rice fields. They look ready to harvest as well too. Well, we don't want that. We don't want to buy that. And then we have this plot of land here. We're standing right here. This is where all our equipment's parked. And we got this field in front of us. Now, it's looking as though... I'll just run over here real quick. But I think we got to plow these fields, which is weird to me because that looks plowed. But maybe they do things different out here in Japan. I'm going to assume that's where we are. East Asia. And all that equipment said Japan on it. Okay, so this needs plowing as well too. So let's head back over to our tractor. Jump over this. Made it. Okay. Just before we hop, actually, we'll just walk down here quick. So this is the one rice field that we have, and like I said, I'm pretty sure it's it's ready to harvest. So we're gonna have to go through, get that harvester fired up, and then we got these two down there. Now the only thing I don't know about real quick is these are set up to water. I don't know if that's something we have to do, if we have to connect water and bring water to this to make sure these are growing good. We'll have to figure all that stuff out because we, like I said, we're kind of the new kids on the block out here. But let's just hop into our, I'm gonna come down to our equipment real quick and we'll just go through some of this stuff. Yeah, so all our equipment's got quite a few hours on it, but let's look at this tractor. Okay, it's got 225 horse, not too bad. 454-liter tank, which will be good. That'll be pretty not too bad. Now, what we're gonna need to do then, we have our grain truck. Does it tell us? Okay. Okay, so it'll hold 7,600 liters of grain, which is perfect. Or any of this stuff. That's perfect. That'll be just perfect for us, actually. This massey, 8,000 liters. Okay, perfect. And our headers are 6 meter wide, and they'll do all of these. So starting out right now, we're in August. I'm thinking that's going to be kind of the smartest thing for us is when can we plant... Okay, only in the spring. So potentially what we could do in one of these fields, since we're already set up with headers and everything, maybe we could get these fields plowed and maybe plant some canola if we want. And then we can just keep our rice fields as rice fields for now. I think is going to be the best. I don't really know the prices on everything yet. I think we'll plant one of the fields in canola for sure, and then maybe we'll wait to the spring and see if we want to do something different with the rest of these fields. But we should plant something. Maybe we'll plant canola in the one small field back by our silos. That was one thing we didn't really look at, but we also own this plot of land over here, and we've got these set of silos. So we're pretty set up. We got to get a few things. Off the top of my head, we're going to have to get a fuel station brought out here so that we have fuel. We're going to need a water trailer so that we can haul water to each of these greenhouses. And then we're also going to need some sort of a water tower. I don't really know what we're going to do with these sheds. Honestly, I might get rid of them if they're kind of just in the way. But let's hop in this. Let's get this fired up. Let's hook onto our cultivators here. Let's go get one of these fields cleared off so that we can plant. It's one thing about being here too that's different from No Man's Land is there's actually traffic, which is there was no one in No Man's Land with us. It was just us for such a long time. Okay. Now, Thomas had said that he got this equipment set up with GPS for us, which is good. Oh, look at that. He did not lie. He did not lie. Just one sec here. There we go. Okay. Let's get this field cultivated. I wonder if this will give us a plowed state, though. We might actually have to go buy ourselves an actual plow. Let's see if this cultivator will do it. Nope, still needs plowing. Okay. So we're gonna have to pull this bad boy off. I wasn't too sure if that cultivator would give us a plowed state, but we're actually gonna have to get ourselves a plow or some sort of, probably a subsoiler, to be honest. Not too bad there. Now, we're gonna have to head to the store then and go see what they got. I know there's a plow on sale in that store, but to be honest, that plow is massive and we don't really have that big of fields. I'm thinking we maybe just get something a little bit simpler. Is what I'm thinking, at least. I definitely want to work to get these plots of land down here. Hopefully we can get these at some point and farm all this land. Is kind of just my thoughts moving through. Is that I wanted to just kind of work our way down this. There's also plots of land behind kind of our main house and shop, like by the rice fields there. We could also kind of work towards getting those. But yeah, I definitely want to get as much land and get as much going as possible and potentially set up some sort of a production facility to, like I said, try and get us as much money as we can so we can go back to the States and get a really good head start on an operation out there. Now, one thing I got to keep in mind, though. Whoa, you see Buddy just blow that stop sign? Unbelievable. Nice. This is his world. We're just living in it, right? One thing I've got to keep in mind is, I have to take into account, is the money that we make out here, even if we, get ourselves to like 10 million bucks or something out here, it's not going to, like, we're going to have to still do an exchange rate with that money when we get back to the States. So, oh, that guy just passed me. Maybe we'll drive over here. We don't want to bother anyone. But yeah, we're going to have to take into account the exchange rate to get everything back to USD when we're all said and done. Alright, we'll leave that running real quick. Let's go in here and see what the boys got for us. Maybe we'll do some shopping here together, because what we definitely need to get, we definitely need to get something to plow those fields. So, like I said, like, this plow is in there. It's 30K, but this thing is massive. PW100. I know this thing is massive, and we definitely don't have any massive fields. The rest of these plows are too small. It's 2.5 meters for 16 grand. So what I think we're gonna get is one of these subsoilers, because this one, I've already looked at these before. It's 4 meters wide, so it's not super that big, but or do we just, wow, this one's 350 horse. We don't have a tractor that's 350 horse, so we might just have to live with this guy for right now. 205 horse, our tractor will pull it. It's 4 meters wide. And 20 grand. That's not too bad. So let's get that unit. Another thing that we're going to need to get, we're going to have to make a couple trips back and forth to the store. So I can even do some of that a little bit off camera so we don't got to do that. But we're going to need a water trailer of some sort. Here we go. To pull water to each of these units. So what's this one? 6,000 liters it'll pull. I think those... This will be 2. I think we'll just get this one for now. If it's bothering us down the road, we can always upgrade to something. But I don't really know how much water that those greenhouses will go through. So for right now, I think for right now, let's just get this little guy. There, put some cool chrome rims on it. There. Oh, it's 1,000 extra bucks. No, we won't. We don't got that kind of cheddar. Make them black. Black's free. They'll be dirty anyways. So I think we'll just get this to haul water for those greenhouses because we're gonna have to put up a water tower out there anyways. I don't think we need to buy another tractor just yet. We'll maybe wait till something comes cheaper through us in the stores. But there's gonna be other stuff we need, seed and stuff like that, but I can make trips up to do that. We'll need to get, a set of rollers at some point. I can make trips up to do that, and probably a set of weeders, which even though we don't really have that big of fields, this is still the set that I want to get for sure, because this is also like a hoe, which we'll be able to do contracts to pay this thing off. And if you look, of all of these, 7 miles an hour, 7, 7, 7. This one goes at 15 and it's 12.5 meters wide. This is a sweet little piece of equipment. Definitely worth the 36,000. And like I said, we can pay this back by doing contracts to weed other people's land. So this will be definitely something that we get, even though our fields aren't super huge. Honestly, let's just get it right now then, because it can just be sitting here and we can come grab it whenever the time comes. That's going to be a good piece of equipment. Another thing that we'll end up having to get is a fertilized spreader. Again, this one is just like absolutely what we need. It's 25 grand. It holds 3,200 liters, which is actually quite a bit. It'll do a 42 meter spread. This is honest, and we can pay this back with fertilizing contracts as well. So I'm going to get this right now because this is something we will definitely need. And what else are we going to need for sure? We will need seed, but I can do that after. I'm going to just buy 3 bags of this. The thing will hold 3,200 liters, but we'll just get these right now so we can fill that hopper. There's going to be more stuff that we need. I guess I could look at rollers right now. Where are rollers? Right there. I don't know if I want to buy these right. It might be just best to lease these. 46,000. That's a lot of money just to roll some fields. Maybe I'll wait and just lease those when we need them, because really you roll fields once and then we'd have to roll a lot of fields really before we can just pay off 46,000. I know we got the cash and we could take some loans, but I don't want to do that just yet. If anything, I'd like to get set up, do some contracts to maybe pay off a bit of that equipment, and then if we could scrape the money off to get another plot of land or some sort of a production facility built to help refine the rice and stuff. So let's just jump out here. Let's go look at all the stuff we bought. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay. Let's jump on our tractor here that's running. What I'm going to do is just hook onto this fertilizer spreader real quick, and let's see if we can fill this real quick here. Get this all filled up. Now, as far as episode lengths go, I know this is kind of our starter episode and everything, but I'm gonna try and keep them around that 35 to 40 minute marker ish. I potentially might do some longer episodes if that is what people like, if that's what people are kind of into. I was toying with maybe doing hour-long episodes, and since this is kind of be like a two-part series, I could do roughly 25, maybe 30 episodes for Hutan Pantai, just depending on when it feels like a good time for us to, when we're sitting there and we feel like we've actually, we've made some good money out here and we're ready to head back to the States. We'll kind of know it, I think. So maybe around that 30 episode mark, and try and keep the episodes around that 30 to 40 minutes. Hopefully they don't go too long. Unless you really like the long episodes, let me know in the comment section below if that's something you're into, but otherwise that's probably what we'll do. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to put a little bit of a cut in, and I'll kind of go back and forth grabbing this stuff, hauling it back up to the farm, and then I'll bring you guys back once this stuff's all kind of brought back up, and we'll get plowing some fields and maybe make a plan to plant some canola. All right, team, we are back here. I took the water trailer up to our greenhouses, and then what I did is if you look up in the top right hand corner, I accepted a few contracts. Let's go into our contracts here. We've got a baling contract for 9 grand over in field 8, almost 10 grand. Excuse me, sorry. So I borrowed equipment from the store to do that. I took the baler over there. It's sitting right there. I baled a couple just for good luck. No worries. And then I got a fertilizing contract, which is in field 2, which is right in front of where we're parked here. And then we've got a weeding hoeing contract in field 24, which is right kind of up by our farm area, which I figured was good. So I hauled those weeders that we got over there. I'm just gonna pull out here, hopefully not run into anybody. So I hauled them all over to there, over to that field to get it ready to go, and then yeah, I hauled that baler over. I kind of just baled a couple for good luck, right? No problem. And I'm gonna fertilize this field. So what I gotta do though, I guess I could hire a worker to do this. Nah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Okay, I think I'm gonna spin around. Yeah, there we go. The GPS steering is so clutch. Can't really see what I'm doing here though. We'll be getting her though. We'll be getting her. But yeah, this is perfect. We'll do a few of these contracts because like the one baling contract's like almost 10 grand. This will already start paying for our stuff, which is awesome because we're gonna have to pay for all this stuff, but it's nice that we have the ability to do some contracts to make ourselves some extra cash here. Also, like, again, I could hire a worker to do this. As long as I don't take out a loan, we can hire workers. And I would really like to not have to take out a loan. Unless, like, something crazy comes up. Because I don't really know exactly. I don't have a specific plan on what we're going to do with these fields. I really want to do the rice. I really want to, like, we're in Asia, we're in Japan. I think we're in Japan. And so I want to do the rice, and I want to just kind of see what can all be done with rice, what production facilities we can create, and how profitable it is. I really have no idea when it comes to rice. So I definitely want to do that. I think I'll keep those fields that we have as rice fields. There's no sense in changing it, but I don't know if we're going to make any more rice fields. I don't really have any other plans with animals either. Like we have kind of beehives set up there, so we could do bees and get a little bit of honey going. But again, I don't really have any specific plans with that. I'm definitely not gonna do sheep or cotton and sunflowers, just because, again, if you're new to this series, like the last series from No Man's Land, that's what we did, and we took wool and cotton and sunflowers pretty far in that game mode. But I don't really want to do that on this one. I want to try some different stuff. So So it's kind of up in the air a little bit as to where our farm will take us. If we're going to go the route of kind of a mixed farm with animals, or potentially just kind of stick to crops and potentially vegetables, but not carrots, turnips, or parsnips or anything like that. I'm definitely not doing any of those, just because the harvesters that they have out for those is just, it's just wild actually. Like, it's crazy. The one harvester, it does zero 0.8 meters at a time. I mean that being said, we could hire workers to do it, but like even a small field of carrots will take a long time to harvest at zero 0.8 meters. Like you're doing one row at a time, which I get it, it's realistic, but I don't know. Just that's I think it's too time consuming. But never say never. I don't I don't know for sure. Maybe like potatoes or something like that would be a bit better. I also kind of want to try a few of the different crops that we have, such as spinach, green beans, things like that. I would kind of like to try out. So that's potentially what we could do. Especially because I think spinach also regrows. Like it's almost like grass in that sense, where you don't have to plant it after every harvest, I believe, but don't quote me on that. This GPS is super clutch though. Super, super clutch. But that's basically, like, that's basically kind of like this series, quote unquote, in a nutshell. Don't really know what I'm doing, but we're doing something. That's basically it. Okay, where's this other row? Is that it? Okay. Yeah, that's basically going to be the series. I can't think of any other rules that I might set for myself off the top of my head. I was thinking a bit more last night on what I was gonna set for rules, but I can't really think of any more. I think we went over basically everything, just the grass and not doing silage, not doing cotton or sheep or anything again, just because that's kind of what we'd already done before. The AI workers, we went over the game settings, and I'll probably work in, like I said, some elements of roleplay, but I mostly just want to make this a gameplay series. I don't want to be too immersed in a specific character or anything like that. I don't know. I kind of like it better when we're able to just like hang out and it not be such a strict, like I said, character or personality that I'm trying to stick with. But I'll definitely always like to put in little elements of the role play, just to kind of make it fun and make a bit of a story out of it. But I think what I'm going to do is, I think that's what we're going to do for, I think we'll just call it for this episode. I'm going to just finish harvesting this field. I'll probably finish doing a few of these contracts just to scrape together a little bit of cash. You won't really miss anything. And then next episode, what we'll do is we'll start getting some work done on our farm. We'll get those fields plowed now that we've got that new subsoiler up there. We'll get the fields plowed. I'll really kind of do some more thinking about mushrooms and just seeing what we can do from there. Maybe I'll look through some of the production facilities and just see what can be done. And also, next episode, what we're going to have to do is harvest some rice. Those fields are ready to harvest. So, yeah, that's definitely what we'll be working on next episode. We'll get that harvester out. I've never harvested rice before. We'll get her figured out one way or the other. And yeah, I'll look into some of the production facilities with the rice as well. But thanks so much for watching. Hopefully, you'll stick with me on this series. If you're returning from no man's land, thanks for sticking with me. I appreciate you guys very much. If you're new around here, I always appreciate it if you could smack that like button for me. And if you feel so inclined to hit that sub button, the notification bell, all that fancy stuff. But don't ever feel like you have to. I'll still make these videos no matter what. And if you got any ideas for contracts or things maybe that you want me to do with this farm, let me know in the comments. I'm open to suggestions on this series. I probably won't be able to do everything that someone says, but yeah, definitely open to it. But thanks again for watching. This is Ultra Farmer. I will catch you guys on the next episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 2 of our Hutan Pantai series. I'm just here. Actually, I'm going to get this thing fired up. I'm just in the rice harvester, and we are going to go harvest our rice fields. So, let's pull this thing out a little bit here. Oh yeah, this thing is balling. Okay, so let's just do a quick little recap of what I did last episode. The only thing I really did off camera, so I built like kind of like a new little shed thing. I'll show you that. It's not really anything too crazy. And what else? New vehicles, we did that. Fertilizer, we had to buy some fertilizer. Let's go down to our contract income. Basically, what I did is I did about 50 grand worth of contracts. I was just going through, I finished our baling contract, I did a fertilizing contract, I did a couple contracts with the weeder, the weeding the hoe implement, which I need to get. Yes, I fired up this tractor. So this is like the little kind of shed lean-to thing I built. There was those two kind of like just sea can units there. I don't know. I was like, I had no idea what I was gonna do with them, so I figured I'd kind of just do this so I could park equipment. Yeah, not too sure. Not too sure. But yeah, that's really all I did off camera was just finished off a couple contracts. I haven't plowed anything on this field just yet, but I have one more contract on field 7, another hoeing contract that I'm gonna go do. So I'm gonna just pull this tractor over there real quick right now. Then I'm gonna set a worker to do that field just to finish off that contract, and then I'll bring our tractor back over and we'll start plowing some fields. And while the worker's doing that field, we'll get going on our harvesting. We'll probably set a worker doing that harvesting, and we'll just kind of cruise around with that grain truck and help out as needed. But that's basically going to be our plan right now. So I thought a little bit more about what we're going to do with our fields. I think what's going to be the main plan is once we get this rice off and figure out, okay, let's just check this. Oh, field 7's right here, right on. Used to stuff being super far away. Just close our map there. So once we'll get our fields plowed, which we don't even really need to do right now because I want to wait till spring to plant anything anyways, really. Okay, let's get this opened. But I think what we'll probably end up planting in the spring is some soybeans. I was thinking about doing a little bit of soybeans, and my next kind of plan is like since we're in September right now, let me just get a worker going on this real quick, and then I'll kind of chat. Okay, let's get a path set up. I always, when I set these, like this is the default, this is the actual implement size, 12.4 meters. I always tone it down just a little bit just to make sure nothing gets missed. That's just me. That's just me. I don't even know if it matters at all, but yeah, that's what I do. Start them on the headlands there. Okay, so we got someone going on that. Let's go into our calendar. So we're in September right now. I I don't really want to plant any canola or wheat or barley really this fall because it's gonna just we don't really have enough fields. It's gonna eat up all our fields, and then we're not gonna be able to plant really anything in the spring unless we buy something. But that's kind of gonna be my plan is I think through October, November, like all the way into the spring, I'm gonna just kind of focus on doing contracts and saving up as much cash as we can. And that way, in the spring, I'm hoping we can have enough money. Actually, we'll go back to the map. We'll have enough money that we can buy up a couple of these plots, like 25 or 26 would be nice, just because they're quite big fields and it's pretty kind of close to everything. If we could get, we won't be able to get both of them, but at least one of them. Like this is 180 grand. Like we've got 204,000 right now. We basically have all the equipment that we need to farm this land. It'd be nice to have a little bit bigger of a seeder or something like that, or potentially a bigger tractor, but all that stuff doesn't really matter too much. But this one's 120 grand. So again, we could buy that right now, But there's potatoes on this field right now, and I don't know. I don't know if it'll be worth getting it and then having to lease all the equipment to do the potatoes. Like it almost makes more sense that we just wait till there's like grain on one of these since we're so set up to do grain. Um, it's kind of my plan, and then that way we can harvest our rice and just kind of get these rice fields sorted again. It's telling me these rice fields need to be plowed, so we're gonna have to plant. I don't know, like if we head back up to the farm real quick, let's fire up the screen truck. Let him run for a second. Actually, we'll pull him around. Because we'll have to plow these rice fields, but I don't know if we're gonna have enough. We're probably gonna have to go buy some more. I'm just looking in our greenhouse here. Well, we got quite a few pallets here sitting ready to go. That's kind of what I wanted to see. Was I wanted to shut that thing off so it's not so loud in our ear. I just wanted to see how many of these would be made in a month. So when I finished off doing our contracts, I slept for another month, and I wanted to just see how many pallets would spawn out. Actually, let's run up and check our mushrooms. I also bought a pressure washer for us so we can keep the equipment nice and clean. Oh wow, we got some mushrooms here. This pallet's too heavy though, so we're gonna have to get a tractor that has front attachments so that we can lift these. That's what we're gonna have to get. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a bunch of contracts and save up a bunch of money. I wonder if I can I just push this wherever I want it to go? That's crazy. That's awesome. Because where do we want to pressure wash equipment? Maybe we'll put it right over here. Yeah, there we go. Leave it right there. Nice. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So let's go hop in this unit and let's figure out how to get some rice off these fields. Okay. We are just cruising now. I wonder how many of those pallets we need to plant one of these fields. That'll be interesting to know. Okay, so let's go like this. 3 headlands. Start with the headlands. 2 meters, yeah. For T. Whoa, wrong button. Okay, I got a worker just set on this just to get going. Okay, rice. Let's go check real quick here and let's see if there's any good contracts going. Fertilizing, we could do that for 7 grand. Harvesting carrots, absolutely not gonna happen. So in case anyone doesn't know, this unit doesn't have a hopper on it. So like you you basically can't use this unit if you're just going to play by yourself. You can't use this unit by yourself essentially unless you set a worker to do it and then you chase beside it with a worker, because as soon as it harvests, I'll go into the store and see, it might show it better. So yeah, no carrots collect in this unit itself. As soon as you set this thing start going, this conveyor belt starts going, and the carrots just start coming out of it. And so if you're not there, if you're not like beside it with a tractor the whole time, your carrots are just gonna fall into the ground. And I don't even honestly know if you can pick them up off the ground. I really don't know. I haven't went that far and looked. So it's kind of a weird system. It's like that with all of these too. None of these have a hopper. The only one that has like a hopper that'll hold some sort of a container is this one. It holds 5,500 or 5.5 cubes. But again, it's a zero point 0.8 meter working width, so you're literally doing one row at a time. I don't really know. I hope a mod or something comes out in the future that makes harvesting vegetables a little bit better, but it does not seem worth, like, if you have a big field and you're doing one row at a time, my god, it would take so long. Even if you set a worker with this, 5,500 isn't really that much. 5.5 cubes, you're going to be emptying that hopper constantly. I don't know, don't really know if it's worth it, worth the time. That's just my opinion. Okay, so this guy's got 332 liters in there real quick. Okay, so this harvesting contract is pretty easy, so let's accept that. So we got that one just waiting for us. I just go through and honestly look, 10 grand to plow this field. You could do that. It might take a little bit of time. I'm gonna accept the contract. Oh, should we borrow the items? It's right by the store, so I'm gonna borrow the items for that. And then we'll have those ones that we can do, because yeah, we really got to save up as much cash as we can and try and get as many fields as we can, so we can really, I really want to try and make as much money as we can out here in, 5 to 6 seasons would be great. We might need a few more seasons than that. I might be kind of naive as to how long some of this stuff's going to take, but that would be ideal. Another reason why we got to really focus on making as much money as we can so that we can take that cash back to the States and start a new operation. But we're going to get kind of killed with the exchange rate, so just something we got to think about. So we got to make as much cash as we can out here, absolute as much cash, because I really want to start I want to have a good, kind of like a good little nest egg for us to start a big operation in the States. I don't really know what we're gonna do. I was kind of thinking cattle, like try and get a whole bunch of cattle, but I don't know. My heart's not really set on that. I know we did sheep in the last series, but I kind of want to get some goats just to try them out. Which the goats, if you didn't know, if we go, why isn't that? Oh. Sheep and goats. Oh, before it just said sheep, they must have updated that. But yeah, this is where you get your goats at. So it'd be kind of fun to do some goats maybe. But okay, so what I'm gonna do here real quick is I'm gonna let this field get hauled off. I'll bring you back once we're emptying and we're getting the last of this rice off this field, and we'll see exactly how much we get. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to head over and just kind of wait for that tractor to finish up doing that one field, and I might go grab that one plowing tractor and just kind of get him set up on a field. But yeah, I'll bring you back in just one sec once this field's closer to being harvested. Okay, team, we're back here. I also kind of found a little shortcut back to our farm that I've been using. It's a little bit quicker than going all the way around, it seems like. Hopefully the neighbors don't mind. I'm not driving on their field, but just riding the edge a little bit here. So we got done doing that one hoeing contract. I accepted money for that contract. I think we got like 12 grand for that, which was pretty awesome. And yes, we don't have access to the land, I know. Okay, so we're back up at the farm now with this unit. We've got the first rice field is done being harvested. I'm gonna go get the harvester set up on one of the next fields, and then I think I'm gonna hook onto one of these plows and start working on some of these fields just to get them plowed and ready to go. It's also telling me that this rice field, actually, let's back this up right by our pressure washer here. I'll set this down for here right now. We can pressure wash it off if it doesn't fall over. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's telling me these fields need to be plowed, so maybe what I'll do is I'll plow this one first and kind of figure out exactly. We can't plant rice again until April, I believe it is. I'll have to double check on the Let's just do it right now. Yeah, April. Which is fine. So we got time to get these fields nice and prepped and ready to go. I'm just going to get this down here. And then we'll get someone set up doing this field. Okay, so we've got 46 liters left in this unit. I'm actually going to unpark this thing. And the grain truck, let's just pull over to it right now, 2,000. So we get, yeah, 2,050 liters basically off of this field. So probably less off that one and less off that. I don't know, maybe around 6,000 liters if we're lucky through all of it. There's that tractor. Okay, let's get this guy going. Yeah, sure. That'll be fine. That'll be just fine. And we got this guy plowing this field right now. So for this contract, we will make 10 grand. And then we got another fertilizing one over in field 5, which I'll go do at some point. Let's actually just go back to the contracts and see if anything else nice has popped up. We're definitely not harvesting carrots. We've already decided that. Spraying, stone picking. I mean, we could go do something like that, but I think for right now, I'm just going to focus on getting this field plowed and kind of getting all our fields plowed and just kind of prepped and ready to go. I still got to figure out something. I'm still undecided on what I want us to do or what I want us to get to move these pallets around. Whoa. Sorry, bud. Just kind of swerved at me there. You seen that? I mean, we did kind of cut him off pretty bad, though. Pretty bad. We got to take the L on that one. Yeah, I got to figure out something to move pallets around. I don't want to just waste the money on like just a forklift because they're like 50 grand. So I was thinking like a tractor because at least with a tractor we can like use the tractor to make money if we have to, right? But I got to find a good one with good front attachments, but the ones that I can find don't, they're either really expensive. I guess I could lease it. They're either really expensive or they don't have the front attachments, which kind of sucks. So I'm not too sure what I'm gonna do just yet with that, but I'll figure it out. Whoa, dang, this plow pulls slow on these fields, or maybe it's just got to get going. Subsoiler rather. Okay. Having the GPS is pretty skookum. But yeah, okay. So I'm gonna get this field plowed off, and we'll just keep going harvesting on those fields over there. Maybe what I'll do. These fields are kind of small. I was gonna say maybe I'll put a time lapse in of me doing this, but it's gonna be really quick time lapse wise because it's such a small field. I think probably what I'll do is I'm gonna keep thinking about what we're gonna do for a front loader, and maybe when we come back we'll either go lease something or go pick something up. I gotta figure out what's gonna be the best to move these pallets around and load them up. I wish I could just load those mushrooms by hand, but those pallets are too heavy. I don't really know. I guess we don't gotta figure that out right now, like, cause we'll be able to store quite a few pallets for a while. Hopefully, it would be nice if something good came in the store. To be honest, though, like, I'll just show you quick. There's nothing good in the store. The only thing that popped up was this set of headers, which is a pretty good deal actually, but we already have headers. There's no sense spending money on it. But this was all the exact same stuff that was in the store last month. Part of when I slept through to September, I was like, oh, maybe we'll get a really good deal on something for the farm. And it was just the exact same equipment, right? Right on. Right on. What else do we gotta figure out around here? Yeah, I think we'll do soybeans for a harvest, at least for one harvest, just till I get kind of a better idea of the production facilities that we want to kind of put in, because that's going to be a way that we make the most amount of money. We have to figure out We have to figure out what we're going to do and then just work towards that in a production side. The only thing with soybeans will get a decent little return off of our main harvest, but I don't think there's any production facility where you can like take soybeans one step further, if that makes sense. Like you can't, I don't know what you do with soybeans on a production standpoint. I don't think there's anything you can do, so it might not be smart to do that one if we're really going to try and focus and make as much money as possible. We might have to go a different route, but this will be all just stuff I kind of contemplate while I'm getting these fields plowed off and prep for the next harvest. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll just kind of bring you guys back once we've got a little bit more done here, a little bit more kind of set, and yeah, we'll go from there. Okay, folks, we are back here. We just finished harvesting these rice fields. So the total I get is just about 4,484 liters of rice off these fields, which isn't too bad. Isn't too bad. It's kind of basically what we thought. I was thinking around that 6,000 mark. So, that's going to be pretty good. I'm just actually going to go dump this in the grain silos real quick. Our greenhouses are just giving her. Gotta pressure wash these hoe implements. And I will have to go through and plow all of those fields. I finished plowing the one field as part of one of our contracts. Let's just dump this in there. Oh, I went too far. Oh, maybe not. Let's just go into, so the contracts I got going right now, we've got to fertilize field number 5, and then I've got another one to cultivate field number 37. I like these ones right here because they're close to the store and I can borrow the equipment to do it. But that one's 10 grand, so we'll go do this after, but I just want to kind of get everything squared away at our farm right now. So yeah, we got 5,000 liters of rice. Now, I'm just going to park the grain truck here. Park this bad boy right there. Let's actually shut it off, and I'll actually leave it unparked. Let's go grab the harvester, and we'll head back up. So yeah, I'll have to plow these fields. We can't plant any of our rice until April, which is fine. We're basically going to just get this field done. I kind of want to get all the fields plowed and stuff, or depending on what contracts come up, I might spend more of my time doing some of the contracts just to make us as much money as we can throughout this winter. And then I'm hoping that way in the spring we can buy up some more farmland and really get a good harvest in our kind of our first year of planting. So like through the winter I want to save some money. We're probably going to have to get another tractor, a bigger tractor. I would like to get a large tractor if we can afford it. But it kind of all depends how much money we can make through contracts, blah blah blah. I would like to get I just want to slowly get bigger implements. So a larger tractor, and maybe not necessarily a large tractor, but a bigger one, a nice size medium one. If I can get something that'll pull around 300 or 350 horse, that would be awesome. And then that way what we can do is get a couple bigger implements. A bigger set of cultivators would be nice, and a bigger either planter or seeder unit would be really good as well. Rollers we can get away with a smaller set of rollers if we want, and that way those other tractors, or that other tractor we have, that kind of grayish one, will pull it. But a good set of cultivators to clear the fields, a good planter, we have a fertilizer, a decent set of rollers will be fine. But yeah, I think for the most part, what we'll stick to is like what we've been given in this farm. So Thomas got us set up to do rice, so we're gonna stick to doing rice on these fields out here, and then we're set up to do grain. And so I think the next smartest thing is that we just stick with doing grain. And I don't, part of me is like soybeans would be really good, but then I go back and forth of like, well, what production facility can we build that'll take soybeans further? And the answer is really nothing. There's nothing that I can see right now where we can take soybeans and go one step further. So I go back and forth. Whoa, I'm getting cut off. That was a stop sign, sir. Give him a few honks. Yeah, I go back and forth again here at indecisivefarming.com /make up your mind. we're having troubles. We're having connection issues. Okay, let's unfold this bad boy. This is a serious cultivator. Ooh. It's not the biggest one we can get though. Okay. Let us. How many headlands do we want to do? This thing's only 8 meters wide? Really? Wow. Who'd have thunk? Okay, well, I'm not gonna lie. I think we'll just hire someone to do this, to be honest. Yeah, I think we're gonna hire someone to do this. And let's go in and look at our calendar. So, March and April, we could do oats. I don't really feel like doing sunflowers. The only thing that I go back and forth on is maybe we could do some sugar beets somewhere. I think maybe that'll be kind of down the road a little bit. So we got to come up with the grain that we're going to do. It could be corn, and we could kind of focus on some corn silage, but we don't have a forage harvester. Rice we're set up to do, so we might as well definitely do rice. We could always do sorghum. Again, I don't really know. Can you make sorghum flour? I think you can. Um, and that's basically it. Other than that, we do oats, and we can do some production facilities with oats if we want. But yeah, I don't know. Still undecided. You could always do parsnips and stuff like that. I guess one thing that I haven't considered is something like spinach. We're not going to do really anything with grass because I don't want to do any silage stuff. Well, we've kind of made a rule that I don't want to do. We're not going to do any silage. So we're basically down to either we bite the bullet and plant some canola this fall and then work towards building canola oil or something like that, or we do soybeans in the spring and rice. So I'll decide on that. I'll decide on that before next episode because we'll have to either plant canola next episode or just wait and do some stuff in the spring. So if we are going to plant, I'm not going to go ahead in time. The next episode will just be in September here. But that's what we got to think about. Now, another thing I guess what we could do is we could go in and check the production facilities and just see, well, let's see how our mushrooms are doing. Oh, sorry, that's the saplings. Okay, so we've got, oh, there's a bunch of pallets sitting outside too. Okay, so let's just go on mushrooms. Okay, we've got mushrooms 10% stored. How come we're not? Huh. So the oyster mushrooms seem to grow quite a bit faster. Okay. Okay. So let's go back into our production facilities. Canning. There's nothing really we can do with grain that we can can other than the rice, which we've done, or where we have our rice fields, carpentry, grain mill. Yeah, you can do sorghum flour. Oh, we could do rice flour. I should have honestly known that. Barley, oil mill, canola oil, 480 cycles per month. So 20 will equal 10. So whatever you get in, you put half. How much does canola oil sell for? We need to go to this. Prices. 5,000. Dang. That's pretty good. That's pretty not too bad. Let's go down and just check sunflower oil. Rice oil? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I think I just decided here what we can do. Yeah, like you can't really do anything with soybeans. Where's sunflower oil? 6,000 as well. Okay. Yeah, I think I've just decided we're gonna end up having to put down an oil mill because since we're doing rice and then we might as well do canola. So I think I've just decided that we are gonna be canola rice farmers that are gonna be producing oil. That is gonna be the plan. So, with that being said, if we head back over to our farm, obviously these will be the rice fields. I don't know if we'll be able to turn this 28 into a rice field, but I would like to, and honestly, even this 27 into a rice field at one time. And then if we can do canola, 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 or something like that, even if we want to do canola back in here. I don't really want to pay for this because it's $500,000 and all we get is this, like all these trees. I don't, like, that does nothing for us. So maybe this plot down here. we could make into a big rice field and then just do, honestly, what will probably end up happening is 28, since it's such a small field, 1.4 acres. I can foresee us just building shops and stuff here, and this being just part of a laydown yard, and then making maybe 32 another rice field if possible, and then just getting this all in canola. But for now, we will plant canola in 28 and in 27. So let's hop back in our tractor here. We can't plant rice until the spring anyways, but we're gonna have to plant canola right now. So I think we should get these fields plowed. We'll get these fields plowed, and we're gonna plant canola. And then we got to figure out a spot where our canola oil production facility is gonna go. So let's just real quick. I'm just gonna switch this over. I'm gonna switch this to an AI worker for right now. Get them going, or they can do it however they want to do it. Let's go into construction mode. Let's see how much money we need for our cereal factory, dairy, grain. Did I miss it already? Bakery, carpentry, cement, cereal, dairy, grain, oil mill. 240 grand. Okay, and we can put in canola, sunflowers, rice, olives, or rice. Okay. That's the only one, right? Sugar mill, rope maker, potato. What's this? Spinnery, bakery, preserved, carpentry, dairy. Well, what's the difference in these? What's the difference in these? Is it like, can this one only do less? Something tells me this will like do less. But that's fine because honestly, or am I like crazy? Like this is it? Okay, I might test this off camera and like put this down and just see like what like comes of it. Like if it just does like less cycles per month or something like that, but there's no mods or anything in the game, so this is base game. It must be. I don't really know, or this rather. I don't really know what the difference is of it, but I'll test it and I'll see. But I'll plan that what we're probably gonna have to do is put down this one that's 240. So then really through the winter, it's the same plan. We're just gonna try and save as much cash as we can with everything that we have. Try not to spend any money. Just do a bunch of contracts, and then save up enough money to buy an oil mill. Not enough money, you're telling me, and I don't know where we'll put it, but we'll find a spot for it. We'll definitely find a spot for it. We got room. Not really anywhere, but I'll make a spot for it. Even if I've got to like demo some stuff or cut off a chunk of this field at this end down here, because I mean like this is such a tiny field as is. I might be able to just do something like that and cut out a chunk of that field, but we'll decide all of that when the time comes. So again, I shouldn't really be spending too much money this winter. I don't know how much money. Okay, let's check this real quick while we're in here. Prices. Where is oyster mushrooms? Dang. We're not going to really produce that much of them though, but we got to go sell those in February. What was the other ones? In Inoki? Yeah. Okay, those are a little less, but whatever. So the only thing we definitely got to spend money on is a way to load pallets onto some sort of a trailer. So we might have to get a little bit of a trailer, because like that other, where is it? I don't think we can put anything in this. And as hilarious as this thing is, I don't think I want to take 30 trips of pallets with this little dude. But I'll figure all that out. So basically we need to get something to load pallets, a tractor with a front loader attachment, and then probably some sort of a transport trailer to move some pallets around, which will be good. That's it. Okay, I'm just gonna go let these fields and stuff kind of finish off a bit here, and I'll bring you guys back in a sec, and we will. I'll just see if anything changed, but I'll see if any more contracts come through. Maybe we'll finish one more contract to kind of finish off this episode. I'll bring you guys back in a sec. All right, team. I didn't really see any other good contracts that come through, so I figured what we could do is just finish off this episode plowing this field. And to be honest, I'm thinking we're gonna have to get a different tractor because this guy is going slow right now. I mean, I guess it is plowing a little bit here, but I don't know. It just seems slow to me, if I'm being honest. 4 mile an hour to pull this thing? I don't know. But I'm pretty excited. Yeah, I thought about this morning. We'll definitely end up doing canola. That's going to be a good thing for us to do. Will be good to get the oil and stuff going. I'm sure we'll be able to make some decent cash off that. We'll at least try it, and worst case, we'll just we'll recalibrate and try something different. Now, okay, I wasn't really thinking this would go as slow as it's going, but it definitely seems like it's going a bit slow here. Okay. Jeez, am I gonna have to go buy a new tractor? I really hope something good comes in the store, but I don't want to spend any money. But I also love spending money, so I mean, no, I don't want to take out a loan. That's the thing is I don't. I'm gonna stick true to the word of if I take out a loan, I'm not allowed to use any helpers to hire any workers. So I don't want to take out a loan if we don't have to because this is so slow. All I want to do is just hire someone to do it right now. I don't know why it's going so friggin' slow though. Like this tractor should definitely be able to pull these implements good, right? Or am I crazy? Should we just check real quick? I thought we checked this. Let's go to our vehicles. Where are we at? 225 horse. Sorry, we were right where we needed to be. 205. 7 miles an hour. Well, that's debatable. Well, we're gonna have to buy a new tractor. There's no two ways about it. The problem is even if we sold this one, we're gonna get $0 for it. Might get less than $0. We have to owe somebody money to buy this thing. What's it even worth? If I was to sell it, what's it worth? 9 grand? I don't know. I don't know if it's even worth selling it. You can't get another tractor for 9 grand. So it's definitely not worth selling, but at this rate, we're gonna have to find something. We're gonna have to find something a little bit better here to plow these fields. God, I hope something good comes through in the stores. But we're gonna have to plant these fields in canola right chicken Louie right away. And then what I'm gonna do is through the winter, I'm gonna try and have the production facility by oh, I'm gonna drop this down by like January or something. So my goal is just gonna be just as many contracts as we can. We'll get all these fields prepped. I'll end up plowing those other fields over there, the rice fields and stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be get as many friggin' contracts done as we possibly can. Um, we'll hire as many people as we have to help out with that task. But yeah, get as many contracts as we can done. Like if we can scrape together, like we could probably get our money up to like around 400 grand. Basically, if we can create enough money through contracts to pay for the production facility and maybe see what I'm concerned with, or not concerned with, but what I'm toying with is like there's the one production facility that's like 36 grand, and then there's another one that's 240. Now, what's the big difference between the two? Like, because it might be worth getting that one that's 36 grand kind of right off the hop. Like, I can't believe how slow we're plowing right now. Get that one, and then because we have 6,000 liters of rice that we can put through that bad boy. Good lord, this plow. I have the subsoiler rather. But yeah, we got 6,000 liters of rice that we could put through that bad boy. Also, can't remember if it's the same as FS22. We got to do some harvesting contracts because usually when you're done harvesting the field, usually what'll happen is it'll tell you you're done harvesting before, or it'll like give you the thumbs up before you've um before you've actually unloaded all of the grain or whatever, and you'll get to keep that last little bit of grain. It's kind of like a little bonus. So if we could do some fields like, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud right now, but there could be some more ways to scrape together some extra cash. But contracts would be our main one. Okay, well, this is going extremely slow, way slower than I thought it was gonna go. I was gonna time lapse this, and I'm like, oh, it's a small field. It'll be way too fast of a time lapse. Well, no, no, we've learned that that's not true. So what I think I'm gonna do is I think we'll end the episode here. I will slowly get this field, excuse me, completed. I'll bring you guys back, and I'll bring you back in episode 3. Excuse me, sorry, and we'll plant some canola. That'll be our plan. We'll get some canola planted on these fields, and then we'll keep ripping on some contracts, trying to make as much money as we can. So, thank you guys very much for sticking around. If you stuck around to this point in the episode, just know I appreciate it very, very much. If you can, I always appreciate if you can hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, leave a comment, do all the normal stuff. But like I always say, don't feel like you have to. You definitely don't have to do any of that. But I would appreciate it very much. So thank you very much for watching. I'll see you guys on the next episode. This is Ultra Farmer. I'm slowly gonna get this plowed, and I am out. Thanks again, guys. We'll see you on the next one. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 3 of our Hutan Pantai series. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I'm just pressure washing some of the equipment here. I'm gonna go plant the canola, so my field's probably my tractor's gonna get all dirty again, but I figured I was driving around in a dirty unit, so I wanted to give it a quick little pressure wash. Now, it's kind of neat, like, kind of a cool detail is it's like there's water droplets on it after you pressure wash. That's kind of a neat thing. Just a nice little detail that they add to the game. Let's fire this bad boy up and let's pull out of here. So, what did I do off camera? I didn't really do anything off camera. I put in, you can see back here, I've got a little slip tank up here so we can fuel up our equipment. Jeez, this thing goes slow in reverse. I put a little slip tank there. Other than that, I went and did some contracts, which I don't even really think was that much. I guess I could just, before we do anything, let's just go into the finances real quick here and see. Sold buildings, that must have been those two little units before. Construction costs, this must have been for the slip tank. Seed costs, I ran down to the store and I filled up our planter with some seed. Contract income, I can't remember. I think this was at 50 before, so I might have finished a couple more contracts after. I definitely finished one fertilizing one, and I think a cultivating one or a couple cultivating ones, yeah, came through. Which I paid people to do. Geez, I actually paid quite a bit. Geez, like when you're watching it, you don't really notice the payments being that much. That's actually quite a bit of payments I had to pay somebody, so I gotta kind of watch that and try and do more of the work ourselves. But we'll plant this field ourselves right here, right now. Tractor's still wet. That is kind of neat detail. It's gonna be a bit loud for a second. There's just trying to see if like more dirt would like come on, if you will, because it was wet. It was weird. Okay, so we are going to be canola farmers. That's what we decided, right? I think that's what we decided. Let's spin around here and kind of get into a better spot. Get right on the edge over here. Let's set our GPS. Yeah, sure. We'll just roll with it. I always like to tone it down a little bit just to make sure my overlaps are 100% good. But that should work. that should work pretty not too bad. So what else do I kind of have planned? The only other thing that I want to do that I'm slowly going to build is I'm going to get some sort of a silo or some sort of a container that we can hold all our seed and fertilizer, so I don't got to run back and forth to the store. I think there's something kind of I think there's kind of something decent in the stores that I can use. Just gotta try and get sorted here. If I can do this corner real quick. There we go. There we go. There we go. Whew, bit of a struggle there. A bit of a struggle there indeed. But yeah, I want to get some sort of a silo so that we can have it up at the farm that will hold all of the seed, fertilizer, da 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 da. Just to help out with running back and forth from the store. Oh yeah, the only other thing I did do, why didn't it just connect there? There we go. The one thing I did do though is I turned traffic off. The reason I turned traffic off is I was trying to set people to run to the store with this like implement on. Anytime there's like a tractor has an implement on, it's like it gets, if even any traffic goes by, it just jams it out. And since we're kind of not super close to the store, I just didn't want that. I want to be able to set workers to run up to the store. But that being said, that was kind of when I didn't really have a good plan to do the seed and fertilizer, and I thought I was just going to have to keep running back and forth every time. But now that I've found something that's going to work for us a little bit better, I'll probably turn traffic back on. For right now, I had it off. Just, yeah, all the tractors and stuff were just getting lost as soon as there was like a leaf in its path. It was like an ant. It just couldn't keep going. And other than that, I didn't really do anything. There's nothing new to report on my end. I guess the one thing I guess I could talk about real quick here is for anyone who doesn't know, I just always like to let people kind of know what's shaking down a little bit. But like, so my name is the Ultra Farmer. If you're new here, the reason I call myself the Ultra Farmer is because another thing that's like a big part of my life, as much as I love playing this game, but kind of one of my main focuses in life is training and running ultra marathons. And last night I signed up for the Sinister 7 100-mile race, which will be going July 12th of 2025. So pending when you're watching this, I will, the race might be kind of a ways away, or I've ran it and died, and there are no more videos coming out. So those are the only options that you get. I either made it or I didn't. But yeah, Sinister 7 100-mile race. I signed up for it last night. Kind of was booking like the so right now it's November. It's the end of November. I booked into that race, and the reason I did so is because it's like you get early bird pricing. It's cheaper to do it, so I booked in before December 1st. But all the hotels, now this is a small little town where the race is run, but all of the hotels are already booked. And I was like, so I found an Airbnb last night around there, which it's just crazy that it's already booked up. But yeah, we're gonna go we're gonna go run 100 miles, or we're sure gonna try. I've never run 100 miles before. I've gotten close. I did 141K one time, which was 100 miles is 160K. It was just the way this race was set up. They tracked it in kilometers, blah blah blah. But yeah, I've never actually run 100 miles before, so you know, I think of the great Ronnie Coleman when he when he deadlifted or he squatted that 800 pounds, and he said it's the first time for everything. Love Ronnie Coleman. But yeah, gonna go run 100 miles. We're gonna try run 100 miles on July 12th. So I've already started my training. I've already got it planned out, so to speak. Which it's not that hard for me right now to plan out the training, just because I'm so used to doing it. I might not have run 100 miles before, but I definitely know how to train for this race because I've run other big trail races, and it's still 100 miles, but I know how to train for it. I definitely know how to train for it, so I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, it'd be a good little challenge. Or like I said, maybe this will be in the future when you watch this video, and it'll be like, yeah, he used to make these videos, but then he died at this race, and you'll be like, oh yeah, I knew that guy. Okay, I'm still pretty terrible at planting this field, if I'm gonna be honest, but now that we know it's friggin' 4 grand to pay helpers to do it. You gotta love this GPS though. Good lord, this is awesome. Unbelievable, in fact. But yeah, we'll get this field nice planted. We are going to get the other field planted with canola. I still want to put down a production facility, but I don't know which one. I haven't tested which one I want to use just yet. I kind of just want to do more research. I don't want to buy the one if it's going to be just too small and useless. And so if the other one is going to work for us better, then I just got to save up a little more cash so we're not completely broke when we put that down. Mushrooms are growing good. The rice fields I planted, no, sorry, I plowed them, and which really didn't take that long to do. They're pretty small little fields. I still want to buy more of these fields that are straight in front of us right now in the future. It'd be sweet to, in the spring, buy those again, or buy more of them. But now that we're doing canola, we actually have more time because we can, we're not planting until September anyways, or August. So we have till next year at this time to get those fields, and then we can do another good run of canola. At that point, hopefully we can have a little bit more money and also start leasing some new equipment. I'm really going to try and lease some equipment. I've got a plan for pallets. I just need a tractor with a front PTO. So one thing I'm going to kind of watch for in the stores, like one thing we'll do this episode is once this is planted, we're going to sleep ahead a month, and then it's just going to be going through trying to pick out the best contracts, the ones that can make us kind of the most amount of money and with like the least amount of work. I'm not trying to be lazy, but I don't really want to go harvest carrots just to make money when we can fertilize fields and it's just way faster. But that being said, harvesting, I'm probably not going to go harvest carrots, to be honest. Like the carrot or the vegetable harvesting pieces of equipment are just not what I'm trying to play with right now because they're just brutal. But what I'm going to do real quick here is I will go through. Okay, we didn't really use that much seed, which kind of concerns me. Did I screw up and have a setting on that's not supposed to be on? No, all this is off. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'll go through, I'll get this other canola field planted real quick here because this won't take too long. I'll just do it fast, and then I'll bring you guys back in once this is all just I'll fertilize them quick. The seeder doesn't fertilize at the same time. Yeah, I'll check these grounds because I don't know exactly. Let's just hop real quick. Yeah, this one's 0% fertilized. I don't know if the other one's fertilized at all. I don't think it is because we plowed it. Yeah, we plowed both these fields, so they won't be fertilized. So I'll get a round of fertilizer on these, and then yeah, I'll bring you guys back in just one sec. Okay, team, I'm back here. I'm just heading up to field number 12, I believe it is. Or yeah, it should say up the top right part. Yeah, field 12. I'm starting to kind of learn this map a little bit more, but also kind of not. But what I did is I picked up a cultivating contract. Oh yeah, I can see a withered field up there. That's going to be the one. That's going to be the one. And a fertilizing contract. So I got our canola fields are planted back at our farm. I got them rolled. I rented a set of rollers, at least a set rather, to get it rolled quick. and got it fertilized. And then I sent our fertilizing tractor over to field 5, and we got a contract doing that. So you can see the contracts in the top corner here. So what I'll do, I'll unfold this bad boy. Let's go check a look at our contracts real quick. Yeah, this cultivating one's like almost 20 grand, and this other one's 7 grand. So I feel like I had to do those. There's not, I mean, there's some other good harvesting ones here, but like I'm just not gonna go harvest carrots. There's just no way. There's no way. Um, these this wouldn't be too bad. These green beans, but I could pick stones too on this field right beside us and make some cash, but I don't know. I don't know. The cultivating ones are pretty good, and or so, geez, I'm on the wrong one there. Okay, let's go like that. Let's go like that, and I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good right there. Okay, okay. Oh, oh my God, I'm pushing buttons all over the place here. There we go. There we go. So what I was thinking maybe we could do here, since I got this big field to cultivate, we haven't really done a time lapse yet. So I was thinking I was gonna do a time lapse of me getting this field cleared off, and yeah, it'll kind of be our first little time lapse of the series. It'll be something good. I got some time here. I'm gonna just sit and do this while that other field's being fertilized, and then once we come back after the time lapse, what we'll probably do is just sleep ahead in time, and like I said, we're gonna be doing contracts, a bunch of different contracts throughout the winter, just to save up as much cash as we friggin' can, and yeah, and then I really want to just get a whole bunch more fields next year if I can. Even even if we don't get a production facility right away and we just stockpile all our canola and our rice and stuff, that's still like we'll still be okay for money. We don't really need money coming in as long as we can keep doing contracts. Because really the only thing we're going to be paying for is fuel, seed, and fertilizer, and maybe a few leasing costs here and there. But like there's going to be these contracts, these like $20,000 cultivating contracts, 15,000, stuff like that. Like we'll be pretty good for cash. So I really just want to get as many fields as I can. And one thing that I did is I've got a new mod that just came out. Maybe before we get going on this time lapse, I'll just show you real quick here. It's not like anything really fancy that has to do with like making gameplay easier or something like that. I'm just gonna get started on this row. But I have a new tab in my menu over here. Like there's usually productions, then it goes right down to finance. But I have this one called time saving stock check. So if you guys haven't, if you're playing this game and you want to check something out, sweet, this is a really good mod, and it tells you like this is what we have in our inventory. So we have 5,483 liters of rice. This is the price that it's selling for per 1,000 liters. This is how much money we could potentially make from the rice right now. And same with our rice saplings, we could make this kind of money, and this is for our mushrooms. And then also if I want to, I'm like, okay, well, where is this rice? Like, where do I have it stored? And it's like, oh, it's in your silo. Back. Saplings. There's pallets at the greenhouse. Boom. Oysters would be the same thing. Medium mushroom greenhouse. Boom. So yeah, it's just a cool little mod to help us keep everything organized. I wonder if I can, oh yeah, you can change everything there. Interesting. Okay, cool. But yeah, that's just kind of a neat little mod that I found that I think will be handy, so we can just always kind of see the best prices and where we got to go to sell things. But yeah, I think we'll do a little bit of a time lapse here. Oh, I've never seen the train go through yet. Right on. Do a little bit of a time lapse here of me cultivating this field, first one of this series, and yeah, I'll bring you guys back, or I'll see you guys once the time lapse is done. All right, team, we're back here. Yeah, it wouldn't let me finish the field, which is kind of unsatisfying. You know what I mean? Kind of wanted to get that done, but whatever. I'm going to head back over. Actually, what we can do, tab back over to this because we rented that equipment. So let's go to our contracts. Let's go over to these. Let's collect some cash. Thank you. Collect some cash. Thank you. Okay, we're at 270 grand. So we're up, right? We're up like 20 bands from when we started. And we bought a little bit of stuff. You know, we bought the fertilizer, we bought the water tank, we bought a good set of weeders for the hoe units. Let's go back. Where do I want to go? I think what we need to do is let's go sleep for a day here. Let's head back in, 6:15. We had a long day. Walt, what's up, buddy? How you doing? You been standing here waiting for me? Just doing circles? Okay. Good talk, good talk. Alright. Let's catch some Z's here. Catch some Z's here, and then we will... Let's see what's in the store. It's always the nice part. Okay, so... Property maintenance up there at the top costs us 394 bucks. $2 for production costs. I mean, we can live with that. Ooh. What? This is a sweet tractor. Oh. We could get a front loader on it, but I actually have a really good idea. Do we buy this? Oh my god, we totally can afford it, but we also don't need to spend money on it. But we are gonna need another bigger tractor at some point. This is a large tractor. 169 grand is a pretty good deal. It's not the best deal. What are these? Oh, additional tanks? Oh, neat. Will these go with our planter? Probably not. This one's only 4 meters wide. Oh, that's an actual planter. Okay, well, we're not doing any of this stuff, so we don't need that. Okay, I'm gonna think about this. I'm gonna think if we actually need that. The thing is we could lease a tractor just like that, and it would be a while before we spent 169,000. Okay, so this is 50% fertilized. Let's get in our tractor. Oh, fire up this bad boy. Oh yeah, that's right. We're way over here with this thing, which is okay because we fertilized this field, but we're gonna have to cruise past the. We'll cruise past the store, and we will get some fertilizer put in this unit, and then we'll head back up to the farm. Head on back up to the farm. Actually, here I'll just put a little bit of a cut in. I'll get that done, and I'll meet you guys back up at the farm because this will just be a little bit of a boring kind of task. Look at the fog, though, hey? Little October morning. Okay, yeah, I'll bring you guys back in just one sec. All right, we're back. We are back. We're barely making it up this hill. Barely. We're gonna fertilize these fields. I can't tell. Should really only need a couple passes on this field. We'll get these fertilized. I don't know. Like, I kind of want to buy that John Deere tractor, but also, think I think it's gonna be better to just lease most of our equipment. I don't know. Am I gonna be kicking myself down the road? Like, that's a pretty good deal. It's like half off. How many? The thing that's kind of messing with me is like we probably could pay for it with contracts. Let's see how many good contracts there are. Active, none. What's this? Harvesting cotton? We know how to harvest cotton. We definitely know how to harvest cotton. And then we got to take it. Where do we got to take it? Down there. Okay, 10 grand. Sowing. What's this? Planting barley. We could probably go do some of that, hey? What's this? Cultivating. Okay, we'll definitely do cultivating because that's an easy bit of cash right there. Maybe not cotton. I don't know if wood transport's worth it. It's probably too much time, to be honest. But we could plant this field. Okay, well we'll borrow the items for that stuff. Make sure we got this done. Let's go make sure I didn't miss any spots. Whoa, up here. Like, it seems like I missed a few spots, but I mean, I think we'll just roll with it. I think we'll just roll with it. Yeah, I don't know if we'll buy that tractor. Like, it might be easiest just to lease equipment. I don't know. I'll think about it a little bit more here, you know. Think about it a little bit more. But probably the smart thing to do is just lease equipment. Because it's just such a fraction of the price. And we don't really have big fields yet. Like, there's always large tractors that come through the store. Like, it's not like it's a rare thing to get a decent large tractor in there, you know? It's not the end of the world. It's probably more important to pick up good farmland than to worry about buying spending like that 169 grand on that tractor because it's not really going to make us 169,000 back, right? Not just yet. I think we're better off leasing. Oh god, I can't believe I got to talk myself out of this stuff. But I just want it. Okay, let's oh, drop that down. I can hop off there. Okay, so I'm gonna bring. Actually, I can just leave this tractor there for right now. Let's fire this guy up. Where do we got to cultivate? Number 5, and then we got to sow field 41. I'm kind of remembering this map, but field 5 should be close. Should be just up over here, past this, like down this zigzag road. Is what I'm thinking. Okay, never mind. That's under the bridge. Okay, okay, okay. Wait, I just want to check something real quick here. I want to check something real quick. Okay. Or let's go like this. Okay, that's one major thing that they changed in the game that was I have no idea why it was in FS22, but if you go check FS22, the plot numbers, like this is like plot number 3 that's right in front of us here. When you would buy farmland, the plot numbers were different. Like right beside us to the right here is, field number 4, but if you went to go and buy it, it would say like field like 27. And you'd be like, "What? Like what's going on?" It was very confusing. I never understood why they did that. It just seemed like honestly the dumbest thing. But they fixed it for this game, which is awesome. Very awesome. Looks like someone's got some lime on that field out there. Unreal. Okay, so oh, this must have been a carrot field or something like that. Okay, I'll let that get set up there real quick. I'm just gonna pull this over because we gotta take this to field 41, but. Okay, now the contract pretty sure said barley, right? Yeah, barley. Now we're gonna have to buy seed for this thing. Uh, Yield improvement seeds. I mean, you get a little bit more. You think that's all I need? One? Why is... You know what? I'm just gonna buy 2. Because... Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to buy too much, and then when we give this equipment back, we just waste a bunch of money on seed, so... But I don't want to run out when we're over there. I'll just take both these in. If we run out, we run out. But this should be enough. Now, field 41 should be closer here, right? Oh no, never mind. It's right up where the other one was. Okay. I guess I know nothing. We'll go up and we'll get these guys set up. Switch this over to barley right now before I forget. That's another little, just a little improvement that they made in this game, but like when you have a planter or a seeder attached, and like they always plant a variety of different crops usually, unless you have something specific like a potato planter. But when you're on PC, you can push Y on your keyboard and it goes through all the different ones. In FS22, it just showed the symbol, and like you had to remember what all the symbols were. Now most of them were pretty easy, but like barley and wheat kind of basically look the exact same. So it's nice in this game how they have like the actual name of it. Just little improvements that I think they made, which is it's just awesome. It's just awesome. All right, I think what I'm gonna do, is set some workers on these fields. I think. Yeah, I'm gonna set some workers going on these fields and just kind of babysit them a little bit. I think at least. Yeah, okay, he's going there. Let's get someone going on this one. We're gonna head back up to our farm. Jump on this bad boy. Okay, I'm just gonna let those guys do their thing for just a little bit right now, and I'll bring you guys back in just 1 second. I'm just gonna kind of look through a few things in the store and try and make a plan for next year, and I'm just gonna look at a few plots. But I'll bring you guys back in 1 sec. Those guys will be a little bit closer to done doing what they're doing, and maybe what we'll do, we'll just check the contracts and see if there's anything else that new that pops up. Okay, team, we are back here. We've got all our contracts done. I did a couple extra ones. Actually, I went and did one of those wood transport ones, and it was just such a pain. I like accepted it, and I was like, I don't know. I guess I don't really know what I was expecting with it, to be honest. But I went and did it. It sucked. I'm probably not going to do another one of those. It's just not really worth the time. It took a couple trips. There's not really any other good contracts in there. I'm not even going to show you guys because it's not worth it. So let's sleep and let's get into November here. I decided not to get that tractor. I really sat and thought through it, and I just really thought about the things that we're going to need to probably buy in the future. And land is going to be the most important thing for us to get. And I was like, you know what? Not a tractor is not the most important thing to get. The plan should be as it was. Like, I really want to get these plots. Let's just go here. This has got corn on it. It's ready to harvest. It seems like, yeah, I guess it's like not that bad of an idea. Jeez. Um, there's nothing really I can do with corn. Like we can't make corn oil, I don't think. There's nothing on this field. I'm kind of being a little bit like there's spinach on this field, which we could buy, but then we'd have to like rent a harvester and all that stuff. I don't know if it's really worth it. The best, like I was looking at these fields to be honest, because there's sunflowers on it, and we've got a combine, and we could just rent a header, and then we could keep this stuff and get the oil from it, right? But these fields are so far away. I didn't really want to do that. These are too expensive. Slash, just like it's got cotton on it. It doesn't really do anything for kind of our plan moving forward. So let's go ahead and check these contracts. Harvesting. What do we got going on harvesting here? And then we got to transport it. I'm not really sure if I feel like doing any of that. Plowing, that field's so far away. Wood transport, probably not going to do that again. Fertilizing. Dang, our plan of like going all summer and trying to buy a bunch of land didn't really work out, or working all winter trying to buy a bunch of land didn't really work out too good. Let's go see what's in the store. This is still in there, just freaking tempting me. We don't need that. Dang, that's a good deal. Dang. What's this for grapes? Yeah, we're not doing anything with grapes. Okay. Let's check our fields actually. How are we looking out here? We should be, yeah, 97% yield bonus, 100% fertilized. And it should be the same on this other one. But we better check just to be sure. Yeah, looking good. Dang, we got a bunch of mushrooms. So let's go into our fancy thing here. We got 3 grand worth of mushrooms. Let's check our production facilities. Not that one. Okay, we still got lots of storage space for both of these, so we don't got to worry about anything there. Same with this. So we're just grooving kind of on all aspects. Let me just go check these rice fields. Like, do weeds grow? They shouldn't after it's been plowed. 50% fertilized. Okay. And we'll have those that we can plant. Hopefully this grows enough for us so that we can keep planting. Or that we don't have to buy any, but I don't really know. Never done rice before, so I really have no idea. Contracts really aren't that good. We don't really got anything to do. Let's sleep one more time. Let's see what December? Yeah. See what Christmas brings. Let's see what Santa brings us. I got to get that tractor off the stores so I quit looking at it. You know what I mean? Because we got like almost 300K in the bank just burning a hole really. Uh, but there's not going to be much going on. Like it's going to be. Whoa, what is this thing? A, a tiger car? Tigre car? What? Headers, forge headers, okay. What's this thing? Bale wrappers? Not really doing anything with that. What is this thing? Look at this. It's a little pimp wagon. Unbelievable. uh, no, we don't need that. Even though it's 10 grand, that's pretty funny. Let's go check the contracts real quicker. Whoa. This one. Not too many contracts. Okay, we're not doing wood transporting. Plowing, we could plow that field. We do have our, it's right up by our farm, so we could set our tractor doing that, even though our tractor's kind of small for plowing. Deadwood, cultivate 30. That's right by the store. And that's too far away. Okay, well, the contracts are kind of booty, to be honest. I think what we're going to have to do, check our canola fields. We shouldn't have weeds or anything growing on it. Like, we should be pretty much good to go. Yeah, because we plowed, so there shouldn't be anything that really happens to it. Okay, I'm just going to keep you guys here, and we're just going to keep sleeping through. Contract really isn't, I don't want to say it's not worth our time, but like 2 or 3 grand isn't really it. We want to be doing like those, those $7,000 to $10,000 fertilizing ones. There's going to be a bunch of work to do in the spring, a bunch of sowing contracts. So let's check the stores. Let's do our rounds here. What do we got here? Nothing that we need, that's for sure. Well, that is a pretty good deal, but nothing that we need. Contracts, rock removal, plowing. It's just that time of the year, There's not really that much going on. We just. Whoa. I thought I turned snow off. Maybe it'll just rain. All right. Let's get into February. We'll make a plan, and then we'll just sleep through till there's something good. Then I'll probably just end this episode, and we'll come back strong in the next one, doing some more contracts. We'll check the store. Man, the store's really been kind of womp womp womp. You know what I mean? And the contracts aren't that good. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to tough it out and wait until the springtime. So I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll just end the episode there. We did a bunch of contracts and stuff. We will, once we come back in the next episode, it'll be further in the spring, and there'll be more contracts up for sowing. That's for sure. And we'll be able to potentially, I don't know for sure, but I kind of want to look into getting a bigger planter slash seeder, just in general. But I'm still waiting just to see if something pops through in the stores really good. But let's just go check real quick. Here's seeders. These are so expensive. 4 meters. That's 6 meters wide. This one would be ideal. It's 6 meters wide. I mean, obviously these ones are even better. If you could get this, kind of either of these would be good. I mean, 6 meters wide, and they'll seed and fertilize. That's really kind of the best of it. Although this one just seeds, but it's 12 meters wide, and you only need 180 horse to use it. I just want to look at this real quick. This will be the unit that we lease. We're just going to be leasing equipment, and we're going to put all our money towards buying land. Is what I think our plan should be. Now, that being said, yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll end the episode here. Once we come back on the next episode, it'll be further along in spring. We'll have some more contracts to do, and maybe we even will be able to get out and plant some fields. We are going to lean into oil. As much as I don't really want to do sunflowers, it might be worth it just to kind of get everything going. I mean, we could plant sunflowers in March or April, and we could get the oil from it since we're going to be doing canola as well if we can find some good fields at a decent price. But I don't know. I'll kind of play that by ear. And what we're going to have to be doing is planting rice in the spring as well. So we'll have a bunch to do in a couple months in the next episode. And yeah, we'll get after it. So thanks so much for watching. Appreciate you guys very, very much. If you can always, hit that subscribe button for me, I would greatly appreciate it. Don't ever feel like you have to. Make sure and leave a comment. Let me know if you're liking this series or if there's some things you want us to see or do in this series. And yeah, just like always, thanks so much. Appreciate you guys. Have a good morning, afternoon, day, whatever it is for you. And I'll see you guys in the next episode. Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 4 of our Hutan Pantai series. We are just giving her today. We've got a few contracts on the go. We are in March now. There hasn't been too much that's changed since last episode, to be honest. I might have completed one contract off camera. No, I don't even think I did, to be honest. I was just like looking through stuff through the store, kind of planning out, just figuring out what we're going to kind of do next. But so we got some contracts on the go today. There's actually not too many contracts going on in or that are in not the store, but just out in general. We have one more. I have 3 going right now. We got a fertilizing one, which is right over here. We're getting close to finishing this one. 75% done. This truck is just sitting there. Tractor's sitting there. I've got a weeding contract that I'm working on right now. This is what we'll come back to, and we'll keep going on this. And then this tractor is doing a hoeing contract, which is also getting pretty close to being done. And then that'll be it for kind of contracts today. I might get this. Oh, never mind. These are the active ones. I might do this one because it's like right by our farm, but we can only have 3 going at a time. So I was thinking maybe by the time I'm done doing this little chin wag, one of these guys will finished up, and we could do this one just because it's, like I said, it's right by the house, and our tractor and our hoeing unit is just sitting there kind of doing nothing. So yeah, I could do those contracts right there. And then another thing that we're going to have to do today, let's go into our kind of our inventory. So our mushrooms are actually just a month past the max month. I didn't even, honestly, I was like looking at all this stuff and I wasn't even like paying attention, but like over here it tells you the max month and like the max value that you can almost get for blah blah blah, whatever you got. So these, actually, it's crazy, all these prices were like dark green like a second ago when I was in here looking, so it's already fluctuated a little bit going down. So I'm thinking I'm gonna get a trailer, and I've got like I've got a plan to load the pallets and stuff like that, and I'll show you guys that once kind of the time comes. So let's go hop over to, is this guy gonna have enough fertilizer? Yeah, Yeah, he'll have enough, right? Let's have a drink of coffee here and make sure. It's like I borrow this equipment to do these fertilizing contracts, but you got to pay for the fertilizer, right? And I didn't want to buy like way too much fertilizer. I just always want to fill them like the exact amount, you know? Like if you filled this whole container and then at the end of it you got to like give the unit back, it would just be a waste of cash. So I try to fill it like the perfect amount, like guess how much I'm gonna need, and I hope this is not four. Yeah, yeah, that should be now 400. Yeah, we should be good to go. The fertilizing's almost done, and the hoeing contract is almost done. So, what we can do real quick then is jump in our tractor, even though we don't have this contract started just yet. Go grab our unit. Our canola fields are coming along nicely. Oh yeah, look at all those mushrooms just chilling there. So we're gonna have to load up all those pallets. And again, I kind of got a plan for those pallets. There's like a there's kind of like a forklift attachment that you can get in the store, which I'll show you guys, and it just hooks onto a PTO. Now, this tractor that we're in, like our main tractor, doesn't have a front PTO, but that's fine. We can always hook it to the back if we want, which is like a little bit annoying, but it won't be too bad. Okay, now we don't exactly have this contract yet. Let's go in. Let's go to this one. Collect that. How you doing? Our other contract. Yeah, this guy's got to be getting real close. Perfect. Let's go collect that. Let's start this one. Accept it. And we'll just get someone started on this. Rock removal, stone picking. Yeah, none of that stuff we really want to deal with just yet. We'll go do that. I'll show you in the store here kind of what I was thinking. I believe it's in miscellaneous. Where are we at here? Grapes, animal transport, miscellaneous. This thing. This is like these forks fold out, and you can hook this to a tractor. And it's only 10 grand, and you can get this. Actually, let's just buy this right now because we're gonna be using this like a bunch. We're always gonna have mushroom pallets that we got to move around, and if we want to go pick up seed and fertilizer and stuff like that, it's gonna be super handy to have. Now, I was wondering though, like, I was like wondering how big this trailer is gonna be. Because we could lease a trailer. Well, main color, we can pimp this thing out. I was thinking I could like lease a trailer just to haul those mushrooms around, but it might be best to buy one and have one up at the farm. But I just wonder how many pallets this thing could hold. Hmm. I'll think about that a little bit more. Maybe I'll test it or something and see. But that's kind of the plan right now. So let's head back over to this guy and let's keep going on here. Because I had an idea. I had kind of a plan for this series. This is like something I was thinking about. You guys tell me what you think. If you think this would be a good idea or not. So my thought process is this. We got like I don't want to say we have like time to kill, but like we've got time to kind of really explore this game, so to speak. And what I was thinking is, what if we made this a three-part series, okay? And so after we finish in Hutan Pantai, we go to Zalonka, which I believe is in Poland. I think that's where that map is supposed to kind of. It might even actually be a place. I can't remember. Zalonka? I don't know. I think it's in Poland. Anyways, my geography is a little rusty these days. But I was thinking we go to Sri Lanka, and I had an idea to do like a lottery map. And what I mean by that is I was gonna take like all aspects of the gameplay that we have, whether it's like crop destruction and all that, and essentially put it in. We would do this like as a part of the series. Right at the beginning of the series, we'd go to the map and we would open up a web page, and you guys would be like there with me. I could even live stream it if we wanted, if that was something, but I would put like all the elements into, because on one of those web pages you can get those wheels that like those randomizing wheels that spins around, and you click randomize and then it lands on one of them. So we could put like all the elements of the game, and we'd have to like do what the wheel says, if that makes sense. So like I would put in, okay, what economic mode is it going to be? Is it going to be like easy, normal, or hard? We would put that in the wheel, spin the wheel, and it lands on normal. Okay, we got to put that game setting on normal. And then we could do it for each of the, like, do we want periodic plowing on? And there would just be like a yes and no wheel. Spin the wheel, it says yes. Okay, periodic plowing is on. Lime, spin the wheel, it says no. Okay, so we don't got to play with lime on. And then do that with like all the settings, like just about all the settings, and then go to the type of crops and legitimately put like the type of crops in. We'd have like a main crop, a secondary crop, and potentially like one set of animals is what I was thinking. Like, or if we are gonna do animals, we could even spin the wheel. Or should we do animals? Yes or no? Say it lands on yes. Okay, put all the animals in: sheep, pig, cow, horses. Spin the wheel. It's like it lands on chickens. Okay, we're grape farmers who have chickens. Like, and then we would have to play a series just based on whatever the wheel says, like this randomized wheel spin. And we could do that in Sri Lanka for, I don't know, we could set like again, we could put on the wheel what like the goal is. If we have to say we got to make $1 million or $2 million or $3 million or so, whatever, and we'll spin the wheel. It says, okay, you got to make $2 million, $2.5 million, and then the series is done. And then we'll take all that money, sell everything that we have from that farm, and then head back and do the third part of our series where we kind of get to pick and choose whatever we want. We'll have a whole bunch of money, so we'll get to start a series that's not like, where we're not just starting from scratch. We'll have a bunch of cash and stuff. I don't know. It's just kind of like an idea I had that I thought might be fun. Yada, yada, yada. So let me know what you think. If you think it's a good idea, or if I just wasted all that breath and you're like, no, that idea sucks. Let me know, I guess. Is this want me to do 2 headlands? I think it does. I think it wants me to do 2. What is going on here? Why didn't it just... There we go. There we go. Having troubles this morning. We're having troubles this morning. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna keep plugging away along here. I'm gonna keep doing this field. I'll bring you back once this contract's done and we're coming around and we're gonna grab some mushrooms and go sell them off. Okay, team, back here. What I decided to do, I got this field right beside us all weeded and such. Jeez, I'm trying to like the glare off this trailer. Good lord. So what I decided to do is lease another tractor and this trailer for right now, because it's not going to cost too much. This tractor brand new is like 90 grand. I think this trailer is like 20. So for now, it's just going to work good to lease them, because this tractor's got a front PTO on it, which is just going to kind of help out for the rest of this year. And when we start doing some more planting and all that stuff, it'll just help out to have 2 tractors, especially as we kind of move forward. Plus this one, like I said, it does have a front PTO, and I can kind of keep this tractor and trailer together a little bit with our new fork setup that I got up there, and kind of use that around. Again, it's pretty cheap to lease these each month, and like I can do basically like one contract for like 3 or 4 grand, and it'll pay for these leasing costs each month. So it's gonna be It's almost kind of like free in a sense. Not really, of course, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. So, okay, I gotta get set up here. How do I want to set this trailer up? I actually think I'm gonna move this guy out of the way. I think that's gonna be enough room. Let's pull this guy right out of the way. I'm gonna spin around here. Because I want to get these mushrooms loaded up and hauled off. Gotta figure out where I'm taking these as well. I have no idea. Oh, we have crop destruction on too, so I gotta be careful with where I put this. Hope this is gonna be enough space there. Run into the fence, no big deal. Let's go grab our fork unit, our forklift setup. Yeah, these things will work real good. Real good, in fact. Okay, let's see how this works. Whoa. Huh. Oh. Oh, that works good, doesn't it? The ground is like a little bit... I don't know what to do here. If I could grab them from a different spot, I might just have to push them over, if that makes sense. Okay, well that kind of works good. I guess I just have to push those one pallets down to kind of a better spot. Didn't really leave myself a ton of room here. I might have to move this trailer into a better spot. Oh yeah, there we go. Give her a little push there. Oh yeah. Certified. Here we go, here we go. This won't be too bad. This won't be too bad. Although, it does seem like we got a lot to load up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, wee, whoa. I don't know, that one. Giving us like, maybe like a 4.5 out of 10 on that one, to be honest. Maybe I can give her the old nudge. Oh. That did not work the way I thought it would. You know, I think I'm just gonna leave it because I'm just making it worse. I'm just making it worse before I push it off the other side, and then we really have some issues. Okay, but what I think I might do here is just move my trailer a little bit. Put some straps on before I lose the cargo. Spin around up in here. I was kind of thinking maybe something like that, but now I gotta back this up, and these trailers. There we go. Real quick though, I want to take these. Okay, there we go. Seems to be in a kind of a better spot here. I don't know if I can drive over this. Yeah, still young enough. Okay, I guess I could have parked the trailer probably on those crops, but I don't really want to do that, you know. This should be a little bit better now that I can kind of hit this trailer a little more broadside, if you will. I don't know the difference between each of these pallets either, which it probably doesn't matter, because I'm assuming mushrooms go to the same place. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do here, just to save you guys the save you guys watching me struggle to do this, I'll get this trailer loaded up here. I'll bring you back once we're getting ready to head down, and we'll figure out where we're gonna take these. But yeah, I'll get this trailer sorted, hopefully a bit better, and yeah, we'll go sell these mushrooms off. So give me one sec. I'll get this thing. Oh God, I'm gonna have to go through and straighten all these pallets out a little bit. But I'll bring you guys back in one sec once this thing is hopefully loaded, and we'll go from there. Oh God. Okay, team, we are back. That was a bit of a struggle. A couple swear words off camera, no big deals, you know. Not the crazy ones, just a couple of them. But we need to go check and find out where we're taking this stuff now. Prices. Inaki? Is that what they're called? Inaki? Okay, farmer's market. Yeah, farmer's market. Is that going to be the same for the other ones? The other ones were oyster mushrooms, right? Yep. Farmer's market. Yeah, okay. Let's tag this, or we go like that. Let's open our map. Where's the farmer's market? Let's go to this map. I just want to see. Okay. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Okay. We're off. Let's do this. I mean, this thing works good though. This like fork sketchiation that we got going on works pretty good. Definitely worth the 10 grand. That's for sure. And it saves us from having to get like a completely different tractor with front attachments. Like this tractor doesn't have front attachments, but it's got obviously the front PTO, so it's kind of a little bit of a good workaround. I don't know, maybe it's a little cheaty. I don't know. Is this realistic? Can you get something like this in real life? I have no idea, actually. I really have no idea. Now, can I sneak attack through? No, can't go that way. Okay. Let's go up here. Let's go take these mushrooms and get them sold. I don't really, as much as I check that thing, I don't exactly know how much money we're going to get for all of these, but pretty easy. It's like free money, essentially. You just add water to those greenhouses and voila, we get what we need. Also, I'm kind of excited. I haven't really explored the downtown in here super lots. Although I did when I was taking the logs in. There's like a road that it tells you to turn down, but you shouldn't turn down it. It's like a back alley, and then there's like all... I got this trailer, so I don't want to take you and show you, but it's like a super narrow road. Here. The Weedles? What? Bailstorm on tour now? That's pretty funny. Okay, let's check out some of these places here. We got Noodle Coop. Fun for all, open daily. Oh, there's an arcade. Been dreaming, live in concert. We got some karaoke, pancakes karaoke. See, like that, you gotta go over in there, but I don't want to drive around in there. Okay, products, Jojo Mart, where you find almost everything, okay? Ice cream, Star Trekker, Flying Fox. What's this say? The Farm Father? Yeah, it's like these roads, like I turned down one of these roads, Bob's Record. But like this road to our left here, like I like turned down one with like the log trailer and it was just a nightmare and I was like getting stuck and I had to like RD, like you can't really turn down these roads. Yeah, do not enter. It was that one I turned down. Like that yellow, yeah. Oh god. It was a gong show to say the least. So I think we gotta double back here. This seems like an actual road. Yeah, oh yeah. This is what we need. Gotta learn the grid down here. Oh, there's a gym. Nice. Rice and grind. Stop it. That's enough. Unbelievable. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Rice and grind. Okay. Well, you can tell I'm simple. Let's get back up here. Let's go drop these oysters off and get out of here before we crash. It's pretty cool though. It's a pretty cool map. This is one of the coolest towns I've ever been in, I think. Okay, but where do I... Is that it? Is that... Do I pull the tractor in here? This seems like a bad idea. Okay. Okay, that kinda worked. I think I'm gonna be able to drive through there, I think. These trailers just, you can't back these trailers up though, like it's ridiculous. I mean, we can try and back this trailer up. It already is wanting to jackknife, yep. Okay, so we're gonna have to spin all, we're gonna have to do this lap again, run that lady over. Maybe... Okay, I got an idea. Got an idea, but we gotta get a good spot to get turned right around. Probably having this front fork attachment on doesn't really help everything, but... I think I can make this turn here. Probably not. Yeah, right on. Right on. Well, first of all, we gotta hit that. Okay, this is a cool town. It really is. Like, this is a cool part of the map, but I definitely don't like that this is how you have to drop this stuff off. Like, this is the drop-off area? Like, what? That makes zero sense to me. Like, someone made this and was like, yep, that's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna make people pull. Like, what if you had a crazy mushroom operation and you had huge trailerfuls of it? Or am I just doing this wrong? That could be it, though, too, right? I could definitely be doing this wrong. Like, there's like a pole right there, too. Like, this is the drop-off area. And then you have to, like, get out. And then, like, I can't even see the... Not that other one. Am I gonna be able to back up into this? Yeah, this is... This is such a poor design. It's like now you can't even activate this thing. Or I'm just doing this completely wrong. Because there are different drop-off spots that I don't know about. Can you help me, sir? No? Okay, there goes that one. Yeah, buddy, I'm trying to get her figured. Oh. Like what? Okay. Already I'm thinking that we just sell the mushrooms and never do these again. Now this is stuck. No. What if I just pull it hard? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Okay, well, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna spin around here. I'm gonna go, like, push this trailer, I guess. We're definitely never doing mushrooms again. Or we're never bringing them here again. That's what I'll say, actually. I could probably sneak down one of these roads now. But yeah, we'll never bring mushrooms here again. I don't care how much more it is. Because this is brutal. Absolutely brutal. But I'll get this sorted, I'll get these pulled off, and then I'll bring you back when we're headed up to the farm. Okay, just getting back up to the farm now. I returned that trailer, as we're not going to need it anymore, or not for a little bit at least. That was so... that was such a gong show. Okay, let's drop this thing off right there. Now we'll keep our tractor, because we're going to need this guy. Well... yeah, I'll just keep it for now. I'm gonna see exactly what the leasing cost is gonna be because we're gonna jump through here. We're gonna sleep into April. I'm just gonna check real quick here before I do that. Let's go check our. So we're gonna plant rice. That's gonna be our next little adventure. Is we're gonna go and we're gonna plant the rice. Now we got to do that in April. We basically don't have any contracts or anything up right now. There's not any land that we want to buy. Real quick though, let's go in and check. Finances. Let's find sold products. We made 20 grand off those mushrooms. Not great, but not super bad either. I mean, went pretty good. Basically, it's free 20 grand just every now and then. So we'll just still deal with not taking it to that farmer's market again because that was just kind of a weird drop off spot. Because you're basically always going to have a trailer. Okay, so there, yeah, that tractor vehicle leasing cost $895 for that month. It'll be a little bit more if we're putting more hours on it and stuff, but for right now, that's pretty good. That's a cheap baler, header trailer. Definitely not going to need this stuff, but that's a cheap baler. If we were baling, that would be a pretty good one. Okay. Let's check our canola fields. Not bad. They look beautiful, I would say. A couple more mushroom pallets sitting there. We're not going to deal with those just yet. Let's go get into our rice planters. So we got to do a couple things here. What we got to do is we got to flood those fields. Let's fire this thing up. Let's take this over. I don't have fertilizer. Ah, that's okay. We'll just plant and we can fertilize after. That's not that big a deal. Now, I've never used one of these before. I think, though, you just pull up beside. Oh. Yep. Okay, we're getting loaded up. Getting loaded in the hopper. Nice. Nice. Okay, so we gotta flood this field though. Let's pull over. Let's pull over here. I think as soon as it starts flooding, you can start planting, I think. I just want to get right squared up. Steering assist, okay. So we have 24. Hopefully we have enough rice that we can plant all of these. I don't really know. Oh. Okay, let's just bring this tractor over. I've got to unpark that planter, so don't let me forget that. Because if I accidentally hit tab, then it won't go over to it. So let's jump out of this. We should have enough though. Like there's a ton of pallets sitting there. Okay, we gotta unpark this. We can park that guy for right now. And yeah, we'll leave that. Okay. Let's jump out. Let's go flood our field. Oh yeah, we're loaded right up. Loaded up and trucking. I think I just gotta be close to it. Flood. Let's go. Does it seem like it's flooding? Maybe it just takes a second. I don't see any like water or anything. Maybe it just takes a second. Luckily I got my rubber boots on. Unless it's flooding one of these other fields accidentally. No. It does seem like there should be some water in it by now though, right? Field number... Oh, water level. 1%. Oh, so maybe it just takes a second. I wonder if you can start planting immediately though once it starts flooding. We could try. Oh. Let's unfold this thing. Will it let me? Oh yeah, look at that. I think it's working. Is that how it's supposed to look? I'm not too sure. I've never done rice. We're just figuring it out right now. It seems like it's working though, right? Okay, 22 liters. So we haven't used that much of like our hopper just yet. It's only allowed in water. Well, hopefully we're not screwing this up. Let me get this little squared up a little bit better here. See? Already. I think we're getting her. Lift that up. Kind of catching on the ridge of the field there. Wonder if that's just because does it look wetter to you? Kind of looks like like it is a bit wetter. Or more wet. I don't know if I'm speaking correct English. Okay, we'll spin. We'll do like we'll finish this one first headland. And then we'll go check and see what percent like flooded it is. I could even So we only used about 25% of our like hopper. Seems like it missed a little spot there, didn't it? There we go. Caught that little corner. Am I gonna hit this pump? No. Okay. That's actually surprising. I thought for sure I would smack into that pump. Okay, perfect. Ugh, a little rusty. Kind of missed a spot there. I'll have to catch it on the backside. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do. I think what I'll do is I'm gonna plant this field. I'm gonna actually I'll plant it out myself, and we'll do a little bit of a time lapse of me planting the rest of this field, and then I'll bring you guys back once it's done. Hopefully this field is like flooded right out. We'll flood these other fields and get them going as well. So yeah, let's do a little bit of a time lapse. Okay, folks, we're back. We planted our very first rice field. I feel pretty good about it. I don't know though, like, one thing that's weird is like, when I'm trying to refill this thing, like you see me kind of, like I pull up beside these pallets and like, if I hit my button, okay, like now the pallet that's like weird, like far from this unit starts to fill up, but I'm like right beside it, they don't fill up. And then it doesn't fill to 100%. Like I only got 83%. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, yeah, I think I know what it is. So it only has room for so many of these like trays. Like each of these saplings are in these black like trays. So this unit only has room for like, let's just say, yeah, 20 trays, right? But like I had a little bit left in, so it's not going to actually fill it 100% full. Yeah, okay, that I see what I see. So I have 20 trays in here, but some of those trays at the bottom aren't full trays because I didn't fully empty this thing, I think is what's going on. I think at least. That's my idea. Okay, so let's flood this field and let's run over to this other one and flood this other one, and then I'm going to get these good to go. Whoa. Oh no, jump down this wall. We're gonna get back up. Oh, we're taking the long way. We are taking the long way. That's cool though. Okay, I'm gonna just sit and let these fields flood right out because I just want to see what they look like when they're like fully flooded. So I'll bring you guys back in one sec once these are like fully flooded, and then we'll plant and see if it looks different when they're flooded. Because what's weird with this one up here is like there's some spots where like, see how it's kind of like light here, and then this one's like way, it's like almost like it's got mulch down. I don't really know if that matters or anything. I don't really know. You can see that it's getting more wet though. Let's just check and see exactly how. So this one's only 28% full. Okay, I'm gonna bring you guys back in one sec when these other fields over here are like fully flooded, and and we'll plant and just see how it looks a little bit different in that one. Okay, team, I am just back here. I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update here. So right now, it's saying that the water level in this field is 65%, and I've kind of just been playing around with it. It doesn't seem like it's going to get to 100 because I can't do anything with it. Obviously, don't want to empty it because I actually don't know what happens if I push that button, but it just seems like a button I shouldn't push, you know what I mean? But this one, I had just checked, and it's 44% full. But it leads me to believe that probably it's going to be very similar to this other field, where it's not going to fill, sorry, rather 100% full. I don't really know the reasoning behind that, but I'm sure there's a good reason for it. A good reason that I probably don't even need to worry about. But yeah, so this one's 46% full. Again, I'm not going to hit that empty button because it just doesn't seem like something I need to be doing. But okay, folks, I'm on this unit here. Good thing I got my rubber boots on. We're gonna get planting here. We're gonna get planting. I'm gonna get this field dialed in. I'll get the other rice field dialed in, and we're gonna be rice farmers, right? We're gonna be rice farmers, and I'm pretty excited for it. I'm excited, and I want to get another rice field. Like I want to get a really big rice field. I don't know why. You know what? Probably not even, because it'd be a pain in the butt. It'd probably be better just to have multiple kind of smaller ones like this, just because this planter can't really hold that much. But okay, I think that's gonna do it for this episode, though. I'm just gonna get these fields planted, and then I'll bring you guys back in episode 5, which will probably be ahead in time a little bit. It might be May or June. The only thing that I would be doing in that time off camera is gonna be some contracts, just to scrape together some more cash, and I still really want to buy as much land as we can in the fall, and hopefully it works out that we can get some fields that we can harvest and then plant canola on, or get more rice fields going. Although I would like to keep all the rice kind of up in this area, but yeah. So that's gonna do it for this episode. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for sticking with me. Thanks for joining me on this new series. If you haven't done so already, I'd love to have you around the Ultra Farmer community by hitting that subscribe button. If you like this video, if you're liking this series, make sure and hit that like button for me. Leave me a comment of what you think about these rice fields, and if you know any tricks or anything with rice that I'm missing, let me know. I'm open to hearing everyone's expertise. But yeah, that's gonna be it, guys. I'm Ultra Farmer. I'm out for this episode. Thanks again. Have a good one, and I'll see you guys in episode 5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 5 of our Hutan Pantai series. I'm just back here. What do I got to kind of report with you? Our canola fields are coming in nice, except I was just cruising around, like looking at these canola fields. I'm just gonna go back to this other one back here. It's like this one's super patchy. Like we just got like this weird like bald patch on the side here. And I really don't understand why. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe that's just kind of part of the new game. Like it's just that some of it doesn't grow in real good. Same with the rice fields. Like there's like these weird kind of like patchy marks. I don't know if I did something weird when I was planting, or I don't, or maybe that's just the way it goes. I don't know. Maybe that's like I said, part of the game where sometimes the seeds and stuff don't go down perfectly, and you don't just get perfect fields all the time, right? Which makes sense. I mean, that is probably realistic that that would happen every now and then, but just weird. Just weird. I'm not sure why that's going down. But okay, let's do a couple things here. Let's go through our finances, and we can go through kind of what I did between last episode and now. I didn't really do anything except a bunch of contracts. Where are our contract income? Where is it? Where contract income? So yeah, I just did a few contracts. I did one like spinach harvesting contract. That's where I got this harvest income after I harvested all the spinach on like this massive field. It took forever. I kind of was like regretting doing it at the end. I'm like, oh God. Because those like spinach harvesters are like 3 meters wide. So it takes a bit of time. But I got a bunch of extra cash at the end of it. The contract was like 20 grand. And then in the end, I got an extra 20 grand from like selling off because you get money for the excess of the harvest, which was kind of sweet. So it was actually pretty worth it. But that's basically where all our money came. So we're at 380 grand. So the one thing that I've just been kind of toying with, uh, I'm gonna buy another plot of land here because we're gonna be harvesting. Let's go into our. We're gonna be harvesting our canola real soon, real soon. Um, yeah, we should be harvesting our canola. I think I can't remember exactly when we planted it. Oh, just kind of ghosted this tractor in here. Anyways, I'm thinking about buying this plot of land because it's empty right now. It's plowed, and what we'll be able to do is like we're come back in here next month. We'll be able to plant canola, so that's pretty awesome. Now, I've kind of been toying with buying this cornfield beside us. Like I know corn isn't really on our main kind of like list of things to do, but it's like grown. I don't know if it was fertilized though. Yeah, like not that we won't get good yield off it, but like it's just the AI stuff. It didn't fertilize it, and there's like you can see there's weeds growing in there. Oh, I guess it got sprayed. Okay, anyways, well, regardless, I was gonna buy this field, and then like we could harvest it. We could lease some headers. We could lease some headers and harvest it, but I was like, I don't even know if it's worth it. The main reason why I don't think it's worth it is because we wouldn't be able to plant canola in it anyways. Like the earliest we're going to be able to harvest any corn is going to be in October, and that's past our canola planting season. So it's just we would have like an empty field for the year unless we planted something else in it. But I want to just, I mean, I guess we could do it and sell the corn, but there's nothing even that we could plant unless I'm just thinking about this right now, we get the cornfield, harvest it in October or November, whenever it is, come through the spring, we could plant oats in it in March, and then harvest the oats in August, and then we could plant the canola in it. So we could kind of flip around some. Yeah, that might be worth it. I don't know. That cornfield's not going anywhere for right now, but yeah, I'm thinking for sure we'll buy this field over here. So actually, nothing good in the store. Baler, Macdon headers for swathing. If we had extra cash, we could swath. Yeah, I don't want to get into that. We got to just stick to what we're doing. So this farmland, so this is 180 grand. So it's kind of expensive. This one's only 120. I don't really know. I know for sure that we need to get more land and we need to get as much canola as we can get going next year. So I'm gonna buy this land right now and watch our money go down. Yeah, so we're at 200,000. I'll just think more on this cornfield. Part of me is starting to think maybe we will just get it, get the corn off it, put oats on it, get the oats off it, just sell it kind of whenever. But I really want to build. I guess that doesn't really matter either. We can just store the canola in these silos because we're going to have rice and canola stored in these silos. And then the next thing I really want to do is build the production facility to get a whole bunch of cash going. So yeah, we got this patchy canola field here, which isn't really going to yield us too much, to be honest. We've got our rice fields that same thing. They're just like a little patchy. Don't really understand. But I got rid of this building that was beside us here because it doesn't hold anything. It didn't do anything. It was just in the way. And this is where I'm thinking I'm going to put the production facility. Also, let's go into this. I think what I'm probably going to end up doing is selling some of these rice saplings. I don't really know exactly. Like, I mean, it's only 4 grand, but I might sell some of those in the future. I don't know, because we don't really need that many to plant all the fields, the rice fields. But that's kind of my plans right now. Is we got to get these fields harvested, and And that'll be happening basically next month. But I wanted to bring you guys in here before I go through. I wanted to buy that plot of land so that we can get prepped to plant canola in it. So let's just sleep real quick here. I'll hit the sleep button. I'll bring you back in just 1 sec. I won't let the animation run through. I'll bring you back in 1 sec and we'll be in the next month. Okay, team, we are back here. It is August. I just ran up and grabbed our planter and we're going to take it down and get some canola going on this field. Then we got canola fields that we need to harvest, and we also got rice fields that need to harvest, or that we need to harvest rather. I think what I'm going to do for this, like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. Let's set a worker on this because it's gonna take a little while, and I don't know if we have enough seed to do this. Although we have 80% full in the tank, so maybe. Just maybe. Now, another thing that we need to do, let's back this up. I don't really know if we're going to for sure need that tractor right away, because we can use the grain truck, and then we're going to have to fire up these harvesters, but I got to go around and I got to unpark everything. So let's do that. Let's just do one thing at a time here. Let's jump out. Let's jump in our rice harvester. Let's fire this bad boy up. Oh. Oh yeah, this thing's dialed. Okay. Let's bring this over. Let's take this down to the far field, I think. Take it down to the far field and we'll get it started down there. We'll just work our way back and out. Yeah, this thing is this thing's kind of awesome. Yeah, I don't understand why the fields are like patchy like that. The one thing too is the far field that we're going to. When I thought it was done, I thought it was done being harvested because I seen like our planting unit at the one corner of the field, and I'm like, oh, it must have finished. And then I kind of just went and started doing some other stuff, and I was like, oh, I'll come back and park that thing in a second. And I went off and just was getting a few things set away. I think I was getting a fertilizing contract done. Blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. I came back, and there was still one more row that needed to be planted. Or one more pass. I guess it would have been like 4 or 5 rows. So I went and put some more saplings in the unit, and I came over and I did it. And I seen some spots that looked like they... Like, when I planted it, there's some areas that, like, you can see has, like, the green mulch. It almost looks like mulch underneath it. I guess I could just start this wherever. Let's go like this. There we go. Yeah, it has like the green mulch underneath it. And what I did is, since I had like a full planter full, if you will, I just like went over a few spots, turned on the planter, and like tried to plant over those areas. I'm like, oh, maybe I didn't get it here or something. I'm not too sure. Isn't he? Are those just dead? What? I'm so confused. Do plants just die like this? Like, I got this weird like little patchy spot right here. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure out rice a little bit better. We're not the most experienced rice farmers, that's for sure. Okay, so let's go back up in here. What I want to do, we don't need cultivated, we don't need, like it says, yeah, growing, ready to harvest. We obviously have harvested, withered, seed bed. Yeah, like we got like these weird patchy spots. So when we plant this field, I'm really gonna look for any of those weird like patchy spots and just see if something changes. I'm not too sure. It definitely seems like I'm not using enough seed. Like we're still 82% full, 1045 liters. Like still the tank hasn't dropped at all. Is that just because it's like in easy economy mode or something like that? Is that what that is? I don't know. Okay, let's jump back out of this. Let's go get in this harvester. Fire it up and we'll unpark it. Okay, let's get this guy fired up. It's really not going to take that long to harvest these fields. And oh, let's go back to this one, jump out. Let's jump in this truck. We'll fire this up. We'll unpark this one as well. Let it run for a second. And then let's go here. Oh, yeah, we gotta unfold this bad boy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so here's what I think I'm gonna do. Here's what my kind of plan was. Is I think I'm gonna do is I'll do a little bit of a time lapse of me harvesting both these fields, because I almost got a feeling I should be able to just like kind of do them, and like this just to make sure. How do I want to park this? I'll just park this up on the road so that if I do have to dump some grain out of it, it should be in a good spot. Okay. Let's jump back into this unit. Okay. I gotta make sure my... Oh. Did I do that right? Steering assist on. Okay. That's it. That's what we're gonna do right there. Okay. I'm gonna do a little bit of a time lapse of me getting these fields cut, and I'll bring you guys back in just one sec. Okay, folks, we're back here. We got these fields dialed in big time. Our grain, the grain tank is full on the rice harvester for sure. So let's shut this bad boy off. Yeah, I guess we could just park this over here right now, real quick. Let's back this in here. Our once a year thing. Set that down. Park that. Yes, this guy is full here. Except I don't want to. Okay, I'll think of that in a second here. Okay, so this guy's still just giving her. Here's the thing, man. Like, yeah, it must be because it's like on economic easy mode or something that we're not using as much seed. Like, it doesn't make sense that we still have 81% of. What's this guy doing? Okay. I thought maybe this guy was like stuck in this corner or something. Alright, let's jump over to this. So 6,981 liters, so almost 7,000 liters of canola comes off these fields, so that's good to know. Let's dump this in here real quick. And then let's go get our we'll go get our rice harvester unloaded as well. And I was like thinking about it more and more. I think I am gonna buy that cornfield and do what we talked about before. Get the cornfield, pull all the corn off of it. I don't know. I think we'll just have to basically go sell it right away, which is fine because we don't really have anywhere to store it. I think I can only have two different crops in that grain silo. I'll check. I don't really know how this game is set up, but I think I can only have two. I think. We'll see though. Okay, let's. And I really don't understand why there's like some dead spots. Let's just leave this right there. Let's jump over into this unit. Can I just give her the old, what are you doing here? There we go. Yeah, getting these like dead spots. It's not going to be good for our yield. Let's put this pipe back in. I'm gonna have to figure out how that happens or why that happens. Okay, is this thing gonna just leave? Is this gonna just go right where it left off? Yeah, it seems like it. Okay, so we are just getting planted over here. Looks like this guy just has a couple headlands left to do, and then this field should be 0%. Yeah, it needs rolling. We're gonna have weeds growing on it. 50% fertilized, which is from before. Let's block by an object. So now let's bring this unit over. And what we'll have to end up doing is we'll take our other tractor, we'll go down, we'll lease a set of rollers so that we can roll that field out. I'll bring these fertilizers down over. I'll bring this fertilizing unit. And maybe what I'll do, I just want to see if I put some fertilizer on it right now, if it gives me 100%. I don't know if it will. So let's just test. Should. Yeah, it does. Okay, perfect. So what I'll do is I'll just back this tractor up real quick, and I'll just kind of park him out of the way. Then we'll lease a set of rollers, have them sitting down at the store so I can go get them. And then we're gonna have to cultivate these fields behind us and do all that kind of stuff. So let's just park him right there. Where's our other tractor? Oh, never mind. Haha, our other tractor's here working. So we'll need to get rollers and we'll need to get those cultivators going on basically all our fields. Let's go real quick. So this field doesn't need plowing, which is good. It shouldn't. Same with these other ones. Like none of these fields should need plowing since we got all of them plowed. Right? I really got to figure out these dead spots. Does it tell you if I go into crops? Oh. Root crops, vegetables, rice. Then dry planted rice, it also produces a much higher yield to plant the rice. Yeah. When growing rice, it is important to note that the field may only remain flooded for a certain period of time. If water remains in the field for too long, a number of rice plants will die. Okay. Keep the field flooded after planting for two more months before it has to be dry for the third stage. Okay. So that's why you can empty the fields. Now that makes sense. Okay. There we go. We just gotta read. So that is what we have to. So 2 months. So we flood the field, we plant, we fertilize, fertilize, whatever. Then we need to wait 2 months, let them grow, empty the fields. Ha 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 ha. Okay. All right then. Yeah, because knowledge is power. Okay, that's good to know though. Like that's good. It's good that we figured that out, and it's not as difficult as I thought. Okay, let's leave this sitting right. Actually, we'll leave this sitting right up here because that harvester definitely won't be full. Let's go check on. Yeah, our guy's seeding. He's doing good. Okay, I'm gonna let this guy finish seeding, and then I will fertilize. I'll bring you back once we're rolling these fields, and yeah, we'll go from there. Okay, we have got the field harvested. What I'm gonna do here is I'm actually gonna pull around here. This tractor needs a little bit of work. I don't know. It's like it's really hard to pull that one hill. Let's see if I can jump out here. I don't know if it's because we need to repair this tractor, but we're gonna repair it, get it back to 100%, except the paint. Paint needs a little bit of work, but I mean it's got 225 hours on it, so there. We'll get this tractor all fixed up. And then what I'm going to do, let's back this over. Doesn't really matter where I put this. Maybe I'll put it by the woodshed over here. But I'm going to hook onto the cultivators and get a worker going. Cultivating one of these fields. I leased a set of rollers that they're hooked down to the other tractor. We'll set this down there. So let's grab these cultivators and go cultivate one of these fields. Now it says there's weeds growing on our other canola field up there, and which is fine because we can deal with that after. I'm like, yeah, let's go on this map here. Hot spots. Looks like a little spot got missed there, but like this is telling me everything's growing. Like it doesn't show that we've missed anywhere like seeding. Like if I go to cultivated or if I take that off, these are just plowed, right? I don't know what that spot is there. It's not withered. It's not removed for. Not too sure. Unknowable. Unknowable questions. Actually, let's just go first thing here. I want to just pull over. Let's drag these cultivators right through this section here, because this is where we had that weird little dead spot. Okay. Okay, well that takes it off there. That takes it off there. Okay. I'm just gonna set a worker to do that. Let's fire this engine back up. I just emptied this, but I'm gonna empty it again, because why not? On our way, flying past this other, or by the grain truck. And now we know, yeah, I gotta empty those fields. Now we know. We'll become a good rice farmer by the end of this. We'll have rice figured right out. Okay, let's get the last little bit of this dumped out of here. And we'll start this field. And then we're going to go over and we will get going rolling that new canola field. Yep. Set up right here. I actually think, let's go through this real quick here. Yeah, I'm just gonna get someone to do this, to be honest. I'm gonna get someone to do this, and then let's jump back up to this truck and let's go dump our rice into the silos. And then we're going to just take a little look at everything. I kind of have been thinking a bit more too, depending on how it all works. It might be... Let's go into... Shoot, we can just even go into this mode real quick here. Like when you plant these rice fields, they automatically level out the area. Like you can see these are very, very level and it's going to build like this ridge around it. I was kind of thinking, I wonder, at one point I was thinking maybe leaving this as a laydown, but we have quite a bit of room here. I mean, there's like a whole bunch of room here to park stuff. I was thinking maybe about turning this into a rice field and even potentially this field into a rice field. And then if I had this big one here for canola, this one over here that we've just planted in canola, eventually get this one here for canola, this one here for canola, and maybe even this one for canola, and we would be pretty dialed in, right? All of our rice operation would be up here, and then this would just be Canola City. Is kind of my thought process as I've been doing it more and more, because this is kind of like a nice flat area already right here. It's up close to the rice harvester since that rice harvester goes so slow. And even this area right here, it's a pretty nice little area. I don't know if we would eventually have enough money to buy this plot, because like even if I go into the map here, like this is just, well, 275. I guess it's not that too terribly much. I think it's this one that, yeah, like this one's like 420. We don't need any of that. But either way, we could leave this whole area up here can all be rice, and then this would all just be canola. Canola, canola, canola. This is 120 grand. But I'm just going to think about it a little bit more, but I'm almost certain we're going to buy that, get the corn off of it, and kind of do what we said in regards of doing oats, and then that'll bring us into canola season again next year at this time. We could plant canola. And at least that field we could get some stuff off it. All we would have to do, like we already have a combine, so we just have to rent headers, corn headers, which is, you know, it's easy to do, it's cheap enough, it's not really that big a deal. If we go in here, where would our corn headers be? Those are 50 grand, 6 meters wide. Yeah. Cheap, decent set of corn headers right there. Get that field cleared off. What's it cost to do this? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cheap to do it. Honestly, I'm thinking let's just do this right now. Let's get this field. Spend the money. Actually, here, this is what I'm going to do. Just going to save my game real quick. Okay, we're gonna be down to like 60K, but that's all right. We still can take a loan if we need, but we don't really need to take a loan. We don't really need to take a loan because we have enough like cash for everything. What's this, cultivating? Okay, let's borrow items. Let's take that contract right now. That's a good one to do. Baling, I definitely don't feel like baling right now. Green beans, no. Red beet, no. Green beans, no. Carrots, God, no. Red beet, green beans. Those are just the worst, just the most time consuming, the most time consuming contracts that you could ever have. Let's just borrow items for that too. We can do that one. Stone picking, number 2. How long would that take? That would probably take forever. I don't know if we feel like doing that. Do we feel like doing that? No, I don't feel like doing that. Because you know this thing doesn't hold that much. If I go back, where is it at? Where is it at? Let's go see how much that thing holds. But I get you. Actually, rocks don't fill up that fast. They don't really. They didn't used to, so maybe it wouldn't be too bad. But okay, I think that's probably gonna do it for this episode. I'm just gonna let everybody keep going here. I'm gonna get these fields finished off. We'll get you know, this field cultivated. We'll get kind of the other one cultivated. What I'll end up doing is I'll bring you guys back in October when we are harvesting corn. That's going to be our next episode. We'll harvest that corn. We'll then cultivate the field, get everything pulled off of it, and get it prepped and ready to do oats in the spring. Also, what we'll be doing in the next episode is getting the rice fields ready to go and getting them prepped so that we can plant them in the spring as well. I want to get a production facility going, obviously, but we don't have any money right now for it. I could take out a loan and put it down, but we don't really need to. It's fine if we just kind of. I'm just gonna get contracts and stuff done and grind out contracts for the next little bit. Try and save up as much cash as we can. Then we'll buy the production facility and get that rocking, and then we'll be able to like see some really good money coming in. Once we have more, like we'll have those two big canola fields going down here. We can either change these into a rice field or keep it canola. Regardless, we'll have a bunch of good crops coming in consistently that we can keep that production facility just rocking and hopefully get a ton of oil at it. This guy's stuck and I'm gonna have to fix that. Oh no, he got it sorted. Okay, right on. Okay, guys, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. If you can, smack that like button for me. Hit the subscribe button. Would all be greatly appreciated. Don't feel like you ever have to. Yeah, we'll see you guys back in the next episode. We'll keep rocking on the farm here. I'm excited the way it's going. And yeah, this is Ultra Farmer. Thanks again, guys. I'll catch you on the next episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 6 of our Hutan Pantai series. This is Ultra Farmer. We are back here. We are just getting our rice fields that we harvested last episode. We're getting them all cultivated and ready to go. I have cultivated our canola fields. I'm actually going to fire this harvester up real quick. We're going to pull him around and I'm going to fuel him up and then park this rice harvester away for a little bit till next season. Actually, what we should do is let's give it a quick pressure wash. Give it a quick pressure wash here. Hopefully it's not too loud. Okay, let's get some fuel in this bad boy. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. But I've got a few things that I want to do today, or in this episode rather. So, one thing what I would like to get to, I'm hoping at least, I'm hoping that we can get to harvesting some corn. If that all works out, it'd be nice to harvest some corn. If not, we'll do that in the next episode. But we have some cornfield, or we have a cornfield that we bought last episode, just kind of on the bottom side of our hill there, that is going to be ready to harvest in October. So we're in August right now. Let's shut this down. Let's park this unit. Yes, this field right in front of us here. So that's our new field. Our plan from last episode, the field that's right behind us here that we're just kind of driving on, this is our newest canola field. So we planted that. I rolled it, fertilized it. It's 100% fertilized, except it has weeds growing in it. But it's good to go. Once we get a stage of growth on that field, we can pull our hoeing unit across it and get all the weeds off. Now, our cornfield down there, our plan is to harvest that field, sell everything off. Maybe potentially I might keep some of the corn and just wait for peak time, but I don't know. We'll just see how everything is. But then we'll sell all that corn. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to sell that corn in March. I'm going to plant oats in that field. And then we're going to harvest oats in July/August. And then next year we will plant canola in that field. So we'll have 2 big canola fields out there. And eventually I want to get down to having 24 and 49, these 2 fields for canola as well. We'll just slowly pick away at all of it. Now, so what do I want to do today? Well, I was going to plant some more canola, but what I think I'm going to do is this field that's right to our left here that I'm driving on, I'm going to turn this into another rice field. And I'm also going to turn this field back here into a rice field. I want to keep all of our rice kind of up top here all together close so that harvester doesn't have to go too far to everything. And I also want to keep it close enough to our greenhouse over there so we can get to our saplings, and it's just all kind of in one kind of easily controlled area, if that makes sense. So if you're interested in how you get a rice field set, stay tuned. I'm going to show you right away here. We're going to do it for both of these fields and we will get them prepped. And let me go back into our calendar where
is our rice. We're not actually, yeah, that's right. We're not going to be planting our rice until April anyways, but I think it'll be a good episode for us to get everything set. Because let me just think here. There's no way I can play anything. Yeah, I was thinking maybe I could do something funny like I did with the oats, but it's just not going to work because we have to plant everything in the spring. But yeah, might as well go through and I will show you how to set up a new rice field. But yeah, that's going to be kind of the main goal today. We'll build these rice fields. We're going to get the other rice fields cultivated, which I got a worker doing that right now. And we will hopefully get to the point of doing some corn. Uh, we'll have to go get a different set of headers for this harvester, which is easy to do. We'll head down to the store, grab those headers, come back up, and we will harvest that cornfield and probably, like I said, take that corn and probably just go sell it right now. But let's get into the build mode here, and I'm going to show you how you can set up a new rice field. So it's going to be kind of best to try and plan rice fields in a flat area. Now, the game is going to kind of naturally level everything out for you. And what it's going to do is it's going to level everything out and it's going to kind of sink the field down just a little bit because part of our fields, like you'll see over here, this little ridge that kind of goes away around it, that's there so that the field can flood with water. So we're going to go into the productions tab on the side here, or the factories one, and we're going to scroll over till we get to cultivation. And this is where you're going to have your grape and olive trees and such, or your grapevines rather, and your olive grove. And what you're going to see here is you're going to see rice field. And so from here, you can kind of go through and select points and kind of map out your field. So I'm going to start right here at this corner, and I'm going to kind of go up to say, let's go about there. I'm going to come up to this corner, maybe somewhere right there, come across here. And don't worry about that line, it's going to kind of show up. Let's bring this square down to there, maybe to there, to there. And that looks pretty good. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on my mouse. So if you're on console, I don't know the exact controls, but if you're on PC like me, I've set everything and I was just left clicking around. Now I'm going to right click on my mouse and that's going to create us our new field. Now, to be honest, what it's going to do is like I said, it kind of levels everything out. We're going to have this lip around everything so that this can now flood. And it's going to set this pump up. The one thing I haven't been able to figure out is if it dictates where this pump goes. What I think happens is, you see how I started down in this corner and then my first line was up to this corner? I think that when you do that, that dictates where the pump is going to go. I'm pretty sure, but we'll test it on the other field. But I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Wherever you're starting, your first starting line is I think where the pump is going to end up. So let's head over to this field and let's just test it and let's just see if that works. So I'm going to say that I want to put the pump on this side over here, on the side of the mountains, because we're not really going to be driving over here. If this pump is kind of tight against these mountains, it's not really going to be in the way. If it was down here, it might be in the way. If it was on this side, I will definitely run into it with a tractor because you know me. And if it was down at this end, it might be in the way. But I'm just going to say, like, I think that it won't be in the way over here. So let's just test this. I think that if I click here and I make my first line kind of across there, I'm hoping that pump is going to be kind of where that shadow is. Now let's come up to this corner here. It's gonna give us some restrictions, but that's fine. We'll just do best we can. Let's go. I want to take as much as I can. And yeah, let's just try and follow the pattern of this field right now. Okay, so there, I've created my second rice field there, and let's see if the pump ends up right there. Oh. Overlap with another object. Field border cannot cross through another object. Okay, so what that's telling me is I think we're right. I think we're actually correct. And I think the pump is trying to go there and it's not working. So what I'm doing is going to push escape on my keyboard and we're going to try and lay this out again. And let's see if we can just cut off a little bit of this field. See, we'll bring it in just a little bit. Now let's come up here. See if we can go there. See if we can go there to there. All right, I'm going to right click with my mouse. Yeah, see, so we're still running into this mountain. Again, I think that's that pump. So let's try this again. Hopefully this isn't too painful for you guys. Well, or we could just put the pump down here. Let's try that. Because it'll be fine. In worst case, if I don't like it, we can always just change it in the future. So let's start this and let's go like this. Like this. Is this working? Can't see anything. Oh. Okay, let's try that. Dang, we're having all types of trouble today. So much for the amazing... Okay, let's try this. Alright, well that's not working. Alright, well, so my amazing rice field tutorial has kind of fallen flat on its face. I don't know if we're going to be able to put a rice field here like I wanted, or am I just doing something way wrong? Let's try this one more time. It's going to be kind of a weird rice field. There we go. We did it. And there we go. So our pump is right down here, kind of right where we had started it before. Now, that's kind of a weird shape there. This isn't going to be the greatest rice field that we ever had, but it's a rice field nonetheless, and I'll probably end up painting this in with some grass or whatever, but there you go. So that does seem to be consistent with wherever I put that first line is where the pump ends up being. Geez, that was a bit of a struggle though. So I guess when we're getting too close to the mountains, it's a little bit tricky, but there we go. Now we have a few more rice fields, and we've got our canola field down here. This will be another canola field, and then as time progresses, these two will become canola fields, and I'm hoping even this one. That's it for right now. Okay. So now let's jump out of here. We really even could have made this rice field a little bit bigger, but that doesn't really matter too much. Let's grab our header trailer, and I'm just going to head down to the store so that we're ready to go when this happens. But I'm going to drop this header trailer off at the store, and then probably what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sleep for a month, and I'm going to see what contracts pop up in September, and then we can make a decision from there. Maybe we'll do some contracts, or maybe we'll just jump right through into October so that we can get this this cornfield harvested, cultivated, all that fun stuff. So I'll bring you guys back in just 1 second, and yeah, we'll go from there. Okay, team, I figured I would just bring you back real quick here. I slept into September, and we actually have a couple decent contracts that we're able to do. We have a cultivating contract, which we are doing right now in this field over here, and then we also have a seeding contract, which I'm just heading up to do, or to get set up right now. I'm going to switch over to barley, but we're going to go seed field 41. Yes, 41. Yeah, like these contracts were pretty good. One was almost 10,000, the other was like 14,000, and I figured that was going to be some kind of easy cash that we could scrape together. I bought 1 pallet of seeds for this field. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but we're sure going to just see how far it goes. I don't know, when we seed our fields, it's like we barely use any seed, so I'm hoping yeah, I'm hoping this is just gonna be okay. But we'll check back. Now, what else do we got to do? We have hooked onto our weeder set here, and we're gonna go get set up and get our big canola field weeded. There's some weeds growing on that. We've got the first growth stage is on it right now, so I figured we could go through and get the weeds pulled off this field. These weeders are these weeders are awesome. They're awesome because you can go at 15 miles an hour, which is just crazy. How many headlands do I want to do? Let's do 2. Yeah, sure. Okay. Okay. We're just cruising here. Yeah, like look how fast these things go. God, I know we've already seen these before in action, but it's just unreal. It's unreal how good this piece of equipment is. It's funny how it's just like there's little things in the game that are just like really good pieces of equipment. Like an FS22, a really good piece of equipment, and it's not like something you would use on every farm because like you're not doing sunflowers on every farm, but the one set of headers that were just for sunflowers, for harvesting sunflowers, they were awesome because they would go at 15 kilometers an hour, I believe, which I don't know how fast that is in miles, but they were fast, so fast that you could harvest fields with those headers on. Noticeably different. Just an awesome piece of equipment. Awesome. And these weeders are they're definitely one of those. And so yeah, we've got our rice field good to go, which will be nice. In April we can plant some more of those. My real goal is hopefully by our next harvest, I can save up enough money to buy that production facility. Now that production facility is 240 grand. I haven't tested the other one that's like 36,000, which I probably should do or at least do some research on. So I'll double check on that, but I'm almost certain that we're going to have to get the big honkin' production facility to do both canola oil and rice oil. That's kind of what I'm thinking. All right, let's see this. We got a bit of a hill we got to. Not too bad. Not too bad. But yeah, that's my loose plan is if we can do these good contracts over this next bit, just try and find good ones like this. Cultivating contracts are awesome because you can borrow the equipment for pretty cheap. You can just set a worker on that. It's a good way to make money while you're doing stuff like this. Um, what else is really good? Those sowing ones are pretty good because again, you can just kind of set it and forget it. It's kind of like a fertilizing contract. They're pretty easy to do and they're decent money. The ones that take a long time are harvesting contract. The wood transport takes a while just because it takes a long time to load the wood up. I mean, you make good money, but it takes a while. Same with the baling ones. If you're playing this game and you're going to do the baling ones, I personally think that the square, like you just got to look what baler you can borrow. Now, if you already have a square baler, you can use that. But if the game is going to borrow you some equipment, or that's what you're looking to do, and it's a round baler, I'm telling you that's going to be a little more difficult just because you can't continuously bale with a round baler. You have to like stop when the round bale is completed, let it do its thing, pull out of the hopper, blah blah blah. Square bales, you can just go. You just keep going and going and going, and as the bales are created, they slowly get pushed out. So, if you have a square baler and you're going to do baling contracts, good. If not, I would say check. That's just my personal preference. Um, I'm sure there'll be mods and stuff that come out in the future, like the Vicon fast bale. That was a round baler that you could continuously bale with. Again, another wicked piece of equipment, another good mod. But we must wait until that comes out. Okay, I think we're. Oh, gotta back up here. I didn't drop the implement down. Rookie mistake. But I'm looking forward to getting this corn pulled off. Another thing that we have to check after this, well, we got to do two things. We got to make sure that we got enough seed in that one seeder that's on contract. Let's get this GPS going. Yeah, we'll check and see how much seed is left in that unit if we got to go fill up on it. I had bought 2 pallets and there's another one sitting at the store that we can always keep for ourselves if need be. But yeah, I'll just put 1 in it for now and hopefully that's going to be good enough. Set on this. Yeah, these units are pretty skookum. We'll get this field cleared off of weeds pretty quickly. Just gotta spin around here. This GPS steering, though, is like seriously one of the best things that they could have added to the game. One of the best things they truly added was this, and making the AI workers better. That's such a massive improvement from FS22. It's great. Super great. But yeah, get enough contracts done. Hopefully we can save up the money to buy that production facility, and then, you know, then we're cooking with gas. That's why I haven't taken any of the rice in or any of that yet. I've just left it in the silos because we don't really have to take it in yet. I'd rather just stockpile it and then put it all to oil. Another thing that I might buy, even though we don't really have the money for it, once I park this weeding unit, I'll show you. I'll tell you about it. There's a trailer that's in the stores right now, and it's on sale for $9,000. I think it is $9,500. I just want to test and see. When I say test, what I would do is I'm gonna like save the game and buy it and just see if the one side will open it, because it's technically a bale trailer, but if one of the sides will drop down so that you can load pallets onto it, then I think it'll be worth getting just because it's so cheap. And we'll just be able to have that for when we do start producing the oil. Oh no, it's not in there anymore. Oh no, I slept through. Oh, that's right, it was here last month. Ugh, what a dummy. What a dummy. Okay, well, scratch that plan, ladies and gentlemen. Scratch that plan. Okay, check on this unit. Cultivating up a storm. Not too bad, buddy. Not too bad. Let's go check this seed unit. Yeah, okay. I think we're going to have enough to finish this then, because I put 1,000 liters in it. And well, it'll be close. It'll be close. We'll just keep watching it and see how it goes. But okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'll just let these guys finish off real quick here, get everything done on these fields, and then I'll bring you guys back when it's October and we'll be getting set up to harvest some corn. All right, team, we are just on our way back to the farm right now. The boys at the shop there loaded us up with a set of corn headers, which I think it's going to cost us about $2,000 to rent these. I think something like that, $1,000, 50 bucks. I didn't really check, to be honest. It was the cheapest ones they had, so I figured, you know, it is what it is. But yes, it's October here. Our corn field is ready to harvest. I finished off those other 2 contracts. We did a cultivating one, and we planted that one field with barley, which was awesome. And now we got to go cut some corn. We got to get this corn off this field. So I'm going to pull this tractor around. I will probably just... I guess it doesn't really matter. I'll just take this set of headers all the way up to the farm anyways, because we got to bring the harvester down here, and I might as well just head up right now. That way I can park this trailer and kind of get it out of the way. But yeah, we got a cornfield to harvest. I'm actually pretty excited. I haven't harvested corn in a really long time, it feels like. I got our grain truck just sitting at the top of the hill ready to go here. Canola field is looking, well, it's looking pretty decent, I think. This tractor is struggling going up these hills, though. Oh, come on, come on. There we go. Ooh. That was tough, but we made her. So, let's pull this just across here, and it might make it a little bit easier to load up. But I don't know where I want to put these grain headers just for right now. Please let me in this freaking thing. Okay, so let's unpark this. Let's get this thing fired up. I'll pick these headers up. I think I'll just set them to the side over here for now. Yeah, we'll park them right up by this stone wall. So let's set them down. Back up here and grab us a set of corn headers. I want to watch the store. Well, yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. I was going to say I kind of want to watch the store, and are we not going to be able to get these off there? Well, that's no fun. How does that make sense? Okay, there we go. There we go. I just didn't approach it good enough. Yeah, user or operator error. That should be what we always default to, is that I'm doing something wrong for sure. But okay, all right, let's go cut some corn. Hey, let's go cut some corn. What do we got going on the radio right now?
Give me some time.
Oh yeah.
Too far gone.
Yeah.
Give me some time.
Oh yeah, this is corn harvesting tunes right here.
Yeah, yeah. A moment they're waiting for you, but I'm all out of patience.
All right, let's get this set up. All right, let's do it. I don't know if this is gonna get me copyrighted, but we'll give her. We'll just try no matter what. Here we go. Party in here. Okay, guys, we are harvesting some corn. I love it. I think what we'll do for this, let's do a little bit of time lapse for the for this, and yeah, we'll get this field harvested, and I'll see you guys back here in a second. All right, folks, I just dumped the last bit of corn out of our grain truck here. Actually, let's shut this down so we can look at this in peace. So what do we got here? 14,500 liters of corn off that field. So not too bad. Not too bad at all. I don't know though, I'm still recording this right now. We just finished. I don't know if that song is gonna get us copyrighted. I have no idea. I hope it doesn't, but if it does, it might have been, I might have to do something weird to try and fix that. I don't know exactly. So if this is in the future and that song got us copyrighted, or parts of the video is muted or something, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do something to figure it out. But the radio, jeez, the radio's wild. Okay, so yeah, the cornfield is harvested, but we've got to roll this bad boy. So, sorry, we gotta roll it. We gotta plow this field, which is gonna take a minute. It's gonna take a minute because we just have that really small subsoiler. It's only like 4 meters wide, but whatever. It is what it is. We'll just have to do it. Boom, boom, boom. What else do we got going on? I checked. Let's just park this. Be done with this for a little bit, a wee bit. Let's get this guy parked. We'll shut him down. Let's grab this tractor. I'm hoping this tractor pulls the plow a little bit better. And then I'll look. I got one cultivating contract going. Actually, there's another one here I'm gonna borrow the items for. That field's kind of far away, but we'll go drive there after. Because that's kind of easy cash that we can do. What else do we got going on? Plowing. Be nice if we could use that on our field, but I already made a rule that I wasn't gonna do that because it's kind of a little bit cheaty. But that's potentially a contract we could do too, though. Plowing contracts do take a long time, though. So I might not do that one. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel like when I'm sitting here. But yeah, we got that cornfield harvested, which is awesome. And we'll get it prepped out. We'll get it plowed. So there shouldn't be any weeds that'll grow on it after this. Once we run the subsoiler through it, we shouldn't have to deal with weeds. Then I'm just gonna do contracts in October here. I'll see if there are any more contracts come in November for cultivating and stuff like that. And then it'll probably be a pretty slow winter like it was last year. It's not like anyone's harvesting in December. Not a lot of fertilizing's going on in that time, stuff like that. So let's see. I just want to see how slow this tractor kind of pulls everything. That other tractor was like super weak. It was like pulling this thing with like 4 miles an hour. All right on. It's gonna do up and downs, that's why. Let's maybe run over and grab this thing. And because we gotta go. Where do we gotta go with this bad boy? Up to 43. Yeah, so we got a little ways to go. We got a little ways to go, so let's go start cruising that way, and then we can go back and see how our subsoiler's doing. Whoa. Oh. Yeah, cornfield's done. So we'll get through this winter. What's the best way to go? Yeah, never mind, I knew that. We'll get through this winter, and then in the springtime we're gonna plant oats on that field that we're running our subsoiler on right now. I've got to figure out. Actually, let's just stop and do it right this second because I've been thinking about doing this a while. Corn. Max value's 21,000. Our current value's 10, so it's literally worth half what it would be right now. But when can you sell this? Does it show where? Max price. Is that the max price rate now? No, that's got to be. Yeah, this is current prices right now at the grain elevator. Whoa, our rice is super valuable right now. 41,000, we could take that. Or 42,000. Crazy. I don't want to sell any of that rice though, because I just want to make it into rice oil. Is my plan. Because I think we'll make way more money with that. But we got to save up some serious cash if we're going to put down that production facility. Well, this field needs to be cultivated as well. Look at that withered crap. But yeah, we gotta save up some serious cash. So we could go sell that corn. The corn will probably be. Well, like, am I crazy? I thought corn is usually. This is actually what I wanted to do. Where are we at? Peak months is going to be in June. Okay, yeah, we're really at the bottom of it. I mean, we could sell it in January if we want. We'd probably make some pretty good money in January still, so I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'm going this way. Is this what I'm doing? Yeah, this will work. I still don't know this map that well. This will work just fine. But yeah, I think honestly what I'm gonna do is just crash this tractor a little bit. I was looking at the map. I think what I'm gonna do is I think we'll probably just end the episode here. And that'll be good for this episode. I'm gonna go through, I'll get these fields cultivated. I'll decide if I want to take that plowing contract. No, I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna get these fields cultivated. I'll get our field plowed. Phew. I think I can just drag this through there. Yeah. I'll get our field plowed, and then what I'll probably do, because there probably won't be much going on this winter, is I'll probably just sleep through and I'll get us into the spring when we're going to be planting the oats and planting like rice and all that stuff and getting the fields prepped is kind of my thought process. Let's go check this. Yeah, this guy's going at 7 miles an hour, so he's going faster. This is exactly how fast this plow should pull. So that's good. That's good. Okay, folks. Well, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. If you can, I always appreciate if you can hit that like, hit that sub button for me. But like always, don't ever feel like you have to. We'll do exactly what we said. We'll come back in episode 7. We'll get some fields prepped. We'll get some fields planted. We'll get going on the next season. We got to try and make as much money as possible to get that production facility down so we can really start cranking out some canola oil and some rice oil and stuff like that. So thank you again for watching. I appreciate your time. Appreciate you sticking with me and being a part of this series. Have a good day, evening, morning, whatever it is for you, and I will see you guys on the next episode. Bye now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 7 of our Hutan Pantai gameplay series. I'm just getting our planter here set up because we are going to put some oats down in the newest big field that we kind of bought down at the bottom of the hill here. We got some corn off it last episode. And what did I do? I did exactly what I said I was going to do. I just kind of made my way through the winter. I did a few, like kind of a bunch of cultivating contracts just because they were paying really good and it was kind of easy to do. Blah blah blah. Yeah, they were paying really good and it was easy to do. And so we got 166K. I don't really know where we were at the end of the last episode, to be honest. Probably closer around that 100 marker ish, 120 maybe. Anyways, what I also did was in February I leased another trailer and I took the mushrooms in to sell, and so I didn't go back to the place I went to before because it was a nightmare. But I went up here to this drop station. I don't know if it's going to show me on this one. But this part of the map is actually pretty cool. I hadn't went up here yet, and it was pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty cool up there. Whoa, what is this? What is this? Is this a farm up here? Oh my god, I didn't even know this. Let's just check this out real quick. Oh, how we doing? Look at that pig. What, can we get in here? Oh my god. How do we get in there? There's a gate here. What? I didn't even know this was a thing. Oh, it's locked. Look at these guys. How do we get in here? Oh, okay. Well, this is cool. Yeah, I didn't even know this was up here. I didn't come up here and explore. Nice. It's like a proper animal farm up here. A couple chickens. It's a big pen for only a couple chickens. Some sheep and goats. Nice. Yeah, I did not know that this existed. I had never come up here before. Right on. Cool. Okay, well, let's get back to our regular scheduled programming. I guess I could just tab over to it. So let's get let's get a worker started on this, because this is going to take a little bit to... It's going to take a little bit to plant, but I had fertilized this field before. During the winter when I was kind of just like chilling around, getting the cultivating contracts done, I came up here and I fertilized all the fields. I just had the fertilizing unit hooked on, and I went through and I fertilized all the fields. As you can see, I drove down the middle of that field right in front of us. And when I grabbed that trailer from the store and brought it up here, I also brought some pallets of seed and some fertilizer. So we should be good to go for at least a little bit. The mushrooms, how much money? Let's go into the finances real quick here and check. Boom, boom, boom. Leasing costs, this is that tractor and stuff. Sold products. We made about 30 grand from the mushrooms. Seed and fertilizer, like I said, we got contract income. Yeah, I did. In November, 30 grand, December, 14 grand, 40 and 15 roughly. So, not too bad. Not too bad. What else did we spend money on? I mean, that's really it. Production costs. Where's wages? Wage payments. I mean, this isn't too bad. This is worth it, really. Not too bad. You spend 1,100 bucks and you get 37. I mean, I can live with that, right? I can live with that. Stats. Whoa, what's this? I never even went in here. Collectibles collected? Where's all the collectibles on this map? I haven't even seen one. Which is crazy. Okay, but I'm gonna hook onto, I don't know if I'll be able to get 2 stages of fertilizer, because like I fertilized that field, right? I fertilized all the fields, but I don't know if I hook onto it right now and I kind of spread some fertilizer right after we plant down there, if it'll give me the 2 stages or if I gotta wait for a stage of growth. I'm not 100% certain, so I'm gonna just go test that. This thing should be almost full. Okay, let's do a little flyby here and we'll fill this up. And then, so my goals for this episode is I want to get that oat field planted. And then what we'll probably end up doing is sleeping through getting into April so that we can plant all of our rice. That's kind of the next main thing, is to get all these rice fields planted. Obviously get the oats planted, rolled, and all that stuff, which that reminds me, we're going to have to go get a set of rollers, which we can do. I guess I could take this tractor down and grab it, but it's going to take a second to... What's going on here? Every once in a while these AI workers jam out, and I never really know what's going on. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. Hopefully they just get it sorted and we'll get this field planted. But yeah, that's going to be the goal of this episode. We got to get that field planted, get it rolled out, get the rice fields flooded and then planted. And we have to remember this year, that after 2 months of the fields being flooded, we have to empty those fields so that we don't get any crops that wither out like last year. Then I'm hoping in the fall we will harvest our oats, harvest the canola, and then we'll plant this big field over here in canola as well. The only thing that I'm kind of toying with is, like, do I buy some more fields? Because I could buy this one that I'm sitting right in front of for 130 grand. This one's 140, which I don't really want to get. This one's 130, and then this one's up here is 130. Now, this one, if we get, I'm going to put it as rice. So we could do that and put another one as rice. Or I get these fields and I do them in canola. Let me just see here. This field needs to be plowed, which kind of sucks, because they take a long time to plow. I don't know. I don't know if I should the only thing that I'm toying with on it is like, yeah, we have the money to do it, and it's fine. Like, we could spend just about all the money. Doesn't really matter because we can do contracts to make that money back up. But I really want to buy that production facility, right? And we're like 80 grand away from being able to afford that production facility. So if we, get through this month, or get through this year, and then in June go sell all of our corn that we had, which wasn't like that much. It's like 15,000 liters, but still it'd be extra cash, maybe like an extra 20, 30K, I think. Let's check our thing here. Corn. Yeah, its value's 18 grand, max value 21. Okay. What? I thought it was June. Is this thing sure? Give me one sec here. Nothing too good in the store or nothing that we can afford. Right? Like, am I crazy? June? Top of the morning to you here? Max month, Jan. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that thing's off or I don't know. But regardless, we got to sell that corn this year. Sell the corn because we can't do anything with that to make it into oil. Get that production facility going, and then we should be able to see a good turnaround of cash. So I'm just gonna go into the store here, grab a set of rollers. I'll talk to the boys in here. I'll get a set of rollers. I'll haul them back up to the farm. What I'll probably do is I'll put a little cut in here. I'll bring you guys back once that field is planted and maybe we're rolling it out. And yeah, we'll go from there and then we'll get some rice fields planted. Okay, team, we're back. We just got this field rolled. Ran over that sign there. Let's back over the sign a couple times just for good luck. Yeah. Yeah, we yield to nothing around here. Alright. Okay. Okay, that's enough. Now, what I can do is... I guess I can return these rollers. Let's just do this right now. Where are they at, though? Where are they at? It's kind of easy finding leased stuff because you can just, like, look in this column. I don't know. The rest of this, like, your own inventory, I don't know if I'm feeling it that much. I kind of like the old way better. That's just me. It's just me. Okay, let's return that. Lizard dragon. Yeah, that's a lizard dragon truck if I've ever seen one. Okay, let's head back up to the farm. So this field is good to go. Weeds growing, partial. Okay, that's no big deal. Well, we can weed this field after the first stage of growth, but it's 100% fertilized, rolled. I mean, there should be seeds everywhere. Like, let's just look real quick, because that last field, are we... Said oats growing, right? Yeah, oats growing. Okay. Alright, well, we'll just trust it. We will trust it. Okay, let's head back up to the farm here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get into... We got to get into April and we got to start planting some rice, which I pulled the rice planter around. I put fertilizer in it. Now, I had already fertilized these fields, so I'm hoping that I get just 100%, like, yeah, 100% stage. Because this should be at 50 right now, yeah. So I'm hoping we get 100% once we plant with that planter. But Walt, what's up, buddy? How we doing? How's Ben doing? Have you guys slept, or you just been standing here waiting for me? Okay, mixing a nap, man. Mixing a nap. Take 5. Like, you're good. All right, I'll catch you later, Walt. All right, let's have a siesta here. Let's get into April. We'll check the stores, even though we don't want to spend money on anything, but that doesn't mean we won't spend money on anything. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. It gets like that sometimes around here. One large tractor comes through the store. Can't help myself. Yeah, see? See? This is dangerous. This one's not so much because it's a small tractor. This is fun. Nice. What's this? potato planter. We definitely do not need that. We definitely do not need that. Okay, I'm gonna start flooding this field. And let's get this thing planted. Oh yeah. Actually, what I should do too, maybe we should burn around in this little thing a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna use this thing here real quick. Let's unpark it. Oh yeah, we gotta fire it up. Hasn't ran in 271 hours. I think this thing kind of rips though. Oh yeah, here, let's get this one going. We'll get this one going. We'll start flooding. I wonder if having like tire tracks like that in there matters. It's not like you roll these fields. I don't know. Okay, let's check and just see if we got any decent contracts that we can do. Like this hoeing contract, that's a good one. That's a good one. So let's just borrow the items for that, because I mean it's 600 bucks, and then we don't gotta drag ours all the way down there. What else do we got here? This hoeing contractor number 40. Yeah, maybe we could do that one after. Fertilizing. Hey, that's just down there. We might as well do that. That's pretty close to us. We can just go do that right now. Weeding on 5 for 10 grand. Yep, let's accept. We'll borrow those items. Okay. Okay. Now let's go get in our planter here. Let's get going, because we can definitely start planting before these fields are fully flooded. Now I'm gonna have to get more. I'm gonna have to get more of those sapling pallets brought up, which is pretty easy to do. Yeah, like this one's not planting any of that like mulch down. Is that? I wonder what that is, you know? I don't get that. Maybe that's in a field that's already been like harvested and stuff like that. That's probably got to be it, right? Okay, we've got a fertilizing contract that we got to go do in the back 40 here. Let's cruise over. What is it? Field 32? Yeah, it's just right behind us. Then we'll have to head up to the store and grab the equipment that we got there. Head out, get some of those contracts rolling so that we can get some more cash, because we really need that production facility. But at this rate, I mean, at this rate, we'll have that production facility pretty quick. I just can't forget to go sell that corn. That's definitely something that I could potentially forget to do. Okay, how are we looking here? We've got... That gave us a weight. We might as well throw it on. So we need to hoe which field? Field 12. Hoeing field 12. Walk onto that bad boy. Okay, where is field 12? Down yonder. Whoa. Driving like we've been drinking whiskey with Walt all day. That's what we're driving like. Okay, so here's something we need to talk about. Now, this is important. Now, if you were here in our last series in No Man's Land, we talked about this stuff, okay? And we're gonna have to have a chat, because we went to the movies, me and my girlfriend. We went the other night. This is like 2 nights ago. Hadn't been to the movies in a really long time, right? Because like I just don't do that anymore. None of us really do it anymore. Like, when do you really go to the movies? But my favorite movie, one of my top 3 favorite movies of all time, is Gladiator. Okay, I love that movie. And we talked about this in the last series when we were talking about like Maximus. You know, when you first seen him in the Colosseum, and then the Emperor wanted to talk to him. Like, that scene is like one of the most kind of like, I'm gonna swear a little bit here, but it's like one of the most badass scenes ever. It's gotta be, right? So it's like one of my favorite movies ever. My girlfriend gets tickets. You have to like get tickets to go to the the theater now, which is like kind of weird. Whatever. So we get tickets, we go in, and we watch Gladiator 2. I mean, I'm not entertained. Like, are you not entertained? I was not entertained. I thought that movie absolutely sucked. Has anyone else ever seen it? Like, let me know in the comment section below if you've seen that movie recently. Or maybe it's way in the future and they've decided to try and make Gladiator 3 and you're watching this movie or this video 3 years from now and they've decided to revisit it once again. But I thought Gladiator 2 was absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. It was like, I didn't even know. I think it's Denzel's like worst movie, and I don't even think he was bad in the movie. It's just the movie sucked so bad that he could only do so much with the script that he was given, and he did the best he could because it's Denzel. You know, he's the one, but it sucked. There's no two ways to put it. Now, am I just being too critical? Maybe I am. Let me know. Let me know what you think genuinely in the comment section. Am I like the storyline was just like so trash, I thought. I'm not really going to give too many spoiler alerts. Like, I'll tell you some stuff about it. It's not really going to spoil it, but like, if you have seen it or when you see it, when they're like in there with the monkeys, it's like the worst CGI I've ever seen in my life. It just all of it was so brutal. I hate to, you know, glass half empty here, but I thought it was just absolutely brutal. But, you know, what do I know, right? What do I know? Let me know what you think, though. Gladiator 2, have you seen it? Have I talked you out of seeing it? I hope. It was 2.5 hours long as well. 2.5 hours. I sat there like, what? What are we talking about? But, okay. Now that I've done complaining about that movie and driving over this weight. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright, maybe we'll just leave that weight there. We tried. Okay, we got a weed. Which field? Field 5? Whoa. Should we do the radio right now? No, we better not. Okay, where's field 5? Oh yeah, across the tracks. I still can't really remember this map that well. But we should be at 240k pretty soon. Think we'll get about 20 grand from the corn. That's what we thought. So let's just say we get that. That puts it as 180. We'll get like, 20 grand from these contracts-ish. 23 grand. So that'll put us at 210. If we, we'll definitely do a bunch more contracts by the time the canola fields are harvested, and then we got to sell all the oats as well. So once we set this worker going on this field, we will check and see when we got to sell oats, like when's prime time to sell oats, and that should give us a little, decent flush of cash. Whoa, look at this unit. What? Oh my god. I did not know this thing was like that. Oh man, this did this last time. Okay, we're gonna have to actually do this field. I don't know what it is, like something about it jams these, it like jams these units out. And see if this works. Yeah, that's gonna puts us at 1%. Okay, yeah, I don't know what it is about these weeding contracts. It's like the AI workers can't find the field. I kind of forgot about that, but that's not that big a deal. We'll just cruise along here and do this. We will cruise along here and do this. Maybe what I'll do is this is gonna take a little bit of time, so I'll just sit and do this quick. And I'll bring you back. I'll get this one done. I'll bring you back once this one's done, so you don't have to sit here while I slowly go through it. I don't feel like doing a time lapse just yet either. So I'll get this done, and then I'll bring you back, and we'll keep going on some of those rice fields. Okay, team, we are back. We finished off all those contracts. So yeah, we're up to 183,000. I've got this little thing that I'm burning around here, just bringing these sapling pallets over. So I finally, like, this game's still new right now, but I finally got a mod that'll give us super strength. So my deal was I'm only gonna use stuff like this if I have the means to do it, but it's just going to be quicker. So, like, for example, we spent the 10 grand to buy those, like, those pallet forks. So I'm going to consider that my price for using super strength. Like I said, it's not going to be the most realistic gameplay series we've ever done, but that's okay. I don't feel like loading each of these up constantly with the forks. Plus, it's kind of fun bombing this little thing around. Okay, let's hop back in this unit. Let's get right full. It does take a bit though to plant these rice fields though. Like, not that, like, obviously this thing isn't the fastest thing in the world, but the I only did that one field. I guess that field is kind of our biggest rice field though. That one back over there. So yeah, it makes sense that it would take some time. This one will go actually quite a bit quicker, and even those other ones, they don't take that long to do. But I'm excited to see, like, how much rice oil and stuff that we get from all of this, and kind of how much money we're gonna make. I think regardless of how much money we make, I'm just gonna continue to do rice this whole series. Like, if the canola is not really doing that well, or we want to change gears kind of in that area, I guess we could. But if we're gonna spend 240 grand on the production facility, I think that no matter what, we just got to kind of lean into these things, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be. We got to take canola and rice as far as we can, because that's what we did in our last series. We kind of picked two things and we just took it as far as we could. We took sunflowers and kind of like cotton slash wool as far as we could. We took that, like, we made a lot of clothes and a lot of sunflower oil, which is kind of fun. So I like doing that in this series. We'll see how far we can take canola, and obviously the rice. This is a perfect thing since this is just so new and we've never done rice before. It'll be fun to see kind of what's possible with it. And then I still think in our next series, if you guys, if you didn't see the one video where we were talking about this, but I think in our next part of this series, so I'll kind of reiterate it. If you've heard this before, sorry. If you're just kind of new to it, I want to just keep everyone in the loop. So this is going to be like a 3-part series. I was really originally going to do a 2-part series, but I think it'll be even a bit funner to do a 3-part gameplay series where we go from Hutan Pantai, which is obviously where we are right now. We'll try to stay here for, like, 6-7 growing seasons. I don't know exactly. We'll try to make as much money as we can, and then my thoughts are we're going to go to Zelonka, which I believe is in Poland. I think that's where that map is supposed to be. I think it doesn't really matter, but we're going to go to Zelonka, and what we're going to do is like a lottery gameplay series. So all the money that we make from this series, we're going to flip, go to Zelonka, and we're going to try and start a farm there. But the catch is we're going to randomize, and we're going to put all the aspects of the game in like a lottery system. The first episode of that series, I'm going to go on a web page that's it's like a randomizing spin wheel, and so you put a bunch of variables in there, you spin the wheel, and you can do whatever. Say you wanted to draw people's names for, like, fantasy league draft order or something like that, you could do that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all the aspects of, like, a gameplay series in that wheel and spin for it, and whatever we get, that's what we're going to play. So the wheel will dictate what the economic difficulty is going to be. It'll dictate the settings that we have on, like if we have periodic plowing on, if we have weeds on, limestone or limes, all that stuff. It's going to be dictated by what the wheel says, and it's also going to tell us what type of farming we're going to do. I'm going to pick 2 crops, or like plants, or whatever, that we're going to have to do and we're just gonna spin the wheel. I'm gonna spin the wheel twice with like all the crops and just see what pops up. So like we could be doing corn and grapes for all I know. Who knows? I don't know if I'll put animals in on it. I think what I'm gonna do is kind of leave animals for like an audible, if that makes sense. If I like say we get doing corn and oats or something like that'll be a good thing where we could do some animals. But if we're doing, grapes and wheat, it's not going to really make sense to try then put animals in the mix and like, I don't know, make it all even weirder than it's already going to be. But I think that's what we'll do for that series, is kind of like a lottery series. Again, try and make as much money as we can, and then take all that cash that we have and head back to the States and do the final part of our gameplay series. Is my thoughts, at least. What I think we should do... we still got a little bit in here. Okay. I was going to say we got to go fill up our little unit here, but... Okay, I'm gonna keep going. I'll get this field finished, and then I'll bring you guys back in 1 sec. I'll bring you back once this field's done, and we'll kind of make a plan of what we're gonna do next. All right, everybody, we are back here. We got that other field finished, so I'm just gonna start flooding this guy right now. What I'm actually gonna do, even though I know we're gonna run out right away. Oh, right into this thing. I want to get. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't understand these little mulch patches, right? Right? What am I missing with rice? I don't understand why. Like, we mulch this field. Do we have to plow this field to get rid of those? Does it affect yield bonuses? Am I going crazy? Have I already gone crazy? Like, all these questions that are just almost unanswerable. Let's just leave that like that. I just want to empty these, this like harvester right out, because it won't load full pallets when it's still got a little bit in there. Okay. So this was a contract that I accepted because it was like literally right by the farm, so how could we say no, right? Now we gotta go get back in our little... I don't know what this thing is. It's our little rice rocket is what it is. This thing's got to be almost empty. And then we'll get this thing loaded back up, and we will continue planting rice fields. We're, probably half done, I would say, right? Because that other field we did was quite large. Yeah, there we go. That thing is empty now. This thing's so sweet. Alright, let's fill this bad boy up. I think 1 pallet fills it. Oh yeah. Let's jump back in this thing. Bounce out of the way here. We'll go load another pallet into the little rice rocket. Try and hit this edge with as much speed as we can and see if we can jump this thing. Not really. Not that good. I don't know. Maybe a 3 out of 10 on that jump. This thing is awesome. This thing is awesome. Okay, let's go check contracts. There's not really that many good contracts left anymore. I mean, there's a couple. I guess we could do this one, right? 34's right there. Where's 40? Yeah, it's too far away and I don't feel like doing it. So let's accept this contract, because we got this unit set up right here, just doing nothing. I didn't even realize there was one. That one was there. Maybe it just came on. Who knows? We might as well pull this guy over. Whoa! Narrowly missed the rice rocket. Okay, let's get this field going. We'll set a worker doing this. And then we'll stick around here and we'll just kind of babysit and make sure these fields are good to go. One thing that I can do, let's cruise down to all these fields, and I might as well start flooding them right now. But yeah, I don't know why these like weird little patches show up. Probably doesn't really matter. Probably has nothing. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this grows. As long as we empty the field 2 months after we plant. So we got to empty the field in June. So in June we got to sell the corn, empty the field. You can't forget to do that. I keep saying that out loud because I will forget. Oh, wrong button. Okay. Let this field flood into the rocks there. You know, like as I think about it more, like even if we did get these fields out back here, I don't know if I'd want to do any more rice fields because like, well, unless we bought another rice harvester, which we could do down the road because they're really not that expensive. They're only like 95,000, which I mean is still not cheap, but compared to all the other harvesters out there, it's relatively cheap. Now, the only thing is I had fertilized these fields before, and I have fertilizer in that seeding unit, like our rice planter, but it doesn't seem to be putting it down. So we're gonna have to go over all these fields and fertilize, which isn't that big of a deal, but just another thing I gotta put on my to-do list. Yeah, let's head back up. Let's go make sure we're not running out of bullets in the rice planter. But that's gonna probably, like, you know, just be what we do for the rest of today right now. So I think even with that, what we'll probably end up doing is we'll probably end the episode here. I'll get these fields planted, and then on our next episode, what we'll be doing is we'll be fertilizing all these rice fields. It'll be June, so we'll empty them, and then we'll take the corn in. We'll sell the corn. I'll check the contracts as I go through May to see if anything else pops up that's really good, but we'll do some more contracts. We'll try and get over, you know, if we sell 20 grand of that corn, or if we get about 20 grand for the corn, that'll be awesome. That would put us at 200K, and then anything else that we can scrape together doing contracts, hopefully we can get to that 240K marker, so we can build the production facility, which I think I'm going to put it right back here in this open area where that other shop used to be. The other thing is like we're pretty good on equipment. We don't really need anything. Like it'd be nice if we had bigger equipment, you know, bigger cultivators, bigger planter, all that stuff, but we really don't need it. We can just keep getting by with what we have. So I think like as far as equipment wide goes, I mean, if a good tractor comes that we could buy in the next year or so, maybe, but I think we just keep leasing that other one. It's pretty cheap. It's like $800 a month. And it definitely makes enough money in contracts that it's not really affecting us. So, but that's it. That's going to do it for this episode. I'm the Ultra Farmer. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. Thanks for being with me on this series. Hopefully you'll stick with me, you know, through all of it, because I'm really excited to do these 3 parts of the series. It'll be, especially the next one too, kind of the lottery one where it's kind of chosen for us how everything's going to be. That I think that'll be a fun gameplay series, and it'll be fun to explore Sri Lanka. But yeah, thanks again so much. If you can hit that like button for me, that's always much appreciated. Same with the sub button. If you feel so inclined, we'd love to have you as a part of the Ultra Farmer community, but never feel like you have to. Also, let me know what you think of Gladiator 2. Did you watch it? Am I just crazy? Am I being a little too critical on it because the first one was so good? You know, what did you think? Let me know. Okay, guys, thanks again. Appreciate everything, and I'll see you on the next episode.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 8 of our Hutan Pantai series. I am just getting spun around here. I'm going to get some fuel in this tractor real quick, and I'll kind of give you a little recap of where we're at right now. Yes, I want some diesel in there. Okay, so we are in June now. At the end of the last episode, we had just finished planting all our rice fields in April, and I just went through a couple months, and the only thing I really did was some contracts, and so we made about 40 grand. Yeah, about 40 grand in contracts. We could go look real quick here. Finances. Yeah, so I did 35, 30, and then like we had our normal expenses. We had to pay some wages. What do we got up here? Vehicle leasing, yeah, tractor leasing and all that stuff. This tractor leasing. But we got a bunch of contracts done. There was a bunch of really easy ones to do really close here, actually. It was like all through these fields, 35, 36, 37, like a bunch of hoeing contracts, a couple cultivating contracts over here, I think it was. Oh, whatever, it doesn't matter. Some pretty easy ones that got done. And I was just kind of tending to the rice fields while that was happening. So the only thing, like, I don't really know. I'm still kind of winging this here. The rice fields look good. They look really good, and I'm flooding them again. Yeah, I'll just let that running. So I'm flooding these fields again because every time I would come back to these pumps, it would tell me that my field, the water level was too low. I kind of thought once we flooded those fields and we planted them that like there was so much water in there that we would like um just have water in there up until they slowly dried out and then we would have to empty them, but that doesn't seem to be the case. What seems to be the case is that like you fill it with water and then once you sleep through a month all that water dries up, which I guess makes more sense, like that it wouldn't just stay as full for as long, that it would actually dry up and the plants would suck up the moisture. So that does make sense. So this is like our second month. So obviously we planted in April. Let's make sure this one's fired up. Okay. Planted in April, and then when I got into May, I had to flood them while I was doing contracts, and then now we're in June and we had to flood them again. So I don't know after this month if we still have to flood them, but I'll just check. So what I want to do right now though is we got to take this corn off and get it sold. We're going to take it to the grain elevator. I'll probably have to do a couple trips here because this truck doesn't hold that much. I could get a trailer, I guess, but by the time I run and pick up a trailer, I probably could have ran it down a load and then what? We'll run and do a load with the trailer. It's probably close to the same time. However, let's just check. Yeah, we got to get to the grain elevator. It doesn't really matter which way we go then. I thought maybe there was a faster way through the kind of the back side of the farm there. Let's get this guy wound right up. But that's what we got going on. So we got 220 grand, which is awesome. Do I go? I guess you could go this way, it doesn't matter. We got 220 grand. We sell off all this corn. I think we'll get about 20 grand for it when it's all said and done. I think. So that'll put us over our 240 grand mark where we could buy our production facility. The only thing that I think I'm going to do is just slowly kind of wait, and I'll wait and do it after this year's canola and rice harvest. I think will kind of be a good plan, just in case something comes up good in the stores. Should I dip down? I think I should probably go down this way. Yeah, just in case something good comes up in the stores that maybe we need to buy, or I don't really know. There's not lots of contracts that we can do in the winter, usually. Usually winters are pretty slow for the contracts, so if we kind of do the production facility, set it, and kind of make that part of a winter project, that way we can have all the oil and stuff made and ready to go for in the springtime, which we're probably going to have to sell in the spring if I had to imagine. I can't remember exactly. We'll have to go check and see. That's crazy. It's a cool ship. We'll have to go check and see when's the best time to sell both rice oil and the canola oil. It's a pretty detailed map. Like they did a pretty good job on this map. There's quite a few rocks on this map, which I kind of hate because I'm running into them all the time, but the detail and kind of the elements of this map is pretty cool, I would say. Pretty freaking cool. But yeah, that's kind of what we got going on for today. We're going to, yeah, we got 10,500 for that load, so we should get that. We should have another load there for sure. 10,500 for that. But yeah, today we're gonna obviously get the corn sold. I'm gonna go, once the corn is sold, I'm just gonna check and see if there's any contracts. If there isn't, then I'm just gonna sleep through another month, go check a few things out. Okay, can we go this way? Yeah, this seems like a good little way. There we go. I had to get my mouse set up there for a second. We'll get the corn sold off. We'll get kind of growing through these months a little bit, and hopefully we can get up into the point where we're harvesting some oats. If there's nothing really good in the store and there's not too many good contracts, then we're just gonna kind of skip through and get to oat harvesting. But definitely want to get some more contracts done. I kind of want to go do at least one, maybe not, I don't want to say a weird contract, but maybe if they've got like a baling one or something like that kicking out there. It's not really the season for... Actually, this barley up back here is ready to harvest. That's the only other thing I toy with. God, I go back and forth, is buying another field. Seeing if we could get one more field for the fall, because that's when we can plant our canola. But... because like we could buy this barley field, harvest it right now. We don't have a baler. I mean, I guess we could rent a baler and we could bale some straw and we could just go sell all that stuff off and then have that field as well. But our rice fields look good. I can't really remember last year if we noticed dead spots this early in the growth cycles. I can't really remember, but so far they look good. I just don't know if I have to flood them next month. I don't know. We'll get it figured out. Okay, so this is a smaller load. Almost 6,900 liters. Okay, I'm gonna run down to the grain elevator and drop this off. I'll bring you guys back. I'll bring you guys back once that's done and we're back at the farm. Okay, team, we're back up at the farm here. I got back up after we did that last corn run. I just kind of looked at everything, checked out the contracts. There wasn't really anything that was speaking to me, if that makes any sense. What I did is I slept through a month. We're into July now. I'm just out here checking these pumps. So I think now at this point, I'm just going to roll with this because I don't really know any different. But I think these fields are just like good to go for the rest of their like growing, if that makes sense. I don't think I got to water them anymore. I'm just checking this one because before when I first planted these and then like got into the first few growing stages, I would come in here, there'd be like a little notice saying that the water levels were too low. It's like a little hazard symbol, blah blah blah. That's not on there anymore, so I'm gonna roll with it that these are good to go. I think at least we'll figure out in the fall when we go to harvest it. But I mean, they look good. Like I say, I can't remember last time if I had any weird dead spots because I wasn't like if I noticeably knew it right now. I kind of think I did. I think I was like looking at it going like, there's like weird kind of like spotty spots on the on the field. But I'm just cruising down now because it looks like we got some fields to harvest. Yes, indeed. Let's check out these fields. That's ready to harvest if I've ever seen, and this one should be as well. Oh yeah. Okay. That means we got a bunch of work to do. Oh, drive over the field a little bit. There we go. Oh, there's a little spot we don't gotta harvest. Jeez. Okay, so I'm gonna head back up then, and we'll get set up. We'll get set up with this harvester. We'll get everything kind of fired up. I don't know. Part of me wants to get a trailer, like really, 'cause that little truck's awesome. It is, but in the future, we're definitely gonna need something. Well, no, you know what? We're not gonna need nothing, 'cause like these fields are so close, and it like takes a while for the harvester to fill up. Like to run up to these silos is like not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal at all. So let's back this guy in. Probably shut this guy down for a sec. Let's get this thing fired up. I gotta unpark this. Lift up the header. We got fuel? No, we don't got fuel. Someone parked it without fueling it up. That someone would have been me. Oh, that tree. Wonder if I can cut these trees down. I don't actually have a chainsaw. I'd have to go buy one. Might not be worth it. Alright, let's get some fuel in this bad boy. And then let's get down and we gotta start harvesting. Doesn't really matter what we harvest first. We might as well get those oats off that ground, because then that way, once the canola field is being harvested, we can run across that oat field with the cultivators and kind of get it prepped. I want to get this slip tank there empty of fuel. Like, I want to use all the fuel that's in it, and then I'm going to move that slip tank so that it's in a better spot. I kind of placed it down quickly, and I wasn't really paying attention. I thought the fill-up point was on the front of it, but it's like on the side. Does that make sense? So I kind of want to move that around. That's not that big a deal. Yeah, like, I'm really toying with the idea of buying that other field. I'm gonna set a worker on this oat field real quick. And I think what I'm gonna do, let's get this open. AI worker, tone that down a little bit. Start with headlands. Yeah, sure, that'll be good. Yeah, like, a part of me is thinking this is 136 grand, like, it's empty right now. Well, we gotta plow it, so that doesn't really matter. I was kind of hoping something would grow on it and we could do, you know, at least harvest it and get some cash from it, but that doesn't really matter. Because it's weird. Well, let me click on it now. No, we're not doing it. So I could buy this one, 140, but like, we get all this, but like, this field is so much bigger. I could eat this whole plot is 5 point some acres, but look at the size of the field. It's like almost friggin' half of what this guy is. 136,000. Like, I know the whole goal was to get to 240 so we could put down that production facility, but I don't really want to buy. This one's 130. I mean, we could get this one too. This is obviously a decent buy as well. If we come here, there's potatoes on it. I don't really want to rent a potato harvester to get the potatoes off. This one's a really good one because there's barley on it. I mean, if we really wanted, we could bale the barley as well. We could rent a baler and do that, but this one has carrots on it. Plus, it's half a mil, or like 420,000. That's just not going to be worth it for us. And this one's got sunflowers on it. Again, the field's a good thing. But basically what we would be doing is paying 275 for this small little field relative to, like, it's 11-acre parcel. But what are we going to do with all these trees? I don't really feel like cutting down a bunch of trees. So really the only options are these two, or potentially this one. Again, 130. Soybeans on here. I mean, we could always harvest these soybeans. When do soybeans come off? October. Not really going to be smart though, because then we can't plant canola. So the only one that really makes sense if we're going to do it is, okay, here's the store. We'll come back to the store. Give me 1 sec here. We'll do a bunch of things while that harvester's going. If we're going to buy this one makes the most sense. There's nothing on it. We could just plant canola in the fall. Yeah, we got to plow it, but we'd have to plow basically probably any of these other fields too. Let's just jump into this and see how full this guy is. Okay, 25% on that fast. Let's jump into this unit, unpark it, and at least bring it down and go. So that's where my decision comes in. Is like, do we buy that plot of land and then put canola on it this fall and just delay the production facility another, like, year? Another year. I almost think we do it. And I think we do it because we could set a worker to plow that field right now, and it'll be good to go for when, like, these fields are harvested, and we can just plant our canola on there. Bada boom, bada bing. Also, like, when I first, what did I buy last time? I bought these two plots, right? And I was like, we got to get back to 240. And then just all of a sudden, like, we were back up here. Like, it really doesn't take that long with contracts. Because if we go through the contracts, there's this harvesting one we could go fight through. This one that we could go fight through. What do we got this? There's a baling one, 10 grand right there. The only baling ones that I would do is if with a square baler, just because I can continuously bale. I think we could make it back pretty quick. As much as I hate doing these harvesting ones, like if you went and did this, like we'd almost get double this money to do it. By the time we sell all the stuff, blah blah blah, you get quite a bit of money. So you'll almost get like 40 grand off this, almost. That'll be that's gonna be a little different because we're in a easy economy mode out here. So if you're playing it, it might be a little bit different with your contracts. You might not be getting that like double, but that last time I did spinach, man, we made crazy money off of it after it was done. Because the production facility is 240. The only thing is that I don't know. Let's go like this. This is what we got, right? 150,000 liters. This really doesn't hold that much. For 60 grand and you get 150,000 liters of storage, that's actually crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. This should be way more than that. Like, look at these ones are 400. These are 200 for 80. Crazy. Because we could, but I guess even that being said, we got a lot of storage. We could wait to do this production. I'm just going to pull by this guy. Let's go into the chute here and get some oats out of this guy while we got a chance. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that might be the best thing to do. Get that field. Because it's not really going to matter if we have to wait a little bit longer to do that production facility. Because we would be going down to like basically, we'd be back down to like 100K. Alright, let's run this up. We'll dump this off. Maybe what we'll do is we'll get one of the tractors fired up and get the subsoiler hooked to it. We'll have to get that green tractor hooked up to the subsoiler, and then we can take him down and get him going plowing that field. I think that's what we should do, because we don't need any more equipment. That's one thing we definitely really don't need right now. We don't really need any more equipment. There's stuff that I would like to buy. So I could go store. Like, I wish we could buy this tractor, but we don't even need it. We don't even really need it is the thing on this farm. These fields aren't really that crazy that we need something like this. It would be nice to have a bigger tractor just to pull a bigger set of cultivators at the end of the year to clear off the fields, but we really don't need it. It's a good planter. Oh, you can do canola with this. Oh, interesting. Nice. That's pretty sweet. This tractor though, these Fendt 1000s, if you come into your large tractors, if you're playing this game, and this tractor is probably the best bang for your buck when it comes to large tractors. Like if you go through and you really look at the horsepower that you get for the price, this Fendt Vario 1000, if you go in here, you put the big engine in it, you're going to get 517 horse for 415 grand. There's no other tractor in here that even comes close to that for that pricing. Even this tractor, the max you can get, 435 horse. This one, 458, and you're paying 478 grand. This one, 458 horse. You're still paying almost the same price, and this one you get like almost 100 more horse. Like, it's crazy. This one starts at 484, but if you want to get around that that's 539, so a little bit more, but you're paying 500 grand for it. Like, this tractor, bang for your buck where it comes to horsepower, is probably the best out of the large tractors. It's a really, really good deal. So that one's sitting in there for 240. It's crazy because you could put that big engine in it. Let's go see. 244. My bad. It's in there for 211. 244 for a 517 horsepower tractor. That's nuts. That is the deal of all deals, really, to come through the store. But we don't need it. We just want it. It's in the W category, you know, not the N category. What we need more than anything is crop. We need crop, and then we need a production facility, but we can still get by doing contracts. Legitimate things that we need. We probably need a good flat deck trailer eventually so that we can haul all our pallets of oil and stuff to sell. That'll be something that we need. But other than that, we can get by with just about everything that we have. So, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to quit talking about it. I'm going to go to our farmland. I'm just going to buy this. And then I'm going to jump out. I'm going to get into this tractor. Fire it up. Let's go hook onto that subsoiler. Because worst case, even if we did run into some sort of a situation where we need some cash, we do have a lot of grain and stuff sitting in there that we could sell. Also, we can take a loan if we want. I've just been holding off because my rule with the loans of not being able to use AI workers, if I have a loan out, if I can avoid taking a loan, I'm going to. And really, it's not like we're losing out on any money, because like the grain that's sitting in those silos can be turned into oil at any time, and it'll be just as valuable in the future as it is right now, so it doesn't really matter too much. I'd rather be able to use AI workers than take out a loan and rush the production facility, that's for sure. Especially because we do have, like, we have all the equipment that we need, but if I'm being honest, like, this subsoiler kind of sucks. It's a little too small. Like, if I really had to do all of this field without setting an AI worker, like, it would be a little bit mind-numbing, right? But if we can be doing other stuff while that's happening, that makes it a little bit better for me. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to get this, I'll get this oat field harvested, and then I'll bring you guys back once we're starting on the canola field. I'm just back here. We got the cornfield. Well, it was the original cornfield over there, but it was then oats after. We got that harvested all off. I'm just pulling this grain truck around here, and I'm going to kind of spin him around and hopefully park in a kind of strategic spot here. Hopefully that is. Thinking right about right there. Oh. Yeah, I'm just in the harvester here, and I'm gonna cut this canola field. The only other thing I did is I had set a worker to plow that field. Okay, so I got this field cultivated, good to go. I kind of set this worker to be cultivating this field while we were getting this one over here plowed. So now this one's plowed. It's actually fertilized 100%, which is awesome. So when we seed this with canola, we're gonna be just cooking with gas, really. So we're gonna cut this canola field, and then I've got, like I said, I got this guy waiting in the cultivator. He can just jump on this field basically right after. And will this field have any fertilizer? Well, no, it won't. Anyways, we will be good to go. So what I think I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna hop back in the combine. And I think what we'll do, I think we might as well do a little time lapse of me cutting this field. I'm just kind of getting everything set for the GPS, but yeah, I think it might be good. We'll do a little time lapse of me cutting this canola field. It's kind of a bigger one. But yeah, let's see how much canola we get off this field. I'll see you guys back here after the time lapse.
just pulling back up over to the grain silos here. I'm hoping I can just dump right out of this unit. As long as I can kind of snake her in here good without doing that. Should work out, right? Am I gonna get stuck in these trees here? Survey says... yeah. Good enough, not too bad. Okay, so this... before we dumped out of this thing, we had 7,700 liters in the combine, and then that other little truck, like our little grain truck, it'll hold 7,600. So we had like 15,300-ish liters of canola off that field, which is pretty good. It's pretty good off that field. Because like when we get those other fields going, we're gonna have, you know, quite a bit of canola, which is awesome. Which is super, super awesome. Now we gotta grind our way back up to 250. I mean 240. I mean, like, what we could do, I could always just take the loan. I could take the loan for like 140 or whatever it would be, and just do that. But what I don't know. I always go back to, like, I'm not in a super rush to get the production facility going. Like, it's not like those silos are really running out of room. I think it'll hold 150,000 liters, and like we've got a bit of oats in there. I'm gonna move this over a little bit. So I don't really need to get that production facility going. I think it'd be more beneficial if I just don't take the loan, and I'll be able to, like, if I take the loan, let's shut this down and park it. If I take the loan and I'm not able to use AI workers, then I feel like being able to use AI workers will make us money faster than the production facility will. Like, until I really have all these massive fields rocking, yeah, I just don't think it's super worth it. But we got to get, you know, speaking of, we got to get a worker going on this field right now. We got to get this cultivated. Weeds growing. You don't tell me. Okay. Actually, what I'm gonna do is unpark this guy. Set, yeah, that can work there. And then let's walk over and grab this tractor. I'm gonna unpark this guy and we'll go drop this subsoiler off. Maybe give everything a little pressure wash here, I think could be a good idea. And then we'll have these fields sort of ready, but we're gonna have to be planting right away because I'm pretty sure we plant our canola in August, right? Yep, we're gonna be planting next month. So I'm gonna take this tractor up, because I get it pressure washed off, get the subsoiler put away, and then, yeah, we're gonna be planting next month. As soon as this field's cultivated, we will be, you know, sneaking ahead in time. And you think I'd be able to remember this right now? I'm just gonna pull up this hill real quick. Get up this hill real quick, and let's check. Yeah, that's right. We got to harvest our rice next month as well too. So harvest and plant. I always got to remember that we harvest and plant. And I'm just gonna check this real quick. We don't gotta like flood this field or anything weird. Doesn't even give me the option to, so must be good to go. Must be good to go. All right, let's go pressure wash this thing. Get it cleaned up a little bit and store it away for the fall. Probably gonna have to do a mushroom haul a little bit as well too. I gotta get a trailer. I was hoping, oh, man, one did come through the store, and then I was like not paying attention, and I slept through one of the months, and I could have bought one for like 20 grand. So that's my mistake. This tractor's pretty good for us though. I don't really, I keep saying this, but the nice thing is I don't really need to go buy anything other than probably a trailer. But that's, even to go rent one, it's like $1,000. So, I mean, you could rent that thing 20 times. Is it even worth buying it? I think I should probably just lease it and call it a day. That's my thoughts, maybe. Let's get this thing parked. Get this thing parked out of the way. Where do I want to put this thing? I guess we don't have the production facility down just yet. I could stick it on over here. drop that off. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run into here. Let's get this guy fired up. We might as well pull him out, because it takes a little bit to drive this thing around. 7 miles an hour. Like, yeah, I don't really want to make... I'm hoping with the rice fields that we got now, we're not going to have to make too many more to really, like, have a good amount of rice to put into the production facility. Because driving this thing, I don't want to drive this thing super far distances. I want to kind of keep all the rice up here. The only other rice field I would maybe make is maybe that one. What field would that be? Maybe this one, field 29, but it's like 256,000. I don't know. I think we might just be maxed out for rice fields, and I'm just gonna call that good. Is kind of my thoughts, but we'll see how things go. You know how I can change my mind. But I think probably what we'll do. I think probably what we'll do is we'll just end the episode there. I think I'm gonna just cut this episode off here. What I'll do is I'm just gonna kind of move some stuff around. I'll get that field cultivated and stuff, and get prepped. And the next episode, what we'll be doing is we'll be harvesting some rice and planting our canola fields, which won't be too bad. We'll be able to set a worker down planting, and then we'll be able to just kind of be up here jumping around with the grain truck and with the little harvester and everything. But yeah, I think that's what we're gonna end up doing. I'm stoked though, because we'll get all that harvested if in the next episode, if there's some good contracts out. Like this fertilizing contract's just such an easy one to go do. But if we got stuff like that, maybe we'll go do it. Baling's good, it just takes so much time. I'm only gonna do baling contracts for square balers. Like, yeah, I mean, I guess we could bale this field up here. It's right by us. Not too sure. I'd rather just sleep through and get into the next month, so those contracts might not be there. But yeah, that's gonna be it for today, or for this episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. Like always, I appreciate it. If you can, I always appreciate if you can smack that like button for me. Smack the old subscribe button if you're enjoying this series. You want to see more. I'm really excited because there is a new map that came out called New Frontier, and it's almost like a no man's land. Like it's just this like big wide open kind of create your own kind of adventure. And so I don't know, there's going to be a lot of new maps that come out, but I'm hoping that from what I looked at, I went and kind of checked it out a little bit. It could be a good map to like end off our series of when we go back to the States and we start like a really big operation there. Because it's just big, wide open plots. Really, we can kind of create whatever we want. So when I seen that map, I'm like, I think it'll be a good one to finish off our 3-part series. We'll go to Zelonka after this, and we'll do the lottery series where we spin the wheel and we just play the game how it tells us and see how much money you can make. And then I'm thinking the map, yeah, it's called New Frontier, and it looked pretty good. But yeah, all right, guys, I'm off. I gotta go get my miles in here and then go to work. So thanks again so much. I appreciate you guys watching, and I'll catch you on the next episode. Bye now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 9 of our Hutan Pantai series. I am just getting this cultivating kind of set up down here to field 8. Whoa, hitting curbs like usual. I did a few contracts off camera. I didn't really do anything else too much. I cultivated our one field, kind of got it prepped, a few things, nothing too crazy. I just want to get this going right now. Let's get a worker going on that. Let's get back into... Actually, let's just jump up to our farm here real quick. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to spin around here. Excuse me. I'm going to just go fertilize these fields down yonder real quick. I want to see if I can burn up all the fertilizer in this tank. And I'll just kind of chat about what I did off camera. I didn't really do anything off camera in between the last episode and this one. We harvested these fields and I cultivated them. I was going through and I was going to do a fertilizing contract. That's why I fertilized some of this field, but not the rest of it. So I figured I should come down here and do the rest of this guy. And I kind of want to fertilize that other field. And the other one that we freshly plowed, I believe, is 100% fertilized. I believe. Got to make sure on that, but we'll check it while we're down here. But we've got to harvest rice today, and we have to plant canola. That's going to be our main kind of tasks today. We'll get all our rice harvested and stuff like that. And I want to just kind of keep plugging away on a few contracts if we can here and there. That cultivating contract just popped up right before I started this episode. I was just kind of getting everything set up and I went and looked in the stores or just in the contracts in general, and I was like, yep, that's a good one to do because I think it's like a 10 or 11 grand or something like that. So did a few contracts off camera just to kind of get a little bit extra money going. We got 123 grand right now, which is pretty good. We need about, well, we need 240 now to kind of get our production facility, which is going to be super doable probably at the end of this growth period. So my plan is that we will get all our rice and stuff harvested today. We will get our canola fields planted because while the rice is being harvested and we're kind of chasing around with the harvester, we'll be able to have a worker going on these fields planting some canola. I'm going to have to go rent a set of rollers at some point so that we can roll out these fields once we're done planting them. That's not that big of a deal. And once all the rice and stuff's done, then we got to cultivate those fields. I want to go through and fertilize them and kind of get all that stuff done. So what I'm going to do is there's one thing that I'm going to build. I'm going to build us a silo that is kind of up at the farm where I can put seed and fertilizer and stuff in it. I'll just be able to get it directly from that silo. You still have to pay for it, but it's in one like easy area. So I'm gonna put that in somewhere. I think I have a good spot for it, but blah blah blah. Get all that done, and then we're just gonna plug through the next year, doing contracts, getting up to our next big harvest, which will be these 3 big canola fields, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 rice fields. Whew, that's crazy. I didn't even really realize we had 5 rice fields. Oh, I think I kind of missed a corner there. Did I? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Yeah, and then the 5 rice fields. At that point, I really, I say this, I really have nothing else to spend money on because I just went a full year with like everything that we have. Actually, that's not true. We have one thing that I'll probably end up spending money on, and that's going to be a trailer. We will, because we're going to need to buy a trailer to haul pallets around, especially once we get a bunch of the oil going from the production facility. We're going to need a trailer to haul some pallets around. So that's just going to kind of be something in the future that I definitely need to get. Hopefully something pops through on the stores, but I think I'm just going to keep leasing that one tractor that we have because it costs us about $800 a month, which is just ridiculously cheap really at this point. And this tractor's paid for, although it needs to get repaired big time, so maybe we should go do that right now as well. But I want to pull up to the farm here, get the rice harvester going. I have it kind of pulled over, set by one of the fields, and we'll get the rice harvester going so it can at least, because it's going to take a while to do all these rice fields. I think as of right now, unless something crazy comes up, but as of right now, I'm just going to keep these rice fields like as what we have. Like I'm not going to make any more rice fields, I don't think, in the future. Because I think right now this is going to be kind of enough for us. I think at least. I don't know. We'll see how things go, but as of, unless like the production facility just eats up the rice like crazy and it's like worth us to plant a few more fields or buy some more fields, then maybe I'd consider it. But really, if we go look at the map, the only other field that I would kind of want to buy is this one just to kind of complete this little area, and it's only 121 grand or 121,000. The only other rice fields I would buy is around here. That's 265. That's 180. This one's like 120. Wow, nice. How much is this one? This one's crazy expensive. Yeah, it's like 400k. So I think these rice fields will be fine just being what they are. We'll keep all this. I'll get this field eventually, but I'm not going to go out of my way. I think with these fields being canola, plus what we already have stored, it's going to be pretty good. Because if we go in, what do we have stored? Does it tell us how many liters? Yeah, 22,000 liters stored, 12,000 liters of rice. At some point, oh yeah, we've got oats that we got to sell off. Let's just check our calendar real quick here. Let's go down to. Oh, is this set up differently now? Okay, let's check. December. Okay, so December we gotta go in. I think that tells us this. This is telling us January. Okay. Well, so we have about 20 grand worth of oats chilling. We've got about 50 grand worth of canola and about 40 grand worth of rice. So I don't really know what else we got here. 10. We got like 20 grand worth of mushrooms going. So yeah, if we go check in the stores, nothing decent in the store. This grape, I've seen these grape harvesters in here like 3 times now. Maybe we should have been grape farmers. But I was thinking about getting this trailer because it's pretty good. But this one's a little bit bigger, I think. The only thing is I don't know if I can lay down these sides. Oh, we can get a bunch of cool colors. Custom. What? Cool. I don't know if I can lay down these sides and then put pallets in. If I can lay down one of these sides, then this would be kind of ideal because I think it's bigger. I'm pretty sure it's bigger, 24. I think the other one's a 20 foot, right? 1800 might only be an 18 foot. I don't know. Might have to do some testing kind of off camera, just go see what the dealio is, but yeah, that's what I want to get, something like that. I don't think I need anything like this. I don't think, at least. These would be, one of these would be good to have around the farm, but this would just be something we might need to rent at some point. So what I want to do though, yeah, it's already set up right on what I wanted. I think what I'm going to do is put this down, I think right there. But the only thing I wanted to check, like I think I'm going to put it right here because it's just kind of out of the way. We don't use this wood shed for anything, so I'll be able to pull the tractors and stuff around there. I could even bring it over a little bit, but the only thing I wanted to check is, where's our production facility? Is this it? The oil mill. Okay. Not enough money, you're telling me. I was just trying to plan out how I would sit this down. Probably something like this. I think I'm going to put it something like that, and then we'll be able to pick up the pallets on the backside. What I was just looking at is I just wanted to make sure that this, when I put this silo down, it's not going to be super in the way. We don't use that wood shed for anything. So yeah, I think I'll put that right there. Spend a little bit of money, but it'll save us from running around, having to go back and forth to the store to get all our fertilizer and stuff. So I've got this set up. I filled it up with the seed. We have pallets of seed up there. But I'm going to go through and I'm going to plant our canola fields. And then, yeah, we just got to go get a set of rollers. Get a set of rollers. And then we can roll these fields out and we will be canola farming. Canola farming. I hope. I don't really know how much money we're going to make off canola oil. I haven't sat and figured it out. I probably should have, but it really came down to, we're doing rice, and the main thing that we can do with rice is turn that into oil. So I figured, I did sunflower oil in a previous episode or a previous series, so I didn't want to do sunflowers again. But let's go through. Maybe I'll go into this. Okay, let's find canola oil. Yeah, like man, we could make some serious money off this. 5 grand per 1,000 liters. I just don't know how much we're gonna get out of our production facilities. Carrot soup? Nice. Whoa, what's a carton roll? 8 grand? Sheesh. Okay, canola oil. Now, what about rice oil? Oyster mushrooms? Yes. Rice oil. There we go. 6,000 in June. Okay. Okay. I mean, we could make good money off it. We just got to get a whole bunch of it. We need to get a whole bunch of it. Also, I was looking, there's a new map out called New Frontier. Yeah, it's not Final. Yeah, it's New Frontier. Um, it looks sweet. Now, it's kind of like No Man's Land style of map where there's like not really much on it. It's just kind of big and open and it's really you'll be able to kind of create your own, create your own adventure, so to speak. Um, Now I don't know, like I'm not going to set anything in stone, but just from seeing it real quick, it could be the kind of fun finale map to this series. Because I still want to do this as a 3-part series where we work on this map, we try to save a bunch of money, we go to Zalonka, or we could go to a different map. It doesn't necessarily have to be Zalonka. We could go to Riverbend Springs or something. It doesn't matter to me. And we'll do like a lottery map there where we just roll the wheel and we'll just do whatever it says and try and make as much money as we can. And then the third and final map, we'll just build like a. I'm hoping we can go to a third and final map with like a couple $1,000,000, like $3 or $4 million, maybe even $5 million, who knows, and just really be able to start on a good foot and just get good equipment right off the hop, get really set up with livestock and production facilities, and just hammer out like a final 25 to maybe 40 episode series, just making as much money as we can just for kind of the fun of it. But that third and final map of the series, I think we'll put like I really want to put it on the hardest settings. We'll turn every setting on just like we did in No Man's Land. Like we'll have field stones, lime, plowing, weeds, all that stuff will be on hardest economic difficulty. We'll put the fuel usage on high. We'll do all that stuff just to make it as difficult as possible since we're going to be starting with a large amount of cash. And then eventually down the road, we will. I was kind of toying with the idea of maybe saving No Man's Land and doing it. I don't know. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, it's going to be a couple years down the road, but I'm just going to save No Man's Land. And I'm going to make it kind of a thing. As long as the map comes out. I hope it comes out again. I really hope it does, because that's like my favorite map. If it comes out again, I was thinking the final series that we do for FS25, which again will be a couple years down the road before like FS27 or 28 comes out. We'll do a big No Man's Land series. We'll try and keep that like a consistent thing at the end of each like game. Our final map will be No Man's Land. And that's what I know right now. It's not that much, but it's what I know. So let's hop back up, check this guy out. He's just giving her up here. Let's go look. We gotta jump out of this unit, and we gotta run down to this. Jump in here, unpark it, fire it up. I'm gonna go see how full that rice harvester is. Let's bomb around here. Yeah, I think the only thing I'll spend money on is if and I know it's cheap to rent those trailers, but I don't want to have to go back and forth renting it because I'm going to use it quite a bit. I think buying one of those trailers, because it's 20 grand, it's not too bad. I'm kicking myself because there was one in the stores and I screwed up and I hit the sleep button just kind of in a groove, and yeah, I screwed up and I should have bought that one trailer. Yeah, screwed up. But actually, what I might do, I think what I'm going to do is I'll put a little bit of a cut in here, and I'm just going to go test out and just see if I can open the one side of that one trailer. I'm just gonna have to do a thing. I might buy the trailer, look at it, test it out. If it doesn't work, I'm just gonna jump out of the game before I save it and load back in and not use that one. So I'll just do a little bit of testing just to make sure that I can open that one side of it. And if I can, I'll go buy that trailer and bring it up to the farm. Yeah, let me go do some testing and I'll bring you guys back in 1 second. Okay, team, I'm back. I got us the trailer. I tested both of them. They're the exact same length. Uh, so the green one, the sides do open, but yeah, they're the exact same length. So I thought it don't really matter which one we get. So I got the cheaper one. What else did I do? I'll tell you what else I did real quick. I went and I sold our like by fertilizing container that I thought was going to be like a sweet little plan. I'm gonna fix this tractor while I'm right here. Let's just go in here. What else? What other engine? Oh, okay. That makes sense. I was wondering why this tractor was like weak sauce. What? I thought this tractor already had the big engine in it. Interesting. Okay, well, there's that. Let's repair this unit. Um, yeah. So I went to fill the fertilizing, like our fertilizer spreader, with this thing that was sitting here, the silo. I'm like, oh yeah, I know you got to pay for it. I thought it would be the same price as like the fertilizer you get down at the store. No, this thing holds 3,000 liters. So like 3 bags of that stuff would be like 6 grand, 6 grand. It was $13,000 to fill it from that container. I was like, not going to happen. Like, nah, hell no, right? Um, what's going on here? This guy just decided he's done? Yeah, I was like, no, that's not paying 13 grand to fill that thing. Like, that's crazy. I think this thing's gonna it's completed its task. I don't think so. Okay, here. Let's make sure we go in a straight line. Yeah, we'll do this ourselves. Okay. Alright. I thought this was just done, but we'll get this done for us. I don't know why the workers must be just jammed out from something, who knows. Yeah, 13 grand to fill that thing. I'm like, no. So I sold that thing. I got rid of it. I just didn't deal with it. So we bought the tractor. We bought the tractor. We bought the trailer, and I bought a couple pallets or bought a couple of bags of the fertilizer while I was there to load on the trailer. But yeah, I'm thinking we're just gonna have to make trips back and forth to the store if we're gonna get seed and fertilizer, which really isn't that big of a deal. But okay, so I want to get this field finished, and then we're just gonna work our way through all of the rice fields. I'm kind of thinking this might have to be kind of a 2 episode harvest, to be honest. We still got a lot of work to do. Um, yeah, so this might have to trickle kind of into the next episode a little bit, which is fine. That's totally fine if that's what happens. We're still planting that one canola field down there, and then we will move on to the final 2. Yeah, we'll have 3 canola fields down there. Okay, let's lift this up, and kind of wish this pipe went to the other side like the rest of the harvesters, but that's okay. Let's just back over to this dude. We might as well offload before I start this other field. And we're still cultivating that one field. Maybe let's just tab through everything. Okay. This isn't too bad. We're getting pretty close around here. We're getting dangerously close to finishing these. And let's jump back into this. Okay. Let's put the pipe in. Let's head up. Yeah, I'm thinking if I was to do another rice field, like we would probably end up having to get another rice harvester because it's just too slow. This thing's just too little to do too many more fields, or it would take us like 3 episodes to get everything harvested, which I'm gonna guess it is what it is. If that's what had to happen, that's what has to happen. Okay, so um, let's go into this and go like that. Okay, so that guy's just giving her there. This is almost done here. Let's bring this truck up to the other field. The only thing though that I don't really understand is fertilizing these rice fields, because those new rice fields that we made, I could only get them 50% fertilized. Like when I tried to fertilize right after the first stage, it just it gave me a bunch of crop destruction. I didn't really understand what was going on. So actually I'm gonna jump out here and just see. So this field's 50% fertilized. Let's go jump down to this one and just see. 50%. Okay, I'm gonna jump in our other tractor here. I'm gonna hook onto our fertilizer spreader and I'm just gonna go cruise over that field and see if I can get it to 100%. Oh, it's on the other side. All right, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm new here, right? I thought this tractor was 230 horse. Okay, but wait one sec. Like, am I crazy? Vehicles. Yeah, I'm just out to lunch is all. I must have looked like if you go into it says 225. I don't know why I just assumed ours had 225. Okay, well this tractor's got 160 horse. That's probably why it struggled to pull that subsoiler and all that stuff. I thought it was 230 this whole time, so goes to show how good of a farmer I am. We're almost done cultivating that field. Okay. Actually, let's jump out here. Okay, it says 100% fertilized. Okay, well that's good. And I should honestly have this whole field done in one pass. We'll check the map though real quick. Okay, so yeah, this is a small tractor, essentially. Oh. Let's go back here. I'm gonna call it good enough. I'm gonna call it good enough. But we didn't get any dead plants or any withered plants. So that's good. That means that we figured out how to do these fields properly. You have to keep them flooded for at least 2 months, and then the option to even flood the fields goes away. So that's basically what we have to do. Let's go check this greenhouse real quick. Okay, we are way out of space with our saplings. Okay, so that just means it's not going to produce anymore, that our production facility has maxed out. So what I gotta figure out is exactly how many pallets I need to. I gotta figure out exactly how many pallets that I need for us to plant and just always kind of have that kicking around and then sell the rest, I guess. Let's go. I mean, we can make decent money off selling these, but not till March. Okay. All right, well, I'll make a plan for this. I'll kind of think about it a little bit more and see if I can figure out how many pallets I used to plant. I guess I could go back and watch that one VOD when we were planting, but I don't know if it'll show all of them. Now, another thing that I was thinking about is that we do have this beehive over here. It might be worth getting some bees. I also wonder if it would help our fields. Like now, if I go into, yeah, we don't have any animals. That's just our guy. Right on, buddy. Hitting the sty points hard. Okay. Oh, I clicked on it again. I didn't even mean to. Animal dealer. We should look into. Can you not get bees in here? Bees. Or do I just gotta get. I don't know. I'll I'll think about that. I don't know if I really even care about dealing with honey. I thought it might be an extra thing just to make a little extra cash, since we got like the mushrooms and stuff over here that we're doing for a little extra cash, and it's pretty easy to deal with. Um, I thought it might be like a decent idea just to do that, a little extra side cash for us, but I don't know. I'll think about it a little bit more. Definitely should sell some of these saplings though. That'll help save us some money. Okay, I think what I'm going to do here, I'll bring you guys back in a sec here once we're a little bit further along on harvesting this other rice field, and I'll do some thinking. I'll just go check. I'm going to go get our. Yeah, this guy's almost done. I'm going to get him set up on the other field, and then what I might do is run down and get a set of rollers just to start rolling this stuff out. So yeah, I'll bring you guys back in a sec, and we'll continue on with our harvest. All right, team, I got a set of rollers from the store here. I swapped out our tractors so that I can use this 230 horse tractor on these rollers, and I've got our other tractor that's like a 160 horse. Like, how many, what were we, 9 episodes in, and I just figured this out? Like, right on, right on. Um, yeah, okay, right. Jeez. Okay, well, we got this 230 horse just rocking on these rollers. Well, he's got him jackknifed a little bit, but I still think he's doing about an 8 out of 10. Yeah, about an 8 out of 10, I'd say. How's our rice harvester looking? Yeah, we're seeding this field again. We're just pumping the canola to it. I'll roll this one after we'd fertilize these. We got some weeds growing, but we'll obviously take care of those after the first stage of growth. We've got 76%. Yeah, we're gonna have to probably. It's gonna have to be kind of a 2 episode harvest, is what I'm thinking. I mean, unless I cut this up a little bit, I guess it could. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just winging it. I'm winging it from this part of the episode on. Looks like this guy's winging it too. This one's 50% fertilized. We do have to get the cultivators and stuff going on these plots, which I'll probably work on next episode. I mean, we're not planning until next spring anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, we got these fields rolling out. Like I said, I got some weeds I got to deal with, but that's pretty easy in the scheme of things. But I figured I'd bring you guys back and we'll roll some fields here, get this one squared away. Yeah, like I obviously want to buy this field that's on the opposite side of the tractor here, but I mean, I'm not gonna race to do that like I did, with these other ones, because these are such big fields. Like this field, yeah, it says 5 acres, but it's all of this land right here that I don't even really know, like, what we do with that. I don't know. Like, yeah, what do I even do with all that land? Like, it doesn't, I don't know. So I'm not going to race to pick up that land, and I don't think I'm going to race to pick up any more land kind of on this side of our farm, like the rice side. Because again, any of this land would just get turned into rice fields. And like those fields, like that withered field that's like directly opposite of where we're looking, I don't even know how you put a rice field there because they have to be level, like so that you can fill them with water. Like I don't really know. Like, does it just automatically level out all of that land? Might be worth trying. Maybe we'll do that at the end. We'll just, when we got a whole bunch of cash, we'll just pick a day and just kind of mess around a little bit. But yeah, I'm not feeling that right now. Maybe what we can do. Yeah, I'll just wait. I'll just wait. Let's take a look at this guy. Yeah, this planter that we got is pretty good. We really barely use any seeds. Like, barely at all. I filled this thing right up, And we planted that whole field that's being rolled, and like, I don't know, 45% of this field, and we've only used 8% of the tank. So we're probably set with seed for the rest of the episode, to be honest. And the only thing we're gonna have to be buying is fertilizer, which is fine. But I am getting stoked. Well, let's go look at our contracts and just see. I mean, there's this plowing contract, but I don't really feel like doing it. These plows are so small. It's just not worth doing it. I don't think, not for 8 grand. I mean, I guess I could do it while the rest of this is going on, but oh, this weeding one popped up. Honestly, I always just look for contracts that are like in this area because I know these are big fields, so the contract is usually a good price. This is like pretty close to the farm. Obviously, this is super close to the farm. Anything over here, I'm like, nah. Anything up here, I'm like, nah, it's too far away. Okay, let's go check. Oh, this is what we need. Hop in this wagon. What we'll do is we'll go dump. We'll go dump this grain truck after as well. So, yeah, this I haven't dumped anything, so this is exactly what we have so far. And what I mean by that is like what we've gotten off these fields. Almost 7,000, almost 7,000 liters, and this one's almost done. So I don't know, 7,300 maybe we'll get off all of these. Well, let's go dump this in the silos. Yeah, really, the more that I think about it, I think we've got a good amount of rice fields for right now. At least until we get the production facility going and see how that goes. I don't know. I hope this production facility is good. Like I hope we haven't already, like the one thing about most production facilities in the base game is they will hit a bottleneck. You will be growing too much grain or producing too much fruit or vegetable or crop for them to cycle through in a month. And I just hope that we don't set down this unit and we've already just like maxed out and bottlenecked through. I don't think that'll happen because I just like, we don't have that big of an operation yet, but even in the last series of No Man's Land, like we would produce so much wool that the production of the clothing factory just like couldn't keep up. It couldn't produce enough through in a month. We would have to set up multiple production facilities, but my kind of plan then is oh, a doghouse. Dang, maybe we should get a dog. I don't know. I don't know if we're ready for another dog. Freckles is just he was just such a key component to No Man's Land. I don't know if we could just replace him that easily. Maybe in the next series. Let's go into these production facilities. So obviously this is our main one that we're trying to get. We're gonna put it, right here somewhere. Not enough money. Yes, we know. But afterwards, like another one that I could put down. Where was it? It's one of these ones that are like 36,000 oil mill. Like I could put this down, but I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna do enough cycles per month. Like, I mean, we could test it out. I don't even want to mess with it. I'll do some research down the road. If that's something we need to put down to like to get out of a bottleneck, then I'll do it. But for right now, I'm just gonna focus on getting that one. That's 240 grand, which again I could take a loan for right now, but I think it'd be best just to get through another cycle of growing, get through one more season, put all that, and then once we have all that grain, we can get it into the production facility and just get it rocking. Because I mean, we're at 100 grand right now. Let's go. Yeah, like I just don't even feel like driving all the way up there. Definitely not doing that one. Definitely not doing that one. That one's too far away. This is too big of a field. I don't feel like running back and forth, cultivating. I mean, this is an easy one. We could do this one. It is just sitting right there. I don't have an extra tractor, though. Yeah. We'll see. It's better, honestly, after the fall. There's always a whole bunch of cultivating contracts, and they're just such money makers. Let's tab over to this guy. I'm just gonna turn this on, catch this little bit here, even though it doesn't matter, but we might as well get it. Okay, let's go get set up on our other narrow field over here. Get this one cleared off, and yeah, we're just gonna be rocking. Yeah, it takes a lot to harvest these fields. It's only on these parts of the or this like time of the year where I always think I wish I had another tractor just to be doing other stuff, cultivating these or whatever. But we're not really in that big of a race against time. I always have to remember. Okay, let's get this guy going. Should be able to do. Okay, so yeah, there's like 400 liters. So of these 3 fields, we got about 7,400 liters of rice, which isn't too bad. Isn't too bad at all. Jeez, this guy's missing a bunch. Must be hammered. Let's zoom in. Hammered. Drinking rice wine. Okay, this is perfect. This guy's done. Let's see if we can snake this dude around here. I guess we gotta kind of wait for Buddy Action to finish planting this one, so. Okay, well, what I think we're gonna do is I think we'll just end the episode there, and we'll continue on this harvest and these kind of field preps in the next episode. I'm just gonna get this field planted, this one that this guy's working on right now, one of our workers. We'll get this field planted and probably rolled out, and then next episode what I'll do is I'll end up probably planting that other field to our right here. And just hop out. We've already fertilized all this stuff, but I'll probably just end up planting this one, and then we can finish off with harvesting our last main kind of field up at the main house. So yeah, thanks you guys so much for watching today. I appreciate anyone who stops by. I appreciate if you could, smack that like button, leave me a comment, all that stuff. Let me know if you've been playing the game. Let me know what kind of what maps you've liked so far and stuff like that. Yeah, I appreciate anyone who likes, subs, comments, all that stuff is greatly appreciated. Helps me out a bunch. It's completely free. And yeah, I'm really excited with this series. I'm having fun with it. I can't wait to get our production facility going and really start trying to pump some cash out of this. And and I'm excited for the next part of the series as well. And then that new frontier map that's come out that could potentially kind of be our final to this 3-part series. It's all just super exciting. I'm really pumped for it. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or morning or evening or afternoon whenever you're watching this. This is Ultra Farmer. Thanks again so much for watching and hanging out with me today. I truly appreciate it, and I'll see you guys on the next episode. All right, thanks again. Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 10 of our Hutan Pantai series. Man, I can't believe it is episode 10 already. That's actually crazy. Very crazy, in fact. So we are still going along here. If you weren't with us on the last episode, we've kind of started our rice harvest. We're over halfway done it now. We're just getting this field tidied up, and then we still got this final field behind us. So I'm going to let this harvester finish off. We've got this tractor sitting here. I was just kind of waiting to get him going so that we could do it while you guys were in here. And so we're planting canola in this field. We have canola planted in both of these fields. This one right in front of me and then the one to the right here. This one is all rolled out. Good to go. We've got weeds growing, but we're going to have to wait till our first stage of growth to kind of get that dealt with. And it'll be basically the same thing over here. We've got this tractor up here who's kind of rolling everything out. Although it does seem to be struggling a bit. I don't know if there's some spots that got missed. Whatever, that doesn't really matter. So yeah, we just got to get this field rolled out. the other canola field planted and get that one also rolled out. These rollers are just leased at the moment, so I'll be returning those once it's all said and done. Okay, someone just finished their task. It must be this dude. So let's fire this up. We'll get this guy spun around and we'll head to the last field. Now I'm going to empty this out. There's only 200 liters in here, but I might as well just empty it right out since we're going to do a flyby here. And then, yeah, we'll get started on this final rice field. And I think, so we had about 7,400 liters off the first 3 fields that we kind of did behind us over there. I'll check what's in that grain truck in a second, just to kind of keep track of everything. Whoa, put the wrong button there. Alright, let's get this folded away. I'll turn this harvester on. Yeah, this thing goes so slow. So slow. No field found. There it is. Okay, there's the roller. Let's check this. Okay, so we got 2,200, plus our 7,400. So we're like 9,600 ish, right? Did that math right? Yeah, 9,600 liters off these 4 fields, so close to 10,000 liters. This field didn't have 100% yield bonus on it. Yield bonus on it. There we go. I don't know why I couldn't get it double fertilized. I don't know what I screwed up. I definitely screwed something up. So as soon as this tractor is done planting this field, we'll go up, we'll hook it to the fertilizer spreader, and we'll fertilize the last of those rice fields to make sure and get 100% yield bonus on those. Hopefully I don't run out of fuel with this tractor. Yeah, no, we shouldn't run out of fuel. I ran out of fuel in the last series, and it was embarrassing. So I gotta always pay attention to that. Luckily, well, the last series I was able to get, they had jerry cans of fuel, or I had a mod for a jerry can of fuel. But if I run out of fuel in this game, I don't know. Okay, I know it's not going to be in there. Marking spray, chainsaws, pallets. Is there like a fuel tank? Because knowing me, transport liquids. Like, I mean, just figured I'd check quick. It's definitely not going to be in weights. Huh. Okay, well, that's telling me food. It won't be in there. Consumables. Yeah, I think the name of the game is just don't run out of fuel. Could be dangerous. I guess we'll cross that road when we get to it. I honestly don't even know what we would do. Can we like tow a tractor? Ugh. Yeah, I think it's best we just don't run out of fuel. Yeah, once this tractor is kind of done doing what it's doing, we'll go over, hook it onto the spreader. Let's go check our roller tractor and see how he's making out. Okay, well, he's just chilling here. You know what we could do? We could just drop these rollers for a second. And let's take this guy up. Smash that sign, because why not? Take this guy up, and we'll hook him to the spreader. These fields are good to go. So we just got to roll one more field, and we're going to be laughing. But I'll get these fertilized at least. So at least hopefully they're 100% fertilized now. Then when we plant in the spring, it should just be good to go. Another thing is that I don't know why the edge of my new fields, like the harvester's not picking up. I don't know why that's happening. But it doesn't really matter, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Okay, let's go hook onto our fertilizer spreader and get fertilizer on all of these rice fields so that we're 100% good to go. Jeez. I kind of put this in a dumb spot, to be honest. Okay, there we go. So let's spread some fertilizer. Whoa. Whoa. Dang. right? Just smashing into stuff. Now, did I catch this whole field? It's kind of hard to tell. We'll have to check on the map and make sure that we were able to do it. So let's go check the map. Okay. Yeah, that one's good. Let's bust around here and hit this one while we're right here. Spread some fertilizer, get these fields good to go. And like I said, all we gotta do is cultivate them, but we can do that kind of whenever. It's not a major thing since we won't be planting until the spring anyways. One thing I definitely got to figure out though is how many saplings or pallets of the rice saplings that I'll end up using to plant all these fields, so that I can know to just keep a certain amount of pallets to the side, and then we'll sell the rest just for a little bit extra money. Also, what we definitely got to sell for some extra money, not this episode probably, but just in the future, is all our mushrooms. So we probably got, I think we checked, we have like 20 grand worth of mushrooms sitting in those pallets, just kind of hanging out, burning a hole in the greenhouse pocket. These pumps kind of screw up everything to spread fertilizer on these fields. Also, I kind of suck at doing it. Okay, so let's go make sure. Yep, that's fertilized. Okay, let's head up to this other one real quick, and then these fields should be good to go. We should be able to just plant, and we'll even get more of a yield bonus. So now that if I get a better yield bonus off that kind of skinnier field by the mountains up there, then we probably would get about 10,000 liters off these 4 fields, which would just be kind of a good metric to keep in the back of our minds. So 10,000 plus whatever we get off that kind of larger field at the front side of the house. And then that way we can plan out a little better for our production facility and see exactly, because if I go look real quick here, we could probably go into available. Let's look at the oil mill. So it'll do, if I go down to rice, let me grab my calculator here. So it's going to do 480 cycles of 12. So 5,760 grains of rice it should go through each month. But we're going to put 12 in and get 10 oil out, which is pretty good. That's like 90%. So that means like we should be getting close to like 5,000 liters of oil per month if we have it full. And so if we're getting 10 or 15,000, so maybe roughly 15,000 liters of oil. Let me just think, let's see if I'm doing this all right. So if we have 15,000 liters of oil, go to prices, and we're going to go down to RRR rice oil. So if I go, damn, that could be like 90 grand in rice oil. That's off like one harvest, and we already have some stored in there. So we could be potentially making some good money just off that rice oil. And that's not even canola oil. The rice is actually so good because you put in 12 and you get 10 rice oil out. 20, 10. Or are we putting in... No, we're putting in just like straight up rice. Yeah, the rice is pretty good. Like really, you put 12 in and you get 10 out of that. Like that's such good. Like the rest of it's all half. We put in 20,000, we get out 10. So if we go into our canola, we got 22,000 liters. That means we have 10,000 liters of oil But even that's pretty good because if we, where is our canola oil? Yeah, not bad. 50 grand, 50 grand. And if we sell it at peak, almost 60 grand plus our rice. Yeah, we could have a good little operation going here, especially for not having to really upgrade any more equipment. Like, we don't really need anything else. We can just get by with what we have pretty easily. So that's awesome. That's really awesome. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to let this other field get done. I'll kind of bring you back when this rice field is done being harvested and maybe that other canola field's done being planted and we're kind of rolling some stuff out. So I'll bring you back in just a sec. Hey folks, I'm just back here. I'm just getting this field all rolled out for us. We got our rice fields harvested. Dumped the last in there, and I parked the harvester. I dumped the last into our kind of our grain wagon, and then I parked the harvester. But I don't think I went and dumped it in the green silos just yet. I don't think I did. I kind of just tabbed over and got on this tractor and decided to come roll this field since it was done being planted. And so, I'm just gonna crawl over here to the side of this, and let's fold this bad boy up. It's kind of a weird setup, this one. Like, it doesn't really make sense. It seems like a weird. The tires just kind of stay in that one direction. Very weird. I kind of like the smaller set of base game rollers from FS22 better. I liked those ones. They were pretty good. I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna pressure wash these bad boys off before we return them. And yeah, let's cruise by this grain truck and see if I don't think I did dump it. I think I just got going doing something and was like, nah, I'll dump it after. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's some rice in there. Okay, let's pull it around here and let's get this. First get these rollers pressure washed. Yeah, let's try this. I moved the slip tank as well. Our fuel slip tank. I moved it from over here. I put it here, just a little bit easier to kind of get everything going. Blah, blah, blah. Not a big deal. Let's shut this thing down. It's a good set of rollers, though. Probably almost should buy a set, but it's just so cheap to rent them, and we really use them like, once a year. So what we're gonna do now is we will now pressure wash this guy too while we're here. We'll pressure wash this stuff off. We'll return these rollers. We're gonna go dump the last of the grain into the bins over there. Nice. Oh yeah, I didn't turn this thing off. Okay, let's tab over. What do we got? 1,000 left in this. So not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay. Maybe I should pull this thing around and wash it. It's all about just having the equipment nice and clean. I don't know why I like that. Well, I think it's just a normal thing. Oh, this one's pretty clean. Pretty clean indeed. Okay, so I want to we'll pull this truck around, get it parked, get it out of the way for just a little bit, and then I'm gonna grab one of the tractors, probably this green, is it Deutz-Alice? I think that's how you say it. I'm pretty sure that's how you say that brand, Deutz-Alice. Deutsch-Alice? Yeah, alright. The green tractor, the non-John Deere green tractor. We'll pull that around. I'll get it hooked to the cultivators. And I think I'm going to set a worker just cultivating some of these. Actually, we can better mark this. Alright, cultivating some of these rice fields real quick. And then we'll just check and see if there's any contracts that have popped up that are kind of maybe easy for us to go get doing. Make a little bit of extra cash. Let's drag this down. We'll drag this down to the bottom tier one and get a worker going on that. This isn't a super main priority to do because it's not that big a deal, but Might as well have a worker working on it. And then I'm gonna grab our gray tractor and I'll hook onto our fertilizer spreader. Or did I already fertilize that one? I think I already did. Let's run over here and check. 100%, yeah, we're good to go. We are good to go then. Nice. That's awesome. Okay, what I think I'm gonna do then, I know we don't really need this thing just yet, or here, let's go into vehicles. Deutsch? I don't know. Let's return these. We're done with these, right? Yes. Okay, you don't need any of that. Let's check our... We got 80 grand in rice. That's pretty cool. 7 grand in rice saplings, seeds. Obviously, we're not going to sell those. We can sell those? Oh, neat. Diesel, canola, 38,000 bucks, 22,000 liters. We got some decent money sitting in the mushrooms as well. Okay. I'm gonna pull this around and just pressure wash this thing real quick. Up the head. Get some of this stuff cleaned up and set away. What's going on here? Oh. Something's just glitched out there a little bit. We like ran into something invisible. I should even fuel this thing up while we're here. Nope. Can't run out of fuel. I gotta make sure everything's all fueled up and good to go when we're putting it away. Because I don't... I really don't want to run out of fuel. I like looked too, like I don't know what we do if we run out of fuel. Like I don't even know if there's like a tow rope mod or anything out. We might just be oofed. Look at that. Okay. Oh, I always do that. It always like tabs and like somehow I hook onto the this one also. I get hooked onto that pressure washer and I just start pushing it around. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Okay, what I think I'm going to do here is I'm just going to let that cultivator go for a little bit longer. I'm going to just put a little bit of a cut in. I'll bring you guys back. We'll sleep through a month, and then we'll keep cultivating these fields, and maybe we'll load up some. Just going to check prices of everything, because there's going to be like oats that we got to sell. There's mushrooms that we got to sell, and I'm going to kind of go through the sapling situation. And just see if I can kind of plan out how many I think we're going to need to plant, blah, blah, blah. Maybe we'll go sell some of those, but I just want to get situated on like what months is the best to go sell all that stuff and kind of all that jazz. Shut this down. I'll just check on contracts real quick before I let you guys go here. Lots of harvesting ones, most of which I don't really want to deal with. Yeah. Not really anything. Not really anything super. That's kind of far away. That's close to the store, at least, but... Okay, I'll bring you guys back in just one sec. Okay, folks, we are back here. I slept through a month. I'll head back up to the farm real quick here, and I'll kind of show you what's going on, but I just accepted a cultivating contract, because there was one that's kind of relatively close to the store here. As you'll see, I'm just pulling over to field 35? Yeah, it's 35. So I figured I would get a work going on this because it's like about 7 grand. I think we'll get. It was 7,000, but I think because I paid like 600 bucks or something to borrow this equipment, so really close to 7,000 to cultivate this field. So let's get everything unfolded here real quick. And I'll set a worker doing this, and then we'll hop back up to the farm. And that way, while somebody's doing this, we can go back up. Actually, I'll just check. Yeah, 7,100, but we had to borrow a little bit of equipment. So yeah, 400, but whatever. Blah blah blah. We're in September. Okay. So let's hop back up over to the farm. So I got these rice fields. Like basically all the rice fields are cultivated now, except the final one in front of the farm there, which we'll do in a second. I went through. Let's see if I can drive over here and I'll show you. What I did is I thought like because we have five um, rice fields, and I know this is going to be too much, but what I did is I put 10 pallets of saplings behind the greenhouses there, and then the rest that pop through are going to be I'm gonna sell because I think like I was thinking, well, we probably need. There's no way we need more than 2 pallets per field. I'm pretty sure we don't need more than 2 pallets per field, but we definitely don't need 2 pallets for probably this small field right behind us here, the one that I'm kind of backing up towards. Definitely shouldn't need 2 pallets for that one, and you shouldn't need 2 pallets for this skinny field over here by the mountain. So I think that's going to be more than enough. I think we probably need about 8 pallets to get all of these fields planted, and then the rest could just be sold. So we'll end up doing that in the springtime. There's like it'll be basically January, March, and February. I'll go through it real quick here so that we can see. So if I come down, our oats will end up selling in December, so in a couple months. I thought it was January, but yeah, sorry, that's December. Let's go down to our. These are always in January, so January, December, and then our rice saplings, where are they at here? Will be in April. Um, which is just crazy pricing actually. That's super crazy. But we'll sell those in April, and that's kind of my plan with everything. So let's see. This guy's doing fine. Let's get this guy going here. We will pull around here and we'll do it for some old time's sake. Yeah, the only thing that's like this field, it's I don't know, kind of miss a little bit on the edge there when they're harvesting. I don't know why it does that, but so my plan now for the winter is going to be basically like what it was last winter. I'm going to go through and I'm just going to hit as many contracts as we can. Then in the spring, like through December and stuff, but sorry, no, that's not the spring, but December, January, we'll go do our, go sell what needs to be sold. Through the springtime, that's when we'll do more contracts. There'll be a bunch of cultivating and fertilizing ones. I'm hoping there's gonna be a bunch of cultivating ones in like October/November. Just makes sense from a game standpoint because a lot of people like will be harvesting in the fall, blah blah blah. So hopefully we can get some good cultivating contracts done throughout the spring. Once everything, there might be some good sowing contracts potentially, but we'll go, like I said, we'll like get as many contracts done as we can, and if I have to, at my plan is next harvest, no matter what, we're gonna put down the production facility. Now I say no matter what because it's like, oh, if something good comes up that we need to spend money on, but basically the only thing we need to spend money on is land or production facility. There's really nothing else that I need. We can get by with absolutely everything. We have cultivators, we have subsoilers, we have fertilizers, planter, we have the combine, harvesters. We have everything that we need to do our chores around here. Um, and so the only thing that could come up would be land, but kind of the land that I'm looking at now, one, it's not really worth spending the money on just yet. Um, like if we look on our map here, like this one's 121,000. It's kind of not worth spending the money on it just because it's such a small field. It'll just be something good to get eventually. These kind of, big to medium sized fields would be good. Like this field down here would be better than this one. This is expensive. This is kind of expensive because you get all these trees that we don't really need. This is way too expensive because you get all these trees that we definitely don't need. So the expansion is really just going to be down into here, and then like now we're getting into some bigger some bigger fish that we can't really fry just yet, because once you start getting into those really big fields, we start to outgrow the size of our equipment, which I don't really want to happen, because then you gotta like start over, and we gotta buy a large tractor and bigger cultivators and bigger planters and all that stuff. So if we can, the plan is to grow to like the biggest amount where we're not bottlenecking that production facility. I hope that that's not much bigger than we are, if that makes sense. Like, I hope with the fields that we have and kind of the stockpile that we have is going to be enough that these fields will be able to keep us going, um, and just keep making us really consistent money over the next few growing seasons. Enough money that we don't have to spend a bunch, and then hopefully we can just like pocket all the freaking cash. Um, this is my plan at least, but we know how sometimes things change. Oh, I missed a little spot there. I'm gonna have to do this Zamboni style. But yeah, that's what we got going on right now. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish cultivating this field, and I will let that other contract finish up. And then what I'll do is I'll bring you guys, once I get these done, I'll bring you back. I'm just going to start kind of cruising through the months like I said I was going to. And I'll bring you back if a good contract comes up. I kind of want to go do a fun contract at some point. A fun one for me is like baling. I like it. I love baling hay or baling straw or something. I don't know why I love it. But so if something like that comes up, I might do it just to kind of change things up a little bit. But other than that, I'll just bring you back slowly as we're going, and if no good contracts come up, it'll be December, and we'll go sell. We'll go sell some oats off, I believe it was. But yeah, I'll bring you guys back in just one sec. Okay, team, we are back here. I slept through into October, and then what I did is I went and started a couple harvesting contracts. There was just a couple in there. We'll go check them out real quick. I was just gonna pull it around under the chute here and get a little bit of grain out of this. Well, I had a chance that we could just kind of chinwag while I'll show you the contracts that we got going on. These, most of the harvesting contracts that I see are for like the grapes and not grapes, rather the carrots and parsnips and red beet and stuff like that, or beets. And they're just such a pain to do. But these grain ones are actually pretty good, pretty not too bad. Let's see if I can. I don't know if it'll stop. Yeah, it's all good there. So I got this field going right now. This is not like, let's go like this. This isn't that big of a field, and it's almost done. And then I got another one going. Where do I got another one going? Over here. This field going. And we got to haul all this grain to the grain elevator. But let's tab back down. This guy, he's 45% full. Okay. But yeah, I got a couple of these going just because I figured might as well. Let's go take a look and see which ones I got. Yeah, one's 11,000, one's 4,000. But what's actually pretty good is like it's close to the grain elevator, like relatively. I guess it's not super far. Um, a lot of times in the past, the other harvesting contracts were like up here, and then you got to drive all the way down there. I don't know. It's just like not worth it in a sense for me, or maybe I'm just lazy. But these are pretty good because like when you finish the contract, if you're not familiar with it, but you always get to like keep the extra grain. So when you take it to the grain elevator and you sell it, like you're slowly completing the contract, but you also get the sale of some of the grain. Like some of it is part of the contract, and then whatever's left over, like you just get on top as kind of like a bonus. So contracts like this are pretty good to do. Let's go check the store. Yeah, so the only thing that's in the store that's kind of interesting is this tractor, but I mean, other than that, like I said, we don't really need anything. It's just kind of a want at this point, but we definitely don't need any slurry spreaders or anything like that. Dismacked on head. We don't need a baler. Um, so yeah, I'm just gonna go through. I'm gonna get these fields harvested. It's kind of my plan here, and yeah, sell this stuff off. And then I was gonna bring you guys back in December, and we were gonna go sell some oats, right? You think I'd be able to remember all this? Where's our oats? Oats, oats, oats. There it is. Yeah, in December we're gonna go sell off all our oats. But that's it. I'm just gonna let these contracts just kind of get a little bit further, and then I'll bring you back at the end once I go and I'm taking the last of this grain in, and I'll just kind of show you how much extra cash we get from these contracts. So just so we remember, we got 4,000 on one, like 4,400, basically four because I got even less, three because I had to borrow that stuff, and even less on this one. But you're gonna make it all back. Like I borrowed this equipment, but we'll make it all back really, really easily. So I'll bring you back in just one sec once I'm hauling some stuff to the grain elevator. Okay, I'm just pulling into the grain elevator here. Well, I'm trying to. I'm snaking through this town. Still not super familiar with this town, but I'm pulling in. So this is the soybeans off that smaller field, which would have been field 6. So I'm just hauling this in right now. So our contract was for 4,000, 4,400, basically 3,400 because we had to borrow the equipment to do it. But you'll see once I dump this in here, we'll be able to get a bunch of extra cash. If you watch up at the top corner, it's going to show that the contract is slowly getting done more and more complete. At least it should be showing that it's more than 80% complete. Okay, well, my... I don't really know. I'm like a little bit confused here because there's nothing really left to harvest on this field. I guess there's this little patch here that didn't get done. Like what? Is this what it's talking about? I legitimately don't understand that. Okay, what we gotta do is jump back over to this guy. And we gotta go get some grain dumped out of him. Yeah, okay, so I really don't know. I really don't know what just happened there. The field is done and I dumped the grain in. Like, I feel like we just hit a glitch in the game because I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to do right now. Um, like, I don't know if I gotta return the equipment. If that's then... I genuinely don't understand what to do right now. Okay, I'm just gonna see if this is gonna let it down. We'll get this combine emptied right out. I'll pull this tractor and trailer out of the way. Yeah, so much for my little tutorial. Like, what? Like, oh yeah, you'll get a bunch of extra cash. We ended up getting zero cash. Zero cash. Okay, let's pull this guy out of the way so that there's no issues, or hopefully no issues. Okay. I'm in a harvested field right now, right? Like we're all in agreement this is a harvested field. Field 6, like I don't know what to do right now. Well, I'm gonna save the game so that it's I feel like the game just jammed out on me, obviously, because like there's nothing left to harvest on this field unless I'm missing something. Like I really don't even know. I think what I'm gonna have to do is like reboot the game and just see what the heck's going on, to be honest. Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna reboot the game and then see, but we might have just been like joked a little bit there. But I'll be back in 1 sec. Hey folks, I'm back here. I don't have any good news to report. I literally have zero. I relogged the game and what I did is I even went and okay, let me make sure. Yeah, we can go down this other road. Um, so there was like a little tiny bit left on that field that could be harvested. There was like 33 liters, like just like a few little corners that got missed. Nothing. So I did that. I brought the trailer back. I filled that up, and then I hauled it down to the grain elevator, thinking maybe that would. I was like kind of looking on the map where I was gonna go there. Thinking that that might like unjam it out. I came back down here, I dumped it, nothing happened. So this is the soybeans from that other really big field. If you can look in the top right hand corner of the screen for field 37, it's saying we're 88% complete. So like when I dump this in here, I mean, it should complete it. I don't know, unless the game's just bugged. Is this big ship called the Fellowship? Nice. That's pretty sweet. Lord of the Rings style, you know? Fellowship of the Hutan Pantai. Okay. Is it gonna work? I mean, we're gonna watch it in live time here, or we just wasted a bunch of time doing contracts and we're not gonna get paid for them. Sometimes that's life. Come on now. Okay. Okay. Okay, everything worked out. I don't know why it jammed out there. It was like maybe because they were both soybean. You know what I mean? They're both soybean, so the game like kind of was confused on like you know what I mean, like what had actually been put in and what hadn't. Blah, blah, whatever. Okay, that's sweet that that just worked out and we didn't just lose all my cash. So let's hop back up to the farm here, okay? Let's go into our contracts. We're gonna collect the debt. Boom. Okay, so we're at 113 and we got an extra 7 grand from those soybeans. So pretty not too bad. Like 20 grand off all that. That's okay, that was worth it. At first, I'm like, oh god, we're gonna be joked out of that money, but that's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, so that ended up working out pretty good. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do here is I think what we'll do is we'll end the episode here. Let's end episode 10 here. We'll come back episode 11. What I might do is sell some of that oats and stuff off camera. What we'll do in episode 11 is I'll bring you guys back and it'll be the springtime. And what we will go do is we'll work on getting these rice fields planted out. I'm going to do some more contracts. I'm going to try and scrape together some more cash through the winter, see if something happens in December and stuff. Let's just go look at the contracts real quick here. There's all these harvesting ones, but like I'm not doing carrots. Like sunflowers, we could do sunflowers, but I don't really feel like doing it, to be honest. I'm just not doing any of those. These cultivating ones I could do, but I think I'm just gonna jump through in time here and just see if there's some other kind of bigger cultivating field ones that we can do throughout the rest of the winter here. But yeah, we'll do that. We'll bring you guys back in the springtime for episode 11. We'll start getting some rice fields planted. We'll do some more contracts while those rice fields are being planted, and we'll sell off some other stuff, some mushrooms and things like that. So thanks again so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. If you could do me a favor of hitting that like button, hitting that sub button, it's always greatly appreciated. Helps with the channel a bunch. It's completely free, and yeah, it's just a good way to help me out if you're enjoying the content, if you're having fun with these series. Looking really forward to it. I've kind of been thinking more. I think that we'll roughly end up doing about 35 episodes for this map. It's kind of what I'm thinking. and then it'll be roughly 35 episodes in the Zelonka map. It'll either be Zelonka or Riverbend Springs. I'll kind of just see in the future, and then I'm thinking the final one will be on New Frontier, another 30 to 35 episodes. So we should be doing around 100 episodes for this kind of 3-part series is my plan. So like always, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. Hope you guys have a good day, morning, evening, whenever you're watching this. So once again, this is Ultra Farmer. I am out, and I will see you guys on episode 11.